There are times when you can excuse the offense, and there are times when you can't. This is one of those times, and I'll tell you why coming up next. I'll also tell you why it's not the most implausible thing for the Miami Dolphins to go 7-1. We'll find out why that too. I'm also going to drop the tailgate, open it up for y'all. It is Triumphant Tuesday, and I want to hear from all of you. So that's coming up next. Stay tuned. That's right. Hit the like button. Told y'all we starting to groove around here from now on. It's a fun season. That's all we have left. Come on over to YouTube and subscribe. Get in while the getting's good. Dropping tailgates every day of the week. Frank Smith can't figure it out. Man, where'd that defense come from? flippin' afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, all stops between. Carla, ABAB, Red, White, and Bills, Dolphineer, Marinos go Red, White, and Bills. You must be like rolling over. Ms. Relentless, the first one in the chat. Good afternoon to Ms. Relentless, member extraordinaire. Become a member just like Ms. Relentless. Can't do it every month. Just hit a super chat, hit a super sticker, or any of the other many ways you can donate to the channel. But mainly hit the like button. We won. Why is everybody so glib? Adam, we won. That's right. That's right, Carla. Came to play every week. What an absolute masterclass defense last night put on by the Miami Dolphins. Shutting Matt Stafford out of the end zone. I got a bunch of game balls to give out. I've got, look, as I opened up with, there are times that you can excuse the offense and there are times you can't. Today is one of those times where we can. And I'll tell you why. I know Carla's going to think it's because of the defense. Culler is going to hype up the defense. Well, defense did enough of their own hyping up last night. I think we can all agree with that. They don't need me to hype them up. What I think you saw was how difficult it is to win in the NFL. And the thing of it is, we won. Our players have now tasted victory again. Everybody knows what it takes to win with this type of football team, with the football team that we have. Not everybody else's team. Not the way you want our team. But this is how you win with the team we have. We won so much more last night because we finally, as a fan base, saw what it takes to win. What you need to do to win with this team. What you need to do when your offense struggles. What you need to do when your defense struggles. What you need to do as a coaching staff to help put your team in a position to win in the NFL. And we saw what it takes last night, and it's everything I've been telling you we need to do. Everything. Our offense was horrible for most of the game. Horrible. Points left all over the field. I mean, anybody that thinks that we're going to get away with that kind of offensive performance for 3/4 of the game against the better teams is crazy. However, it happens. Happens a lot. Happens to a lot of teams. But you know what happened last night? Tua Tagovailoa put the team on his shoulders and made some huge critical throws to make sure that we salt that game away. Everything I've been telling y'all we need to do. Followed up by probably Mike McDaniel's best performance in execution as a play caller that I've seen since he's been here. And it's very simple. I told you all for weeks and weeks and weeks and months and years now what it takes for this football team to close out a game. And we did that last night. for all of his faults last night. Ridiculous stuff. Throw the ball, dude. Can't be taking sacks like that. 20 yards deep. Ridiculous stuff. But when it came down to it, in the critical moment, when we needed everybody on the team to execute, our quarterback executed at his best. He called the right plays. McDaniel called the right plays to keep the clock running, to get us in position to have manageable third downs for Tua to absolutely get on his game and find guys for simple first downs. That's all we need. It's amazing. I said it last night on the stream. It's amazing how easy it is to get 6 yards in the NFL. Tua said, I'm going to put this team, this offense on my back. I am not going to give up this football without my agenda being met of making sure there's enough time and another field goal to ice the game, which was cherry on top. Because as you saw, we were able to stop Matt Stafford to nothing more than a field goal. Now, granted, they had a couple more opportunities to strike the end zone that they didn't take because they needed one or the other. But the point is, you closed out most of Matt Stafford's playbook when you burned all that time down and kicked a field goal at the very least. You did it when you were up by one possession. You did it with a lot of time on the clock. And after having a whole game of boneheaded, as Cap points out in the chat, boneheaded plays by our quarterback all day. Tua said, I'm going to forget all of that because it don't matter. Because the only thing that matters is this 6 minutes getting off this board and us getting a couple first downs and hopefully icing the game with a field goal. And then, of course, defense not breaking. Even if they would have, you have to expect that. But we still held them to a field goal. Came out well covering the plus 2.5 with a 7-point win, 6-point win. Was it 7-point win? No, 8-point win. That's right. They would have had to get the 2-point conversion. That's right. 8-point win against the Rams. Now let's be real. The Rams have lost to the good teams and beat the bad teams. So what? They have a Super Bowl champion quarterback and arguably one of the best receivers in the league at his disposal last night. Because look, our defense put on a masterclass in how to keep a team out of the end zone in the NFL. And yeah, we needed to get that. That was a stark difference from last week. Still not going to blame the defense for the loss last week because as you can see, what happens when your offense produces at least half of what they're supposed to, and you can get a 2-possession lead, you see what can happen with a 2-possession lead. It allows your defense to tee off all night to the tune of 4 sacks. That's right, 4. All by each a different person. Calais Campbell, Javon Holland, Quentin Bell, and Chop Robinson getting his first of his career. I mean, That lost them 36 yards on the night. So I want to go ahead and dish out my game bowls. Y'all saw the game. I went through the stats last night, the box score. Offense was putrid for most of the game. Mike McDaniel and Tua really came through at the end and finally did what they executed what they needed to do to get a close game closed out. Now we just need to get back to what we were doing before we fixed that problem, which is consistent offensive scoring. Because look, bottom line is we should have won that game by 20. And we all know it. But we bought ourselves more time now to fix that. So the question of the day in the poll, before I hand out the game bowls, is: do you believe 7-1 is possible now after beating the Rams and winning in the way we did, given that we have time to fix those issues on offense still? Yeah, why? That's odd, Ms. Relentless. I don't think you're wrong. I just don't know why everybody's reporting it as first. But whatever. Either way, works for me. Hit the like button, everybody, before you answer the poll question, because only 8 of you have hit the like button. That's weak. It's as weak as our offense was last night. Do you believe 7-1 is possible after beating the Rams? Yes, no, or still not a Dallas fan? In other words, you are just not going to drink the Kool-Aid and act like a Dallas fan at 3-6. I can respect that. But I'm going to talk about why we may get another. Sir, may I have another? Yes, you may. Because if we continue to do those things that I keep saying we need to close out games and win games, we can certainly go 7-1. We can beat anybody in the league, even with the problems we had on offense. Because it wasn't so much the offense coming through all game. It was that the offense came through at critical times that they needed to make sure that game didn't go haywire, or that we didn't turn around being the ones chasing all night. You notice we weren't chasing all night. Even with the problems on offense, we weren't chasing all night. Me too, Shake. The other thing, understated. Thank you, Day One. We went out to L.A. in Hollywood, glitz, glamour, all that stuff, on Monday Night Football, and put on a clinic. As a team, we put on a clinic on how to win in the NFL in prime time. Because you know what? It's prime time. Again, today is not one of those days where today is one of those days where we can excuse the offense. Number one, because of your defensive performance, first and foremost. And number two, because your offense got it together and put it on their shoulders and did what they needed to do in the long run. No different when the defense does that. Buffalo made a bunch of mistakes in their first couple quarters last week too. They didn't capitalize off of 2 short field turnovers from the Colts. Nobody's talking about their offense. They can't win no more games. We bought ourselves last night time to continue to work on fixing those issues. And I tell you what, if you don't think that Tua had to play backyard ball last night in the fourth quarter to get those first downs, You don't know what you're looking at. So my first game ball goes to Tua for being a leader of this team, taking all of his mistakes and putting it on his shoulders. No, Aqua, this is in no ranking order, by the way. This is just game balls out. He's the first one I said. There's no ranked order here on game balls. Just to make that clear for Aqua Vision. But Tua deserves a game ball. As bad as he was most of the night, I think Tua deserves a game ball. We don't win that game without the things he did in the fourth quarter last night. Bottom line. Number 2 game ball, there's only 2 on offense. Number 2 game ball, well, maybe 3. I'll give 2 and an honorary. Number 2 game ball goes to Mike McDaniel for sure. Because he finally understood how to call plays in a salt-away drive. Maybe he did before. I don't know. But he executed it properly the way I've been telling y'all it should be done. So game ball to Mike McDaniel for fixing his execution problems. He also put a lot of people in the right positions. He put the right people in at the right time. That could be, I don't know, that could be Frank Smith. I don't know who's in charge of that. But ultimately, he is. He's the offense. So game ball to Mike McDaniel. With an honorary game ball to Jonnu Smith for proving to me why everybody said he's an upgrade at tight end. He is no Tyler Kroft. He is a good tight end, a great tight end. And he proved that last night. Honorary game ball to Jonnu Smith. On the defensive side of the ball, number 1 game ball, and this is ranked, Zach Sealer. I don't know anybody that can deny his importance in this defense anymore. I don't know how anybody can't see what they're looking at. You know what? I'm going to give him 2 game balls, one for him and one for his right arm alone, which counts for a whole nother player. What an absolute beast. Number 2 game ball, Kader Kohou. You know, the man gets dragged a lot. I say he's our best open field tackler on the team. But last night, he got injured, looked pretty bad. Well, maybe we'll give Malik an honorable mention, Aqua, but looked pretty bad. First thoughts on everybody's head was ACL or something like that. And the guy comes back in the game and makes a critical stop in the end zone, pass deflection, or defensive play. It was kind of overthrown, but you can say maybe there was interference. I don't see it. And that's not even his strong suit. His pass defense. That's not his strong suit. We all know that. So game ball to Kader Kohou for fighting it out, knowing that we couldn't afford to run the scheme we run without him in there. And the 3rd game ball goes to the absolute consummate professional. 17 seasons. The man should get a game ball by default, but he still produces another sack, and that's Calais Campbell. 17 seasons strong. He's out there looking like a pup. Then I'd probably give an honorable mention to the secondary as a whole. They've been getting cooked by good quarterbacks and good offenses. Let's be real. They really stepped it up last night. They really held Stafford down, under 300 yards passing, no touchdowns. I mean, yeah, I already mentioned McDaniel. Aqua, he got the second game ball on offense. Maybe I can give that honorable mention and share it with Anthony Weaver, because the guy had his team ready to play after a lot of people consider abysmal performance last week. He had his guys. They got him to compartmentalize it, got him to go out there and perform. I could say the same about Mike McDaniel over the course of a few weeks, leading up to last night with the guys on offense. And I don't know what's going on with Tyreek Hill. Your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea what his issue is, what scheme he's trying to perpetrate. Looked good last night. Didn't look like his wrist was hurt last night doing clothesline celebrations and shit. But I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. We're going to open this tailgate up. We're going to be here a while. Rush in, don't rush in, don't come up at all. It makes me no difference because it just shortens my day. But hit the poll also after you hit the like button. You're not allowed to vote in the poll unless you hit the like button. That's a rule. Do you believe 7-1 is possible after beating the Rams? Yes, no, or still not a Dallas fan? 49% of you have said yes, with 36 voting. 33% say no. Votes are flying in. It's 50% yes now. Still not a Dallas fan, 17%. Keep them coming in. Sample size is still a little low, and I'm going to post the link. Oh, I already did. Sorry. Let me go ahead and pin it. It might fall behind the poll after I pin it. For those that look in the pinned section for it. So vote in the poll and it'll show up for you again. Yeah, Aqua, I'm gonna probably let the anybody that comes up kind of guide the discussion. But for my part, on Triumphant Tuesday, we can get to those nitpicky nuance issues that we saw on offense throughout the week. I'm sure plenty of people probably will today. But yeah, Waddle needs to get something needs to happen with his eyes and his hands, man. That's just all there is to it. At some point, you got to say the guy's not good. You know what I mean? Or he's just good. I'm not sure he has the gift, bro. And when the gift, I mean the eyes and the hands exclusively. Got plenty of other gifts. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sure he has that gift. Not sure it's ever going to change, man. But it didn't, that's neither here nor there. Could have helped us put more points on the board, but ultimately mattered not in the outcome of the game. So again, we can, if the panelists go there, that's fine. We can talk about all the problems on offense last night. But for my part, look, it's too easy. It's just with the defense, it's like with a defensive good performance, it just is all around good. Any of the critiques are going to be, well, it's reactive. Defense is reactive. So defense already has built in, as much as people don't like to hear it, it's not my fault. The defense has built in excuses. Now, when those excuses get to the point where it's unexcusable, then at some point you have to say, yeah, that's the defense's fault. You know what I mean? But with a performance like that, where they don't get a single touchdown, That's almost, in the NFL, that's almost as good as shutting a team out. Especially one with a Super Bowl champion quarterback. I mean, Flacco, Super Bowl champion quarterback, needed a lot less with his team to make it a better game against Buffalo. So, just saying, this is the question too. Now, I'm going to go full homer here. Forget the 7-1. Make the playoffs, whatever. What about 8-0? What about finishing out 11-6? Because guess what? I know. We're 3-6. The Bills are 8-2. Oh, that looks so insurmountable. That's 4 games, people. That's 4 games. The Bills last year erased 4 games on us because we collapsed and they got hot. Now, how you doing, Cap? Before you get cooking, Cap, I'm going full homer, so this might upset you, Cap for life, just so you know, okay?
Do it, brother. Do it.
Okay. The Bills have the next 4 games. They have the Chiefs, the 49ers, the Rams, and the Lions. And their season closes out with New England, the Jets, and New England. So obviously those are 3 wins. Do you think the Bills could go 0-4 in this stretch? I don't think it's implausible that the Bills could go 0-4 in this stretch.
Yeah, you're right. Last year, I think they had a little losing streak too, if I'm not mistaken.
And if you look at those teams on their schedule, I think crazier things have definitely happened in the NFL besides the Bills going 0-4 in a stretch like this. Now, everything I'm saying right now could go right out the window if they beat the Chiefs this week. Because obviously, if you can beat the Chiefs, then you're making a statement that none of those next 3 teams are a worry. You know what I mean? But one by one, you lose to the Chiefs. Then how does it look for 0-3 with those 3 teams they got left? Then if they lose to the Niners, how does it look for 0-2 facing the Rams and the Lions? Oh, and then 3 divisional opponents to close out the season. So my point in going full homer here is not to say that I believe this could happen. It's to say that it is certainly plausible. It's not out of the realm of normalcy. And what it means for us is it don't freaking matter what they do. We have to win every single game in front of us. We have to take care of ourselves like we did last night by putting all of that out of our head and focusing on the Rams and what we need to do to fix our execution problems. We fixed about 75% of our problems last night, Cap. Now, whether we continue and get another game, obviously 1 game sample size means nothing. But what I'm saying is, if you're to say that this continues, then you would say that we fixed 75% of our major issues last night when it comes to execution. And we bought ourselves time to fix the rest.
You say plausible, Culler. Let me ask you plausibility or possibility, if it's plausible or not going forward, Fuller getting injured. Would you be enticed to calling a certain somebody to help the secondary?
I don't know, but I do know that there's another team already wanting to get on the horn with them. I think it's the who was it?
The Bengals, yeah.
Was it the Bengals? Yeah, it was the Bengals. Cincinnati, yeah. So, I mean, he's going to need to see more wins, dude. So if we can survive the Raiders without Fuller and get ourselves to a little more realistic a record, you know what I mean? Maybe.
Maybe, man.
I mean, what are the Bengals right now? Let's see.
I think they're like right above us. Like they're 4-6. We're like 3-6. But I think you're onto something. I think he left on pretty bad terms in Miami, so I think he might want to stick it to us. Just maybe one game more.
Well, I'm not so sure he left on bad terms. I don't know. I mean, the
You never know.
Bengals are 4-6. We're 3-6. Now,
Interesting.
if you're to believe that we perform the way we did last night, the Raiders should be a win. So we're effectively 4-6. I'm allowed to look forward. I'm not a player. Okay. The reason I'm allowed to look forward is because I expect as a fan my team to perform the way they did last night. And if they do, the Raiders is already a win. So we're 4-6. If we're talking about plausibility here for the rest of the season, then we have to be fair and say, why shouldn't we expect us to execute the way we did last night? The Raiders are not going to make us pay for Tua's mistakes last night. If Matt Stafford couldn't make us pay, the Raiders ain't going to make us pay. They don't even want to win. So that we're 4-6 effectively. Just like the Bengals. Why would Xavier go there and not here? To your point, Cap, maybe he don't like us anymore. But he don't have to like us. He has to like Anthony Weaver.
Yeah, and he's going to have to like the compensation.
You know what I mean?
And the compensation. If he likes the compensation, that's what talks. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing, Cap. We already know that he's pals with a certain somebody on our team.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Remember what was that show they did together? The little chill session that him and Jalen Ramsey did. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So,
oh, yeah.
I'm sure he'd love to ball out with the dog. You know what I mean?
I mean, we talked about it last year. Like during this time of year is when we start making moves, to help. So hopefully that's a move.
And if people are making phone calls, then that means he's putting feelers out himself, saying, "Look, I'm still healthy and ready to go." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
We're also running a 4-3.
Yeah, man. To get rid of
Xavier Howard or not, you know what I mean? But
it does, bro. I think it will. I mean, you replaced Wilkins with Calais Campbell, and it's been an upgrade, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, if Fuller goes down, not to say that we don't have depth, but to add an X Howard to help you solidify that depth, that's not a bad move.
I don't care what anybody says about his personality in the off the field. The dude has heart. And this secondary has a lot of heart, and that would be a great addition, dude. I'm sorry, it just would be. People can get out their feels on Xavier Howard all they want. It'd be a great addition. The question is, do you give him his number back and take it from the right stuff?
Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, do we even know? Have we confirmed how long Fuller's going to be out? If he's even going to be out for multiple weeks, or
I don't know.
Still too early.
I thought we skated relatively injury free last night. I haven't really looked at the report and the results from last night. You know what I mean? But relatively, it looked like we got out pretty healthy. But again, I don't know what happened to Fuller fully. I know Cater probably got a shot on the sideline, so he probably got hurt, but we don't know the extent of that, and we don't know if it was just a soft tissue or if it was something bigger. They wouldn't have just given him a shot and sent him back out if they thought there was major damage. You know what I mean? So it might have just been pain management last night for Cater. Because remember, he came back from a neck injury. It wasn't a knee injury, so he didn't re-injure anything.
Okay. It wouldn't hurt, man. It wouldn't hurt. just to prove that you're trying to make a run.
Aqua, as a guy who deals with arthritis in my wrists and my hands, I can easily see how having your hands cuffed behind your back and then somebody forcibly pushing you down to the ground with your shoulder would wrench your wrist. I can see how that would happen. I'm not trying to excuse Tyreek or take his side. I'm simply saying in the world of logic that certainly could have happened. And the courts, unfortunately for the Miami PD, the courts can take that into consideration.
Is it too much of a coincidence that you brought that up on Pete's show? Then an hour later, it's like verbatim.
It would be a coincidence if I was just an idiot. You know what I mean?
But, bro, verbatim,
I was
it was
making
the exact same words,
making a logical hypothesis. You know what I mean?
Dude, right after you said that, you heard that like an hour later, and it was like verbatim, bro. I was like, whoa.
Well, Tyreek listens to my show, bro. So, I mean, you know, we already know that. Good afternoon, by the way, Tyreek. Great job last night, by the way.
Excellent effort.
He did get a game securing touchdown. Remember?
Yeah, he squat, bro. But the only thing I didn't like was that double clothesline celebration at the end. That thing didn't even look right.
Now that throws the whole hypothesis right out the window, Cap, because he's over there doing clotheslines as a touchdown celebration. It's like the Miami PD's lawyers are going to be like, "Yo, hey, Judge, how do we know he didn't injure his wrists practicing that celebration?" You know, totally ruined his whole case.
Oh God, bro! I was laughing when I saw that.
Sorry, Tyreek. I don't mean you're a real idiot, but that was an idiot move, man. I'm just saying.
Oh man.
Like, the PD's just going to be like, well, if he was practicing that celebration in practice, how do we know the wrist injury didn't occur there? Plausible deniability. You know, you don't do yourself any favors by doing that kind of crap, Tyreek.
No, man. That did not help at all, man. But man,
exactly,
man.
Jamie's got me. Jamie's following along. Counter evidence, exactly. Judge, how do we know? Could have been this, you know? Reasonable doubt. Now, in civil court, they go by preponderance of evidence. So Tyreek could turn around and say, well, I already had my wrist injury documented before the touchdown celebrations. You know what I mean? So, yeah. In other words, if he went to the doctor, or maybe he went to the doctor before the game started and said, yo, check my wrist out. And if they got that documented, then the PD is screwed.
Yeah, I think they're going to settle. And they're not going to make a big stink.
That was a big if. I want to be clear that I didn't say that they did that. I'm saying if Tyreek went right to the team doctor before the game and said, yo, check my wrist out, then he could lay that down on the line and then they're screwed. You know what I mean? I doubt he'd be doing a touchdown celebration like that if he didn't have the goods. You know, unless, hey, I don't want to call him an idiot. I'm just saying, you know, that wasn't a smart thing to do.
Yeah, I think they're going to settle, man. I don't think they're going to make a big show out of it.
Ultimately, that's why it's like it don't even really matter about evidence and all that, because they won't even see a judge's desk, you know, beyond settlement. You know, sign the papers, give them $1 million, you know. It's not going to help the taxpayers of Miami, though. That's the sad part.
Oh, don't even get me started, man. But at least, you know, we got something for a week, man. We were on the edge of being eliminated.
Real quick, but for people that think it affects the taxpayers of Miami, keep in mind, I'm sure the PD has an insurance policy for that very thing. It's not like, you know, it's not like it really directly comes out the pockets of the taxpayers.
Yeah.
Now, the cost of the policy might go up, you know what I mean, in the future. So, yeah, there's that, but ain't going to go up that much. I mean, they're settling lawsuits every other day, you know. Bet that. Even if you're a good police department, you're settling lawsuits every other day. Jose says, F the taxpayers of Miami. They voted no on yes. Wait, what?
Oh yeah, Amendment 4.
He
Yeah.
says they voted no on yes. Jose just knew the bill is yes. He didn't know what it was. It's just yes.
Yeah.
Don't vote no on yes, man. I love it.
Oh man.
I know what you meant, Jose.
So what do you
Yeah.
think about this week?
Aqua says they'll just do a seatbelt ticket blitz. Yep, that's it. They'll just start pulling everybody over for seatbelts.
Don't say that, bro, because they have people over here parked by the 95, bro. They have people parked by the 95 doing that shit. I had Highway Patrol do that to me one time.
Why wouldn't you wear your seatbelt, dude?
No, man, I had it on. They had a freaking brigade of people that pulled over that didn't, and they were just pulling them off one by one.
You could look at it as a money grab, but those people need to learn their lesson because I'm telling you what, bro, it don't feel good hitting the windshield. I can tell you that much right now.
Hell no, bro. Hell no. That's like 150 right there just for knocking on the window.
And you don't feel it when you hit the windshield. You feel it 20 years later when you're crippled from arthritis and shit like that. That's when you feel it. I feel that windshield every day of my life at 40-something years old. I feel that windshield right now as we're talking. Trust me, it don't feel good. Wear your seatbelt. It's a very simple thing to do.
Hey, we talked to Crypto yesterday, bro. Was Crypto wearing shorts?
Wait, Cap. Remember how I talk about how Tom Brady executes every play like it's the last one he's ever going to play?
Yeah.
That's how you ought to treat your seatbelt.
No, yeah, no doubt, bro.
Because it could be the last drive you ever make if you don't put that damn thing on.
Bro, as many wrecks that I survived, trust me, bro, that's the first thing I do.
Just do it, in other words. Put a big Nike swoosh on your windshield to remind you. Just do it.
Yeah, bro.
Put your damn seatbelt on.
Yeah, bro. It's not more or less on you. It's more per se on the people around you. And I don't trust the people that drive around here, bro.
And nobody thinks you're cool because you got balls not to wear it. Nobody cares that you're that cool. So just put it on.
Just put it on, bro.
I'm an outlaw. I don't wear my seatbelt. You know, nobody cares. You're not impressing anybody. Just put your damn seatbelt on. It's actually more impressive that a person remembers every single time to me. That tells me you got intelligence. Yeah, that's true, Jose. Especially the rental cars. So it's in all cars now. You can't I thought that was a rental car feature, like they were forced to do that, but that's all cars do that now, like the new ones. Damn, that sucks. I'd have to smash that speaker.
I remember the old ones. Remember when you get in the car, the seatbelt just comes on you automatically and starts choking you?
Yeah, well, the funny thing was, not funny, but I was in my own passenger seat. So like it was my car in a car accident, right? But I wasn't driving. And the person that normally sits in the passenger seat was the one driving. And I hopped in the passenger seat, not even thinking. It was a little Ford Escort that had the automatic seatbelt. But he was one of these people that thinks he's impressing people by not wearing it. So he used to actually disconnect that and take it off. It's annoying. So when I jumped in my passenger seat that day, I didn't think about it. I heard the little, you know what I mean? And I didn't think about it. And that's why I hit the windshield. And it don't feel good.
Nah, bro, it don't.
Now, granted, you're supposed to put the lap belt on too, and I was really religious about doing that, but I just didn't because you at least have half protection when the strap automatically goes over your chest. You know what I mean? So I just didn't think anything of it until that windshield was hitting the back of my head. And I'm like, oop, Should have had my seatbelt on. As one of my eyes was laying over here and the other eye was over here. That's what it felt like, my head. You know what I mean? Like my head was split wide open. That's what it felt like. I guess that's what a concussion feels like.
I don't know, man, but this guy was a quarter inch away from a knee to the head last night too, and that for me was like, whoa, goodness, bro.
Knee, he still took a shin. A shin can be just as bad as a knee, bro.
Yeah. You saw like a little split delay that he did to go down and crouch more down, and that knee was coming. I was like, bro, this guy he's got angels on his side, bro. Because
and the people fault him for it. I mean, come on, man. If we can't expect our quarterback then to make a tackle on his own interception, then I'm sorry, the guy don't belong in the league.
Yeah, and he's done it a couple times. Every time he got picked, I think he's done it twice.
If you're
he stopped the guy.
If you're going to get freaked out and scared every time that happens, then don't watch. I don't know what to tell anybody. That's the way. He's going to do that every time, and I'll never fault him for that. He can't be like, oh, I'm a little more prone than everybody, so I'm just going to stand here and let the guy run back my interception. No,
yeah, you got to go. Yeah, you got to get him.
And he's probably had enough of people treating him that way. Like, I'm not a kid. I chose to do this. If we're so worried about our investment, then we made a mistake in the investment.
Yeah, I think he's trying to prove everybody that the investment's worth it. And, I think the players are going to talk to him.
He did put his head down, but he also turned his back to the guy. Your back is the strongest part of your body. I mean, he did basically a tornado drill. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was just coincidence that the guy's shin hit his helmet, but he put himself in a proper spot. That's what you're kind of got to cradle up like that and just disrupt their forward movement. That's all you could hope for as a non-tackler. You know what I mean? What did you expect him to do? Just stand there and get mowed over upright? That would have probably caused the concussion.
Yeah, I mean, to his credit, the times, like I said before, the times he's thrown picks and he's got a chance to stop it, he stopped it.
Cap, you're trained, whether you're the ball carrier or whether you're the tackler, you're trained to get lower than the other guy. You are trained to get low.
Yeah.
So that was total training and instinct. There's nothing you could do about that. You're not going to sit there in the moment and be like, oh, how do I handle this? He said that Tua said that he went up to the defender or the receiver or the defender and told him, hey, man, couldn't you have just run out of bounds? But he was joking with the guy, and the guy told him, he's like, I seen you coming up. And I'm like, I'm sorry, bro. I had nowhere to go. You know what I mean? So he knew. The defender knew what the story is with Tua. You know what I mean? They were trying to respect each other. I wish people would just let it go. It's over. He didn't get hurt. What I don't have patience for is, oh my God, he has bad couple series and it's because he took a shot to the head. No, I'm tired of that nonsense. He just has bad series. He's not a super great quarterback. Jesus.
Yeah, I didn't want to hear that either, man. After that, I'm like, no, I don't. Do not even try to do that card again. Like, it is what it is. Don't even try to make it seem like you know
what. That
I don't like.
He was terrible for a couple series, but you know what? He still came through in the end and put the damn team on his back. So, but the point is that. For people to be like, oh, he was having bad series because he took a clunk to the head. Well, what happened at the end when he was having a great series? Did they go clunk him in the head the other way and get him right again?
Hey, Crypto!
What's up, Crypto?
Hey, what's going on?
Are you back in the great Caterpillar watching state of Maryland yet?
Oh, no, I'm still out here out west. I'm about to get on the plane in a few hours.
Right
Hey,
on, right on.
how cold is it over there, bro? When you went there yesterday, were you wearing shorts?
No, it was mild. It was like 70.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I watched the press conference from last night with Tua, and he still had the thing on, the sock on his head, right? And it occurred to me, why would he still have it on, right? And it occurred to me, did anybody think maybe he got some dreads going on underneath there that he's nurturing? I mean, maybe it's a wrap so that because he's got some hairdo he's about to.
Yeah, no, he had do-rags before. I just think he wants to, I think he wants to be
but
like a trendsetter, bro.
But isn't there some things that you could do with your hair that like require you to kind of keep it covered like that for a while?
He had a do-rag. Remember last year he had the do-rag, but this time I think he was just trying to send a trend, bro, like a Buzz Lightyear trend.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just wondering. It occurred to me that there's another reason he's got that on besides being cold. I mean, he couldn't have been cold by the time he's standing at the podium.
It's like a ninja, bro.
Then I was thinking maybe it's kind of like putting those tight socks on your legs. Maybe they're trying to keep the blood flow or something proper to his head or something. Maybe there's something.
Oh, like a copper wrap to keep the circulation.
Maybe there's something therapeutic about it, for his head.
The posture. Yeah, for the posture, probably in the neck.
Keeps his head straight, maybe, or yeah.
Well, it was pretty cold, pretty warm. It wasn't bad. Plus, it's indoors. Well, it's got a breeze. It's an opening on the back end of the stadium.
Right. It's not for that. I'm assuming Ramsey suggested the shiesty since that's what he uses. He says it's called a shiesty. He has braids. See, I'm getting a cultural lesson here, man. The kids are teaching me.
So how'd you like the game last night, Crypto? How did it go?
Yeah, Crypto, man. Boots on the ground. I think you're responsible for our win, bro. How'd it feel winning in somebody else's stadium, bro?
Getting 3 of the last 3 weeks, it's good to finally take the trip back. Well, we're not going in a loss. That's a good thing.
Hell yeah!
I'm like, this is we at the end of the slide on this last leg of my journey. At least for about another month, and I'll be traveling again.
So Crypto,
my summary, when I knew that the game, that the omen was going in our favor, because when we have a turnover that's almost became a pick six, then instantly they're at the 50-yard line because of a 30-yard penalty and regression off that interception. That was the moment I knew that our streak was ended. Because
you could just feel it in the stadium. When you're at the stadium,
it instantly became a turnover back to them.
Right.
And then what confirmed it in the second half, when they had a deep into our own territory, they had us backed up, and then they get a fumble snap, and then they get a field goal, and then they get a false start, which is most unknown call on a field goal attempt. How do you false start on a field goal attempt, then pushes them back 5 more yards, and he misses a field goal, and we score a touchdown off it?
Yep.
That
and
right there.
Crypto, in case their stadium is like ours and didn't tell you, that miss was a 57-yard attempt.
It was a 57-yarder. He made the initial one, the 52-yarder.
Right.
But then
he had made one earlier from 55. So it's like, damn, man, 2 extra yards. You know what I mean?
Right. That's how I knew the odds were in our favor, because that sequence of events from the first drive till that fourth quarter that third quarter sequence after halftime.
Now you're the king of identifying makeup calls. Was there any makeup call there for that that false start on the field goal that you could detect, or was that just they fucked up?
Well, no, there was no. I don't think that I spotted a makeup call off that. But But I'm saying
crypto.
that
Here's the thing: it couldn't have been a makeup call anyway. Well, it couldn't have been a makeup call anyway because we were only penalized one time last night on a personal foul.
Yeah, right. The personal foul penalty was the only one.
I was parlaying that into telling the audience that we were only penalized one time last night. Do you believe that?
Right. Yeah, it was fairly clean, almost on both sides until the second half. As far as penalties, that's back-to-back penalties and stuff.
Wait, I don't even know if it was a personal foul. Was it a personal foul or a PI? I can't remember.
It was it could have been a pass interference.
I can't remember.
No,
anyway,
that was a personal foul.
Right. So, Crypto, you're the only one that we've spoken to that's been able to see the all 22 because you had the whole stadium view. On them drives where Tua was taking sacks repeatedly.
Right.
I mean, did he need to uncork it there, or did we miss something? Was he just not like pulling the trigger, or was this something you saw in the secondary that he had no choice?
No, there was a couple opportunities where he had he took the sack and he had none, and there's some that he could have threw it down there. Don't worry about there's a chance you might get a pass interference in our favor, you know.
Well, the reason I asked is because I just wanted on the record from somebody that saw the whole view of the game before the argument starts later in the week. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
Because I wasn't really trying to nitpick the offense's problems last night. But with you on the ground right there, I wanted to get that out in the ether. You know what I mean? That, it's 50-50, basically.
Right.
So,
50-50, yeah. What I would say that in preserving the lead and the thing, it was 3 third down conversions that we made, that Tua made, that pretty much kept them at bay.
At the end there, right? Like I always keep telling people, we need to keep.
Yeah, not even at the end, even in the first drive. Even in the first drive was key because it led to a touchdown. Mm-hmm. Because remember, both teams scored 5 times.
Right.
We scored 2 touchdowns out of our 5. If he doesn't make the third down play on 2 of those occasions that led to 2 field goals and a touchdown, then we lose that. We could have lost that game.
Right. And Jalen Ramsey alluded to the same thing. That look, when it comes down to it, we were scoring tutties and they were scoring field goals.
Well, yeah, we only really scored 2, but that was key because third down conversion.
In the macro, they weren't matching our touchdowns. You know what I mean?
Right. And there was some key things on their side of the ball that prevented them, that allowed us to stop them on their chances of convert touchdowns.
Right.
So the defense gives a lot of credit.
Fred, you know what? You're a stand-up guy for coming up today. Because a lot of people like to loop you in with the crowd that doesn't show up when we win.
No, man, I show up, man. I show up.
I know. I was just clarifying that. Fred, though, I know that you are probably the leading detractor of Tua left in our fan base, the leading one. Okay. So, in fairness, okay, I know you just heard Crypto say that at least 50% of those issues on our offense earlier in the game were on Tua. Okay. And we know that, dang, you got to get out of there. You can't be taking 20-yard sacks. We know that. Okay. Definitely. Terrible. Just horrid. Horrendous. You know what I mean? The interception, horrendous. You ain't going to arm that ball in. You're Tua. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that could have led to them scoring a touchdown. But unfortunately, there was a personal foul on them that backed them up in the midfield.
Right. But, Fred, the question to you is, can we finally excuse that, given the fact that the man in the fourth quarter, when it mattered, when we really needed to hold on to the ball and get as much time off that clock.
I'm going to check in real quick.
Sure thing, man. He made some crucial throws to keep that drive growing, bro. And put his team on his shoulders.
Yeah. You know, this last night was one time. I, I can't say one
So do
time,
you understand where people can?
I understand what you mean,
No,
Color.
wait,
But
wait, real quick. No, no, no. I understand what I mean. Can you understand how a lot of his biggest fans are like, "Yo, it's a primetime game. It's a big game. There's a tough team on the other side. He made some stupid shit, but look what happened." Now, you and I would say, finally, but they're saying, look, he put the team on his shoulder. He does have the ability to do that and close out a game.
I mean, it happens.
Now,
It happened last
you and
night.
I know that that's the rare case,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that doesn't mean that it can't happen again. What I'm saying is, can you at least acknowledge that he has demonstrated the ability to do it? Whether he
Yes.
can do it over and over again, that's not the question.
Well, Color, that's what I was about to say. Like, he did it last night. So, when it mattered, he came through. But still, man,
Other question.
just
Now, the other question, not do
Mhm.
you think we're going to do it? Okay. But if, and this is a big if we execute on both sides of the ball the way we did last night, can you realistically, plausibly see us pulling off a 7-1 run?
I- no, I can't pull us. I can't see us pulling off a 7-1 run, bro. Can't
But
see it, man.
you are going from the perspective of if we perform the way we did last night, correct?
Yeah.
And you just don't
I'm
believe we can pull off 7-1. That's fair.
no,
I'm just
nah, I
saying,
just
as
don't.
long as
Nah,
you're looking through the lens of last night and are still saying that, then I can respect your opinion.
that's right,
Because
man. I'm looking.
I still think we're going to run into problems against super good teams if we have those problems we had on offense last night. Those
And
teams will make us pay for it.
let's not, man. Like, let's not forget, man. Like, uh, we we have problems with bum teams. You know what I mean? So,
That's correct. But I would put
you
the
know,
Rams somewhere in the middle of
yeah,
that.
something like that, or something. Yeah,
And
somewhere,
a team that
maybe
still has
slightly above the middle, maybe just slightly above the middle too.
and a team that still has a Super Bowl champion quarterback and arguably the best receiver in the league at his disposal.
No, I don't think we overcome that, bro. I don't think that
But we did last night. We kept
we
that
did
guy
last
out
night.
of the end zone,
Yes, we did. Yes, we did, man.
and we
And
did what we needed to do in the long run. We did what we needed to do on offense to end the game.
yeah, yeah. I mean,
Given
it
that
was a.
performance,
Mhm.
do you think it's possible?
I'd have to say no, Color.
Okay,
I'd have to
fair
say
enough.
no.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Because again,
However, man, I
I
do
see
want to
enough
put this.
problems.
I do
I
want
saw enough
to.
problems on offense that I can respect that opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, man. I do
I
have,
just
but
want
I
to
do
put
have.
you at the right. I've been on this mission to put you on the right level, bro,
Hey,
with
man.
everybody. I don't know
Well,
why. I just, that's me. Capitan,
I
what's
feel like
up, man?
I feel like Fred's been pretty consistent, right? I know he overreacts sometimes, but don't we all? Right?
yeah,
I
Kev, I
overreact.
do.
I'll overreact. I mean, dude, I've almost smashed my entire studio on more than one occasion, right? So,
But
um,
whether you think he did it, whether you think he can do it again or not, you
so
cannot deny that Tua put the team on his shoulders in the fourth quarter last
So
week.
I want to touch on this because I like this conversation. Shout out to you, Color, for getting it going here. Not a lot of people live right now, so it'd be nice if everybody hit the like button and get the likes up. We're doing sporadically timed shows, so the algorithm does not like that. But we got lives to live, so we need you guys, our day ones, that are in here all the time, making sure you're hitting the like button, so the algorithm will at least appreciate that.
YouTube needs to make a sports algorithm so that because they got to understand when we're playing on a Monday night, it's going to make our schedule erratic. You know what I mean? Like
I know, but you know what? It is what it is, man. I got a show I'm going to be doing tonight as well, and they ain't going to give me no love. It just is what it is, bro. I know it. So, but again, as we know, that's what we're always fighting against. But I do want to touch on this topic you're on right now because I really like it. Here's the thing I'm saying, right? Tua did something last night that we've been wanting to see from him at least the last 2 years, hoping that it would come to fruition. And it's obvious that that was the thing that he worked on this offseason to get, and that was extending plays by moving around in and out of the pocket. And he did that a couple of times. And it's that type of growth in his progression right now that is, to me, minus the injuries, it's the final key to him becoming a quarterback that we're perennially in the playoffs. Now, mind you, right, making those plays is good, but those mistakes, not that they wash him out, right, because it's going to take plays like that to overcome mistakes, but Tua, for all intents and purposes, plays pretty good mistake-free football
Right.
on the nose, right?
Right.
So if he can get a little bit, if he can have his cake and eat it too, while taking these minor progressive steps forward, while keeping his ability to play mistake free. I mean, if they can ever
And
line these up,
that's where I believe Mike McDaniel has been doing this team a disservice until last night. Because throwing the ball on 2nd and 12 when you got to salt the clock away is not the correct call to make.
It's not.
And
But
last night, he made the correct calls to give Tua a chance to get those damn first downs.
well, I'll say this, right? Miami Dolphins offense did something last night that we've been wanting them to do the last 3 weeks, last night included, and that's run in the final possession, run a 4-minute offense to run the clock down.
And that way, the couple passes you do make only have to be for 7 yards. So what did Tua do? He got himself right out the pocket because he was tired of taking a beating all night and rolled out to find a guy for a 7-yard first down. That's
and I want to
easy to do.
I want to speak on that, right? Because from what I could see, I didn't realize the Rams had a top defensive line, and I don't think anyone would say that they did. But obviously, in watching the tape for the Miami Dolphins on defense, they liked their personnel on the line to have success. And Miami Dolphins offense, that's what they need to work on this week, because that offensive line was getting bullied around out there, and they have got to clean that up. Right time, bro. Austin Jackson being out, I don't want to hear it. I mean, okay, it's something, but damn, bro, they got bullied around.
Same with Zach Sealer. We won't know that actual effect until Jackson comes back, but he's on IR, so we're not going to see that for another at least 4 games.
It was significant, I'm sure, but I saw Teron Armstead get out of position. I saw Robert Jones get smoked on more than one occasion.
But again, Cap, like you said, if they got a top defensive line, look, as Crypto always says, the other guys get paid millions of dollars to do their job too.
Culler, they don't have a top defensive line. I'm saying they schemed it up on one-on-one matchups and gave us fits all day.
Right, because they know that the key to beating our offense is disrupting that rhythm.
I mean, obviously, yes, but I'm just saying, right? Tua, with the mistakes and the plays he made, dealt with that happening in the trenches all night. So I got to give him that too.
And again, Cap, maybe I might be going a little far, okay, but I started to see signs in the fourth quarter on that last drive, a la getting out of the pocket and finding that first down. I'm starting to see signs that the game is slowing down, bro. Finally. Like, when he was taking those sacks up the middle like that, it's like something just finally hit him like, yo, I cannot take that again. You know what I mean? And so when he rolled out, it was like he caught the signal that that's what was going to happen right at the snap of the ball. And he said, no, boom, squirted out. F that, opened himself up all kinds of field and all kinds of time and found a guy wide open. That big throw to Waddle, that's another one where it's like, yo, you now did exactly what you needed to do. You squirted out of a good pocket to the wide open part of the field, opened a whole field up to yourself, and wow, look, Waddle's standing there all by himself. It's pitch and catch.
I mean, and of course, I don't like to be it with this, like kind of in the middle, who played better, the offense or the defense, man. But I'm going to have to, tip my hat to the defense last night of the Dolphins, man. They came up with some big plays, man, and after some awful mistakes, they didn't give up anything. Touchdowns anyway, for us to hold on to
They
that, bro.
walked in there with the right mentality. They walked in there
Exactly,
and
man.
thought to themselves, ain't nobody gonna fucking trash me at the end of this game.
I mean, because to me, Tua had an okay game, but he did make some clutch mistakes, man. That if the defense wasn't up to par like it was yesterday, could have easily been touchdown drives on us, man, and could have just ruined it, just ruined everything, man. So I'm going to have to give this one to the defense, man.
Oh, of course. I mean, of course, bro. Bottom line
And
is
that's not,
Matt
and that's not
Stafford.
the
Bottom
crap
line
one
is
too.
Matt Stafford. That's Matt Stafford and Cooper Kupp.
Yeah,
And
man. And
we
this is
we
not the
we
crap
made we
one.
made it we made enough mistakes on offense for them to make us pay for that.
Right.
Absolutely.
And like I was going to say, it's not to try to crap onto his game that he
No,
had
no.
last night.
That's
No,
why I'm
but
leading. That's why I'm leading with talking about where he improved
yeah,
in his
yeah.
career last night, rather than just say, "Oh yeah, dude." It's like, really, Ryan Tannehill, bro. Come on, man. You're gonna get out of the damn pocket once in your life, you know. Instead of
Yeah.
all that, it's like, yo, he did that.
Real quick, Jose in chat saying our defense did what our defense did last night proves Flores is trash. Flores couldn't stop the Rams. That's not true. Last time we
Stop
beat
the
the Rams with the
Ravens. What are you
Flores
talking about?
defense, he beat the Rams, and I want to say defense scored a touchdown and special teams scored a touchdown. There was a pick six by fucking
Yeah.
Andrew Van Ginkel in that game. I want to say the offense only got 10 points, and they beat them by 2 touchdowns. The defense and
While we
special
were
teams got
tanking,
touchdowns.
Well,
we were tanking and beat the
In
Rams.
Tua's first
don't
game,
forget.
in Tua Tagovailoa's first game ever being played, too, from start to finish.
Yeah, and don't forget the first time Tua faced the Ravens, we shut Lamar down that entire night. They had 9 points on offense.
Oh, you're talking about the Vikings. Well, remember, he's the freaking
Oh.
DC. I don't know. I mean, they beat him in overtime. I mean, look, again, the Vikings look like that offense is coming right back down to fucking reality as of late, but there's still only 2 losses. So, I mean, how bad can they really be? That's neither here nor there, right? I thought you were talking about the Dolphins. Look, first of all, Anthony Weaver. I mean, dialing up those blitzes and dialing up those first down stunt, like those first down inside stunt moves, they were getting it. It was almost like they knew, all right, they're going to try to pass on first down here. Every time they dial that inside stunt move, or they'd have both tackles stunt outside and both ends stunt inside, and it just created problems. And it put them behind the sticks so often that it came to 3rd and long, and they were showing blitz, dropping guys back into coverage, showing blitz, bringing half from one side. I remember the play. They bring everybody on the one side and force Stafford right to fucking Campbell, who just has to do his job. And he sat there down. The O-line took the defensive rush the way it was supposed to, and it was a man-to-man with Campbell on the tackle who had no shot of holding him. And that's how Campbell got the sack. Weaver, and there was some questions about Walker being our starting linebacker over David Long Jr. Walker deep in coverage out there. That guy looks for real. I got to say, Anthony Weaver, with all the adjustments he's had to make on the D-line specifically with injuries from the start of the season to where he started in the offseason, I mean, bravo. The guy is killing it, man. I'm thoroughly impressed. Still, the Dolphins remain one of the best teams in the league on 3rd down and scoring defense. Like, I mean, say what you want, but the Dolphins' defense is is the more ready of the two teams right now. Now the Dolphins offense took some steps forward. Can that continue?
Well,
That's what we're waiting to see.
we also have a way better secondary. I'm looking at the box score from that game against the Vikings, and Matt Stafford tore up their secondary. Like every one of their receivers has 4 receptions, man. Like all the way down the chart, dude. Like he tore up their secondary, man. So you can credit that right there to Jalen Ramsey and the boys last night.
Yeah, I must say, man,
The only people he could find was Cup and Nakua all night. You know what I mean?
I gotta say, Ramsey's balling, man. Ramsey's balling. To be one of the older guys on the team, Ramsey's absolutely killing it, man. He's balling out.
To a Tuesday, we're just giving credit where it's due. We've always been objective here.
Giving everybody
horrendous 3 quarters Tua played. Man, the first quarter, I'll give him the first.
Yeah, those first couple of drives are all right.
Absolutely horrid series, like 3 in a row. They could have lost us the game. Yet he came back in the fourth quarter, compartmentalized all that shit like good quarterbacks do, and put the team on his shoulders to get the game closed out. And I'm going to credit him all day for that's precisely what good quarterbacks do. For me to call him a good quarterback and an upper echelon quarterback, that's what he has to do. Josh Allen had a terrible game last week, 2 interceptions. Yet they took care of business against the Colts. Because
I just don't see a color, man, where the guy gets to he can be an upper echelon quarterback.
Because you've only seen it once. And that's
hold up real quick. So to me, right, this type of execution of the 4-minute offense at the end of the game to put the game away is equal to the type of execution that the Dolphins had last year when they played the Dallas Cowboys, and the game plan was to reel it back from the high-flying offense and be balanced and wear the Cowboys down at home.
Right.
Both of those are huge. Both of those are huge steps. And to me, you need more games that you can do those types of things in to become an elite football team.
And that's a perfect game to bring up, Cap, because that was all field goals that night. And guess what, Fred? Dallas ended up with the same number of points that the Rams did last night.
About that.
Think about if we converted 2 of those field goals that night against Dallas into touchdowns, and that's effectively what we did last night.
Yeah.
That can beat anybody.
Yeah.
On any given night, that can beat anybody. That's not going to consistently beat everybody, but a performance like that last night can beat anybody.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
What's up, Lakers? How you doing?
Hey, I want to say something about our quarterback.
The most chill Dolphins fan in the community, by the way.
I want to say something about our quarterback. This man still looks like a rookie. Like he still looks like a rookie, because if you notice, like, he's bad in man-to-man defense, but he's okay in the zone defense. But then in the first 2 quarters, he was looking like a rookie. You know what I'm saying? But people are not talking about, you know what I'm saying, how bad he looked in the first 2 quarters. They're all talking about the third and fourth quarter.
Well, I just feel like Lakers. I feel like there's a whole week to do that. Because the critical thing that we wanted to see improve is that what Cap is talking about, that 4-minute offense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that. But if we're trying to say that he's one of these top echelon quarterbacks, and you want him to go you want the Dolphins to go to the playoffs and beat these good teams.
Well, real quick,
he can't be having these.
That's true. That's absolutely true, Lakers.
First quarter nonsense, and then
that's absolutely true, because we need to get as many points as we can when we can. So I agree with you there, and I just want to correct real quick what I had said.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't saying Tua is that upper echelon quarterback
Yeah, no,
yet.
I got
I'm
you.
simply saying that what he did last night is what the upper echelon quarterbacks do when they're having a bad game and it ain't going and they're looking like a rookie all day. And then in the fourth quarter, when it came down to crunch time and really saying, look, we got to execute here or we're losing this game.
Mm-hmm.
He did it.
Yeah, no. I'm not gonna say yes, he did it, but
But
I'm saying
what I'm
like,
saying is we haven't seen that in 3 years, so we got to start somewhere. Do I think
yeah,
that's
Man,
going to happen
3
consistently?
years. Oh,
I can't
3
say.
years, Colin.
no, I understand that, bro. But he's still doing the same thing. He's still looking at one guy and throwing the ball there. He's still looking at,
Sure.
you know
But
what
the
I'm saying?
Caps
There's
point,
still, come on now.
last year, that wasn't an issue for us last year.
Uh-huh.
Like that was the part he was executing just fine. It was this part last night that he wasn't. So now what I'm hoping is the man can just put it all together consistently.
Bro, it's gonna be a long time until he does that. That's all I
Well,
gotta say.
maybe. But I tell you this, with him fixing the part that is the major issue,
Mm-hmm.
if he can do it consistently, that's the part that can help us win despite the mistakes in the second and third quarters. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there should not be no mistakes when the
There
Rams
shouldn't be.
defense
You're
is not
right. But there
like
shouldn't
there
be. But as
should that
Crypto always says,
nah
the other
ain't
team
none.
gets paid too.
Yeah, but I mean,
I mean,
why
we put up
is
a 7. We put up a 7 in the third quarter, dude. We came out at halftime and put up a 7. That's what we need to do to win.
yeah?
That's what every team needs to do to win.
But that's but yeah, put up a 7, but that's all you did though. Like you
Yeah,
only put up
but
a 7 point, but that's it.
my point is, yeah, you want to put up as many as you can, but if you're putting up less than 7 against the top teams in the third quarter, you're always gonna lose.
Yeah, I just feel like he need to tighten up his
To my point,
nonsense. I just
the Rams put up a goose egg in the third quarter last night. You don't
Yeah,
think that would have helped them? You know what I mean?
yeah, all those, you know, what I'm saying that could have helped them. But
I'll be
I
honest, it
just,
seemed like the Rams was checked out that game
They had
early.
they had
was
the ball
believing
to start the
around.
second half, and they put up a goose egg in the third
Hey,
quarter.
Crypto, you
Yeah.
sound terrible, Crypto. Damn.
yeah, because
You
you might
sound
need to come
terrible.
back in and come back out. But I mean, my problem, the reason why I'm so like I'm cool about like the Dolphins winning, but it's just that you can't be looking, you still can't be having these, you know what I'm saying, these lows and highs. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
you're absolutely right.
You're
You're
a low key
absolutely
a
right.
three. You're low key a 3-year,
You're
4-year
absolutely
quarterback.
right. But you know what allows you to get away with that stuff? I'm not
What?
saying you get away with it in other words, to this is a point Nene always makes.
Mhm.
I'm not saying ignore it.
Mhm.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, leading up to this next game, when we're talking about things we need to make sure we fix to beat the Raiders, we're going to have to be looking at that stuff you're talking about, Lakers, for sure. But what I'm saying is, when you're leading, and I don't know if I'm correct about this, but I feel like I don't remember a time that the Rams were leading last night. So
No,
when
they
you're
weren't.
leading
Mhm.
for the entire ball game,
Mhm.
most of the game by two possessions, you have time to fix those mistakes. You're buying yourself time to fix those mistakes because those mistakes are gonna happen, bro. And I'm not trying to excuse them by saying that. I'm saying that it's wholly different when you're trying to catch up all day making those mistakes.
Yeah, you're right. But we was winning the game though, and
That's
you're
what I'm
still
saying. We were
and
leading the whole day.
yeah.
That's domination, bro.
I mean, yeah, domination. But I mean
I wouldn't
that
classify it as domination.
But what I'm saying in poker, when you flip over your cards and the other guy flips over his, and you've got ace king and he's got ace queen, that's domination.
Yeah, but Culler, but but check
No,
this out,
that's
right?
not the case. We wasn't
Yo, Culler, but check
dominating.
this out, right? If the Rams had an elite quarterback, and you know what I'm saying, and their defense was stout defense, that offense, that Ram offense, could have came back and scored some points
Of course they could have.
because
Of
of
course they could have.
how our quarterback looked in the
Right.
first 2 quarters.
And that's why we have to shout out our defense for having an exceptional performance last night.
Yeah,
Exactly.
But our
Exactly.
offense has to know. You're right, Lakers. And this is the point that Cap and I have been trying to drive home about not blaming the defense. because you're not going to get that exceptional performance out of your defense every single game. You're just not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're not.
Lewis, my man, bro. First of all, I want to say this, and I said it earlier in the space, but I want to say it for this audience too. I don't care anymore, Lewis, if we blame the defense for last week. I am totally not beating that dead horse anymore. But what I want to do is say, you were spot on for saying it and screaming it at the top of your lungs, because if they heard you, then that wins on you last night, buddy. And keep doing it. Keep screaming at the defense, bro, as much as you can, because it worked.
Well, I appreciate that, Culler. And I'm just trying to be objective to everything. Like,
Sure.
Tua was awful yesterday.
Trash.
He was awful.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not hard for me to say it. What bothers me, and again, I've been listening. This has been a great conversation.
I'm sorry, Lewis. Can you guys hear me? I'm just doing a mic check.
Yeah, you're good.
No, we got you.
All right. I'm sorry.
What bothers me is these false narratives that we have about all these other quarterbacks except Tua.
Mm-hmm.
That's what bothers me, right? Because I think it was Tua Tuesdays. I was in the comments, and he's spot on, right? And it's a credit to our defense. Our defense played great. I'm not trying to. When I say this, it's not about the defense. But when I'm hearing Lakers all day say, "Well, it can't be inconsistent from the quarterback position and this and that."
Just wait a second. He might have got a phone call.
All right, but
I'm sorry. I got a phone call. Rick, I'm sorry. I got a phone call. Can y'all hear me?
yeah, we good. Yeah, you hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. See, the inconsistent, right? Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't 2 Tuesdays in the chat just tell you how 2 weeks ago Matthew Stafford absolutely lit up the Minnesota Viking defense? Lit them up. Was hitting like 6, 7, 8 different receivers. That was 2 weeks ago, right? Now, again, Tua played like dog shit yesterday, right? We can all admit that. You know who also played like dog shit? That quarterback that looked like he was on fire 2 weeks ago in Matthew Stafford.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when we have these,
our defense played well.
When we talk and we're like, man, Tua's the most inconsistent. Bro, we're seeing it across the league. I know crypto. I'm not going to argue semantics with you. I'm just throwing facts out there. Because I do think Jordan Love is a good quarterback. I think he's good, right? He has the arm strength, he has the mobility, he has the size, he has all that. He is also the only quarterback that started every game this season that he starts. He has thrown an interception or more in every game this season.
Well, this is where, Lewis, you're absolutely spot on. Well, real quick, because here's the thing. I believe we have a good defense. Last night was an exceptional performance, but I think that it's fair to acknowledge that you don't fix that much stuff in 1 week. So there is something to be said about Matt Stafford failing his team as well last night.
No, he failed big time.
Because Kyler Murray and Josh Allen had no problem carving up our defense when they needed to.
And that's a very good point, Culler, with the Arizona games, right? I don't think, and this is why I didn't kill the defense against Arizona.
I think the difference between the other two when we face mobile quarterbacks, that's why our defense struggles. Matt Stafford's
a fair point. That's a fair point.
Hey, you are so right about that, bro. Like, we are trash.
And we always play them, it seems like.
We're trash.
Like, even Anthony Richardson created, more time for himself, and he was able to scramble, right? And I know that he wasn't good in the passing aspect, but I mean, we struggle with
right, and that's fair. But you know how a guy like Matt Stafford overcomes that not having that ability is what Lewis just said. He carves up the secondary by using 10 different receivers.
Right, provided his offensive line is going like our pass rush. They had 17 pressures. Their offensive line was just absolutely awful.
true.
We definitely got at the quarterback, man.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, we definitely
That's
made
true.
things
But
uncomfortable
I'm
for
pretty sure
Matthew Stafford.
Minnesota got after him too.
Not to the degree we did.
Well, let's see. I haven't looked. I mean, I won't
I
follow
don't
all
know
their
the
games.
pressure.
You know
I
what
don't
I
know
mean?
the total pressures either because Flores plays an attacking style.
Well,
but-
I'm just looking at cursory here. Like
Okay.
when I look, what week was that? 8?
2 weeks ago.
I forgot they even played the Vikings.
Just a cursory look here. The Vikings did have an interception, 0 sacks on Stafford. So their line held up better, or Flores' defense didn't get as much rush.
Like I don't know.
However,
Yeah. Sorry, go
well,
ahead.
I don't know though, because I'm looking at their defensive stats, 71 combined tackles to the Rams is 54.
Right.
So, and we're talking about 6 tackles for loss. So their defense was stout, bro.
Oh, I agree. The defense on both sides. That was a defensive. Both defenses can definitely hold their head up high.
Seems like because Stafford
What was
constantly
the score of that
pouring
game?
on,
I forget that.
you know,
What was the score of that game?
it seems like 30-20. It seems like Stafford constantly pouring it on all his different receivers ended up being the difference, bro. That's what it looks like to me.
Oh, we were
He's
lucky.
avoiding the sacks because he's finding 25 different receivers.
Yeah, and again, right? I just hope this defense keeps up what they're doing. They should over the next 2
Well,
weeks.
again, and I'll point out that we can't compare these two defenses anyway. First of all, they're two different schemes. Secondly, nobody is going to talk. Nobody even knows who. Give me one name in the Vikings secondary.
Yeah, I can't do it.
We got
Flores used to play with no namers.
We got Jalen Ramsey, Javon Holland, Kyle Fuller, and who else? You know what I mean? Cater Co. Like, you know, I can't even name one of their freaking DBs.
Speaking of Fuller, is he going to miss time? Because I have no faith in Cam Smith. They were absolutely
No, in the concussion protocol.
Cup and Nakua were both toasting Smith once he came into the game. It was
Marcus
bad.
May's got some issues, bro. Marcus May has some issues, man.
Marcus
and
May,
I don't even.
and Smith also has big issues.
Here's the interesting thing: is that when Kohu got hurt, we saw Marcus May. Well, he's a safety.
Yeah.
So what's happening when Kohu gets hurt? It seems like Weaver is rotating all the personnel and the scheme itself in the secondary to where Marcus May seems to be the linchpin that Cater Kohu would operate as, even though they're both in different positions.
Yeah.
Because every time we see Kohu out of the game, May's getting burned. And he's not even in the same position. He's not coming in for Kohu. They're like changing when Kohu goes out. Yeah, Kendall. I'm sorry about that, Jose.
I tell you what looks.
I try to stay away from Will, and then I go right to Kyle. It's Kendall.
Maybe it's only one game, but it seems to me that Walker would be a more sufficient middle linebacker than David Long Jr. Man,
Walker has had a crucial interception last night.
Crucial interception, yes. Like I said, in he was in the secondary, man. It looked to me, man. He had guys. He was sticking guys in the secondary. You know, didn't pick the wrong hole to run up in when the Rams handed the ball off. You know, didn't overcommit.
And also, Javon Holland got a sack, right?
Yes.
So,
yeah.
So what's that tell you? Whenever you're one of your DBs is getting a sack, is recording a sack, that means that's on your DC. Your DC is dialing up the blitz at the right time.
Yeah.
That's an indicator, I should say, of that.
Very true.
So that's how I know I can give a little credit to Weaver last night for calling a good game, because that's how a DB gets a sack. I mean, you know, they're usually getting burned by a run, by an off-tackle run or something.
I got to give Weaver a lot of credit, I must say, because I didn't expect them to hold the Rams to no touchdowns, and that receiving core is a very good receiving core. You know, again, take nothing away from the defense. They locked it down and held the Rams to field goals all night long. So kudos to the defense.
But you know what? Mr. Negative? This goes back to, even though we had problems on offense, we did enough early in the game to jump out to a 2-possession lead.
Right. And that's where
when you have a 2-possession lead, your defense can do whatever it wants. It's no different than Mr. Negative. What side of the ball in baseball is the pitcher considered to be on?
Defense.
Defense, right. Now when there's my agent calling me to brag about the win last night. Anyway, he thinks he's gonna get me to buy season tickets just because we won last night. Because I told him we weren't. I told him how it was going to go if we lost. I told him that we were not going to be able to salt the clock away if we lost. And turns out we salted the clock away. Holy shit, we fixed that problem. Anyway, at least once anyway. But Mr. Negative, so back to the baseball analogy.
Yep.
If you are the home
team, fans heading back to Miami, yo.
Right on.
Yeah, they're getting on the plane right now.
On the plane?
Yeah, no, the people that's going to Miami in the same gate. I got to wait another 2 hours before my plane gets at the same gate.
Right on.
I was thinking about hopping on and hitchhiking a ride to Miami, and then head up to DC.
What you do, Crypto, is you pull out that collared dolphin shirt that you have, right?
Yeah, I'm wearing it right now.
You put that you have that on, and you put your hat on, and put something around your neck in a lanyard. And just walk over there like you belong there, and you probably walk right onto the plane, and nobody even, you know what I mean?
Crypto, I have a question for you.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a question for Crypto, actually. Crypto, what was
what's up, Mr. Negative?
Yeah, good chatting with you. What was the crowd like last night? It looked like it was a pro-Miami crowd.
It was. We had about, I would say, between 25 and 30% there.
So
it was pretty decent showing. You'll be surprised how many California.
So Los Angeles still doesn't care about the Rams or the Chargers then?
Pretty much.
Okay.
You'd be surprised how many people live here that, either vacation here or just live here that's just Dolphin fans who just moved out here.
Right. Okay, cool.
So before S. Harris blows a lid, because he thinks he knows where I'm going with this baseball analogy, I'm actually trying to hype up the offense here, S. Harris, if you'd let me finish, but of course they don't. They're like knee jerkers, every one of them in the chat. Anyway, Mr. Negative, so let's say you're the home team and you bat second, right?
Yep.
And it's the World Series.
Yep.
And you've got your best pitcher, your curveball pitcher. You know what I mean? Your Adam Wainwright or your
specialist,
or your
closer,
Kershaw or whoever, right?
Yep.
And the other team or your team starts off at bat.
Yep.
No, wait.
Yeah, you want to put up a lead, right? You want to have a 4-run first.
Well, hold on. Other way around. Your team starts off at bat, and you smack the other team up for like 3 runs in the first inning.
Mm-hmm.
What is your curveball pitcher now able to do when your defense comes out and he takes the mound right off the bat without having to feel out any batters or nothing? What is he allowed to do now?
He's allowed to go to his pitches that work.
He's allowed to throw his nasty, risky shit.
Yep.
Because so what if I have a hanging slider and it gets blasted out of the park? I'm up 3-0 right now. I can give up 1.
No, and Culler again.
What does that end up doing though for the pitcher?
Yep. Again, it
confidence, man.
Throw the nastiest shit and they can't hit him. It
Right.
ends up compounding.
And the funny part is that our hitters actually tried to give it back to the, to put it in the pitcher's hands, right? We kept relying on the pitcher because we did everything we could in that first half with bad execution, with poor play by the offense.
Yeah.
We tried to the defense, thank God, caused the Rams to play,
Well, our team, because of the environment of Miami, because of tradition, okay, because of the fact that we all have a shrine to Jason Taylor in our bedroom, okay? Don't lie, you do. Okay.
I actually don't, but I do have I have a Marino helmet, a Cleveland helmet, and a Ricky Williams signed helmet. All offensive guys.
The point being is that Our defense is built for that type of football, and our
Okay.
offense as well. Lewis has made this point repeatedly.
Yeah, we got to play with a lead. It's always
Right, and a big lead, like a 2-possession lead.
yeah.
Because what happens is your defense can now go F their running game. We'll worry about that on the way to the quarterback.
Yeah, you can make it one-dimensional. That's absolutely, for certain. I mean, again, hey, we've seen this defense play with the lead and give it up. So, I mean, we've seen both
and that's
sides.
what I'm saying. Our defense, I believe, myself, opinion, is good enough that if you just have a 10-point lead, it starts snowballing with them. And boom.
And
seeing what we saw last night.
Sometimes, but I mean, people love to go back to that Titans game last year, right? Where 3 minutes ago we had a 14-point lead or 13.
But again, your offense can't pick up 10 yards in that situation. Look what happened last night, Mr. Negative, when we needed 6.
No, I get it.
Tua got us 7.
Yeah, we're able to. What you mean? The end of the game, we're able to drive for a field goal, like in the second half.
To get the 3 points back.
I'm talking about at the end of the game.
Yeah, to solve
when we're up by 7.
Yeah, we
and he says, you know what? This ain't Tennessee from last year. All I need is 6 measly yards.
Yep. Sometimes we're going to get it. Other times we're not. That's just the way it's going to go.
But it's mentality, bro, is what I'm saying.
I get that, and hopefully,
and last night Tua had the right mentality in that moment.
Hopefully, the mentality will be there more consistently because that's.
I agree. Consistently.
You got to build on it.
Now, my point is, in that moment last night, Tua had the right mentality.
He did. No, he did. I can't say that he didn't. I just need to see it more consistently from him. We're paying him over $200 million. He needs to be the best player out there every Sunday. He just does.
He made 3 key plays in the game that kept them at arm's length.
What you're talking about, Mr. Negative, is the next step for any athlete.
Right. From his own
words. Real quick, because I say it about Brady all the time. You've heard me say this a lot. That the guy treated every single play like it was the last one he was ever going to play.
The right mentality. And
so now, the right mentality. Now, given if Tua were to apply that mentality in a similar way to the entire 60 minutes of the game, that's what I'm waiting to see next.
Well, I mean, hopefully we see it soon because we haven't seen it.
But because of last night, because we did see it.
Okay, so in the Raiders,
December's not here yet.
Finish my statement. Because of what we saw last night, because we saw him do it, he himself has bought himself time to keep that going. To try to keep that
I don't think he bought himself time. He already reserved the time he already had because it's November.
Okay,
it's not December yet, so he didn't buy himself time. He just reserved the time.
About in the minds of the fans and all that, bro. I'm
talking
about the fact that we got the Raiders coming up next. They don't even want to win. And if we get the performance we got last night from our team as a whole, we are already 4-6. You can already count us 4-6.
The Raiders is only 1 game behind them. I don't understand why they wouldn't want to win and spoil the team that's in front of them a chance.
Because they need a quarterback.
Well, they needed one last year. They played us to a 7-point game in their own building.
Fine. So what if they do? We still have to play the way we played last night anyway.
I think
I'm just saying, ain't no team is going to lay down.
That's
especially
true.
when you're in 1 game.
But there ain't no team of the quality of the Raiders that will beat us if we play the way we played last night.
I don't know about that. That's not necessarily true.
I just want to touch on this.
We can't last because the Raiders and the Rams are 2 different teams.
I just want to touch on this wanting and
every part of
and hoping. And hoping that's the word there. Hoping that Tua can have more games like he did.
What else you gonna
last
do?
Night in the cup.
What else you gonna do?
But if you're paying a guy $200 million, you're not hoping this guy can come through like that. You can hope and wishing and waiting to see him do it, man. You're paying a guy $200 million because he's already
play last night to beat the Raiders. That's why the part ways.
What you're saying, Fred, don't make any sense because you're telling me that you turn on your TV to not hope. That's
And then
stupid. I'm
I don't
sorry.
think you can get away with the mistakes that we had in last night's game and beat the Raiders because the Raiders went into Baltimore and erased a 10-point lead and beat a good Baltimore team. We can't play sloppy and expect to beat them the same way. It's a totally different makeup.
They got the link, CB83, because it's pinned in the chat, bro. Are you blind? They're not.
I don't think we can afford to play like this against the Raiders.
And hold on. If you can't see the link, CB83, it's because you're not participating and you didn't vote in the poll. The poll is likely covering up your pinned link. So vote in the poll and stop being non-participatory.
Oh, that was a poll out there? I missed the poll. What poll?
It is pinned in the chat. I'm looking at it right now. You just because you dismissed it, don't mean it. Just because you dismissed it, don't mean it's not pinned in the chat.
Yeah, Culler, man. I just don't.
I'll put it in again. I'll put it in again. There.
Fred,
you're not even going to click it anyway.
Fred, don't worry. Fred, don't worry. Chris Greer's on his way with your fix of hopium. He's on his way. He's coming to the house.
$200 million for hope, man.
Yeah,
for hoping.
I wish you would. I wish you would click the link and come up so you can come up here and cook Fred on his lack of hope.
You could have made him play on his 5th year and hope that way. How about that?
Well, we could have, but we didn't.
Fred, I know, man. That's a big mistake.
So just because we paid him, hold on, Crypto, I got this. So just because we paid him, and I didn't think we should, that means I shouldn't have hope anymore? I would have had the same hope whether we paid him or not.
On, man. If you pay a guy $200 million, man, you know he's above.
Increase my hope.
We're hoping Tua can come through with at times in games.
Getting larger don't increase my hope, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
CB83, how's it going? Hey, I got a question for you, CB83. If my pocketbook got larger, would it increase your hope?
For hope for what?
No, it'll go down.
For anything.
Hey, it would increase my hope for you being able to help me.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, if your pocketbook got larger, and I know you, I'm an associate of you. I may cash out on that too. You may be more generous at some point.
All right, that's fair.
Maybe CB83, I'll give you that. But they're not generous in Orlando.
What's going on today? How we feeling, man?
I'm trying to tell Fred why.
We're just getting by, man. I'm getting by. I'm stuck in the airport. No, I'm not stuck at the airport.
CB83, I'm trying to tell Fred why Tua getting paid when he shouldn't increase or decrease anybody's hope.
Well, there's a Culler. You have to understand, there are just some people that want to be miserable, right? And they want to harp on Tua being a bad quarterback and not being the quarterback for the franchise. So some people you just won't get through to, and you got to realize.
I don't think nobody thinks Tua's bad, CB83.
Well, it's fair. It's fair. So hold on.
Fred is actually a souvenir. Fred is actually a souvenir.
Hold on a second.
Fred is not a souvenir. He's the wolf.
Hold on, guys. Hold on,
he
guys.
actually loves that guy.
It is fair. It is fair. Hold on.
Miserable.
Hold on a second, guys. It is fair. It is fair for Fred to not have hope. What I don't think is logical, what I think is irrational, is turning on the TV when you don't have any hope. Like, hope is the only thing I got left. If I don't have hope, I'm not turning on the TV.
I turn on the TV because I like
and you're
football.
right. And you're right. My thing is, why be a fan of a team if you don't agree with the direction the team is moving in? You don't agree with the moves. You hate the quarterback.
Can I answer this question?
I feel like
Please
it's very
do, Mr. Negative, because to me it's about hope. If you
I would like to answer.
Be a fan, but other than that,
I'll tell you why I'm a fan of the Dolphins, because I started liking this team in 1983. I don't just get off my teams like maybe
Patriots. And me before, exactly.
Like when
who just gets off their team?
Well, let me.
But
Let's
why
finish up.
put
I'll finish
yourself
up
through
Hold
quick.
this
on, guys.
type of
Let
I
him, let him
will
misery,
finish
finish.
up
though?
Let him
quickly.
finish.
I will finish up quickly. I once I pick a team, I stay with that team. I'm a White Sox fan. They just basically had the worst historical season ever in history. I'm still a White Sox fan. I don't switch teams. I'm not a bandwagon jumper. I'm not a Patriots fan because they won 6 titles. I'm not a whatever fan because they keep winning Dodgers year after year. I don't do that, CB. What I do is I hope that the team, the organization, stops doing the same buffoonery that they do year after year. That's my
Okay, so
hope.
Mr. Negative, can I
That's
ask you a
my
question?
Buffoonery, I tell you.
Yeah, so can I
Buffoonery,
That is
my
my
good
hope,
so
sir.
can I ask
right?
you a
That's what
question?
my hope is.
Can I ask you a question? And
Go ahead.
this is for all the people out there. This
Go
is for
ahead.
everybody out there in the Dolphins atmosphere.
Go ahead.
At some point, when do you become the stupid person for allowing yourself to be put through this misery? When do you become stupid and the Dolphins aren't stupid anymore? And this is a real good
When
question for
you, I'll
everybody.
answer that. I'll answer
Well,
that,
wait,
CB83.
because
Hold on. I
I'm
want to
not
answer
finished.
that.
I'm
I want to
not
answer
finished.
You
that.
know what,
Can I
man?
can
I
I
want to
can I
answer that because it's partly what I'm trying to tell Fred. You
And I will answer
you
it as well.
become stupid when you lose hope and continue to watch. That's when you become stupid, in my opinion.
You're
No,
right. I'm
I like football.
You're right.
I like
so
my team. I like
color
my
that's
team. I
so
like
hold
my
on.
team that I've been watching for years, man. And if they're at two and six,
And I'm
how about
trying to
this?
tell you,
I'm
Fred.
still going to watch them. I'm
Okay,
still going to watch
you know
them.
why?
You know,
You know why? Because despite whether you want to admit it or not, you haven't lost hope. That's what I'm trying to say.
Or not, maybe
no, you're right.
color, maybe it's this though.
I
Hold up,
haven't
hold up.
lost hope in the team. I have lost hope in our quarterback.
But I get what you're saying.
I haven't lost hope in the team.
Fred,
I've lost hope in our quarterback.
I
Everybody.
understand.
The quarterback is part of the team, Fred.
I
I
understand.
understand that. I understand that, man. But come on, we can look at the mistakes the guy made last night. Just
Fred, what
silly
does it
mistakes,
cost
man.
you
But
though? What does it
if
cost
it
you to
wasn't for the
hope?
defense, we
Fred,
lose that.
Fred, what does it cost you as a fan to hope? Hope is so subjective, bro. What does
But
it cost you to
color,
hope?
can I ask another question real quick? So I heard you guys' answers, right? So this is my thing, right? So I understand you said there's still hope. You're still a fan. You're still this. But at some point, you become and I think what it is, you guys are so fascinated with the negativity right now that you relish in it. I think you're happy being a Dolphin fan right now because you're happy being negative to the Dolphins, and you're happy killing Tua every time he has a bad performance. And I
This
think
isn't
that's
just about
I think
Tua.
but
This isn't
but
about just Tua,
but
CB. It's not just
but
about
This
him.
guy,
but this
man.
is what
My
can I
my
finish?
disdain
Can
is
I
for
finish real
Greer,
quick?
it's for McDaniel,
But
it's for the
but
whole
Yeah,
organization.
let
but
him
Mr.
finish, Mr. Negative. Let him finish.
But Mr. Negative, and this is what I want you to understand. I think some people in the Dolphins community have gotten to the point where they are just so fascinated with the negative and being the villain, right? Being the villain in the community that you relish in it. And that's what I want you guys. And honestly, you may be that. So if you are
I'm
that,
not
you
that
can
though.
you've embraced
Painting
it.
me as a person who's not like that at all. I'm fed up with 24 years of no playoff wins. That's what I'm fed up with. I have a right to be negative. They
But
made me that way. They
it's
made me
really
negative.
but I can't. But see, this is the thing. I can't be negative over something, and I can't like
And that's
relish in
the
it.
problem because the
But this
Dolphins
is
love fans like yourself.
Exactly. That's the
but this is
problem.
my
That's
thing.
the problem.
But this is the thing. I can't control it. It's out of my
It doesn't
control.
matter if you can control it, CB. It's still having an opinion and doing what is right. You know what? If they're doing things wrong, not every move is going to work out. Not every
But
move is the
but
correct
Mr.
move.
Negative, there are 20 other franchises, 25 other franchises not winning Super Bowls
Why do
in
we
the
do
past.
that? I don't care about those other 25 franchises. They can fix
But
their own
Exactly, bro.
problem.
but you got
Stop
but you
making
got
it
to
about what other
everybody doesn't
franchises are doing, man.
Guys
everybody doesn't
always
win
do
Super
that. You
everybody
talk
doesn't
about
win
other
Super Bowls.
franchises like I should give a crap. I don't care about 25 other teams. I don't care.
Same here.
But see, that's that.
I don't
But you
care what
can't.
25 other
But see,
teams are doing.
That makes you feel better to bring those other
because
teams
you
up. Like,
can't.
yes, continue
You can't put
on.
context to it.
I'm putting context to
You're
it.
not putting
24 years
context
without
to
a
it,
damn playoff win is context. We are literally the laughing stock. That's the longest streak in pro sports. In all the 4 major sports, that's the longest streak. It's embarrassing.
You know what? Forget about a playoff. Forget about a playoff game. How about a division title? Jeez.
Even if we
Can we get there?
make the playoffs, even if we sneak in, we are
What
getting
does
we
the
get
division
there?
title get you? It don't get you shit.
Can we?
Like, what does
Can
it
we
get
get
a
there?
division title? If it's for me,
I don't
look,
know.
for me,
Maybe a
it will
division
go
title.
about.
Maybe
I don't.
a division title will get you a home game in the playoffs, bro.
You're only
Maybe
getting
how
that if
about that?
Buffalo
Maybe a
leaves.
division title will get you a
Yeah,
home
y'all
playoff game.
ran
How about that?
CB83 off, man. Look at that.
Unless Buffalo relocates out of the division, we ain't winning this division.
You tell me, Color, what does a division title get you, bro? What does it get you?
A whole playoff game?
Yeah, maybe a
Depends
whole
on what type
playoff
of team
game.
you are. It depends on what type of team you are.
I'll
I would
start with
say
this. How
I
about
would
maybe
say
a home playoff game for us?
a division win is only an indicator of the possibility that you're a good upper echelon team. That's all it is.
Like, and again,
It
like,
ultimately gives you nothing.
Isn't that what you want?
It
Don't you
ultimately
want to be?
earns you
Don't you
nothing.
want to be an
No,
upper
Fred.
echelon
No,
team?
Fred. No, Fred. No, Fred. Because there are times, quite frequently, when the two best teams in the division are both 12-5, and the other just beats out the one for the tiebreaker. So, to the one that lost that division that year, do you think it means anything if they win the Super Bowl? Do you think that division title meant anything?
They don't. The division titles mean absolutely nothing.
I'll take a division title, bro, over 2-6, 3-6 any day.
Hey,
yeah,
but look, for
you
me,
know why?
you know why?
You know why?
And not worrying about the draft after week 4, bro. Come on, man.
Blathering on and let me respond. You know why you would be happy with a division title over a 3-6 record? Because a 3-6 record doesn't get you a division title.
Well, 3-6 record's not likely even.
You would be happy with the record. You would be happy with the fact that you're likely 13-4.
And I'm probably going to the playoffs. And I'm probably going to the
title
playoffs.
means nothing.
Like literally,
I'm probably going to the playoffs with a division title, bro. I'm probably going to the playoffs.
Okay, fine. But what if Buffalo is also 13-4 and they win on a tiebreaker? Does that mean that we're shit now because we don't have that division title?
No, that doesn't, bro. No, it doesn't mean we're shit.
What does a division title mean?
We're shit, bro. But it looks like it makes my team look like, look, you have somebody to contend with, somebody who's right here with you, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's what a division title gives me.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Division
No, it
title
doesn't.
is a division
the
title.
13-4 record says that, not the division title.
Division title gets you in the playoffs. That's it. That's all it does. It means you're a playoff team. You can be a wild card team and get in the playoffs.
And you have a home playoff.
What are we talking about? Are we talking about going to the playoffs? Isn't that what it's for, bro?
No, we're not.
Bro.
We're talking about whether a division title means anything or not. Stay on task, Fred.
It don't mean nothing. It's
know
irrelevant.
what, man? Like, you know what? You guys up here are saying the division title doesn't mean anything, bro, because we haven't had one in years, man.
Okay, what I'm saying,
we ain't had one in years, man.
What I'm saying is it equates to nothing.
Just get in the playoffs.
What I'm saying, Fred, is the title equates to nothing. That's why it's called a title. It's just a title.
A division title, bro.
It's like saying Mr. means something. It doesn't mean anything.
A division title is an achievement, bro. It's an achievement, bro. Even if it's just a division title, it's an achievement, bro. It's still an achievement.
It's an achievement that gets you into the playoffs.
This sounds like okay. So last year, if we'd won the division title, guaranteed, most guys would walk around with the AFC's championship T-shirt. So saying that it doesn't mean
nobody's buying.
What does that do for the players? What does that do for the players? All that does is make it fun for the fans.
And it also gives us a home playoff game and a better chance to win because we aren't winning on the road. We get smoked on the road in the playoffs.
How many division titles
You're
did the
also-
Patriots have in the past?
Now you're actually Mott and Baileying me, okay? Because we're talking about if we won the division or fell just short, okay? We're not talking about our team right now.
So
I'm just kidding.
I mean,
I'm
I
sorry.
really
I'm
came
sorry.
up here. I really
Our
came
team
up here
right
to
now
talk
ain't
about the
even
game.
sniffing a division title. So what does it matter if we end up correcting enough shit to win the Super Bowl? What is it? What does the division title
That
mean?
doesn't matter,
Absolutely
Color, but
nothing.
are we anywhere near a Super Bowl? No. We're not.
Nobody is. We're in
God's
week
sake.
10.
We're 3-6. We're not even going to make the playoffs this year. We have to go over. We have to hope that 3 teams collapse in front of us to make the
Hoping
playoffs.
to win 9 games, bro.
That's
Hoping
not
to
actually
Three
sniff
teams
9
are gonna
games.
they're gonna
Win it.
play each
That's
other
not
and beat each
actually
other
true.
up.
That's not
What are we
actually
talking
true,
about?
Mr.
They still
Negative.
have a whole
You
schedule
got
to
to hope
play.
the Colts. You don't have the tiebreaker versus the Colts. They're a game ahead of us right now.
Right now, we are in the 10th seed.
Right, and we got to get the 7th seed.
Right.
You got to hope that 3 teams collapse in front of us.
Right. And the 2 teams in front of us are
They all
4 and
play
6.
each other, and they all play each other in the
And
AFC.
they all play each other. Means someone's going to get a win, so those teams are going to improve.
So
Right,
it means somebody's
right,
gonna get a loss too.
Right.
Right. What are we saying, bro? You're always
The teams you're talking about, Mr. Negative, are 5 and 5, 4 and 6, and 4 and 6.
two games away.
So, and have you seen Denver's schedule down the stretch? It's not very
Let's
difficult.
look. No, I haven't. So
Not
let me
very
look.
difficult.
I haven't. So let
And
me
they're
look.
doing it with no talent. They have Bo Nix at quarterback.
Hold on. Stop, dude. Calm down, bro. All right. I haven't.
He's gonna,
We can't
hey,
exclude
get
the
out your
teams that's only
feelings,
one
Mr.
game behind
Negative.
us, neither.
Mr. Negative, get out your feelings, man.
Hold on.
You know,
CD,
I will see.
I don't need help. I don't need help. But hold on a second. Hold on. I'm about to put everybody in back. The question was asked if I knew what Denver's schedule was like the rest of the way. I don't. So I just pulled it up so that we're not just throwing whatever we want out there as truth. They have to play Atlanta, Vegas, Cleveland, Indianapolis, which is one of the teams, the Chargers, the Bengals, and the Chiefs.
Right. So even if let's say the Bengals and the Colts.
Bengals also
Bro, they
win.
losing. What are you talking about? They're losing games.
Wait a minute here. The reason I just brought up their schedule is because you said their schedule was trash.
Yes, it is because you just pointed out the Bengals, who are below 500,
They
trash.
can win 4 games.
The Colts are at
The
500.
Bengals just went toe to toe with the Ravens.
And let's say if
They
those
win at least 4 of those
Bengals,
games.
the Chiefs, the Colts, the Chargers,
so if
and
the Colts,
Atlanta, all trash.
If the Colts and the Bengals both win, now they're another game ahead of Miami. That's one less game Miami can afford to lose because we are chasing them.
All right.
So if the Broncos win, then that's another game for the Broncos. Another game we're behind them.
So let's look at the rest of Indianapolis' schedule. Why don't we?
Good afternoon, fellas. How are we feeling today?
They got the Jets, the Lions, the Patriots, the Titans, the Giants, and Jags. So that's a little more easier a schedule.
That's probably about 5 or 6.
Okay, so the Colts,
right there.
So the Colts are one.
That's 5 wins out of 6.
All right.
That's like 5 or 6 wins.
All right. The Colts are one we have to worry about. Fine. Okay.
They're still they're still the fucking Colts, though.
Well, hold on. I know, Steve.
Yeah, the same coach that beat us. Congratulations.
Let me fucking finish, please.
Man, pop on them, Culler.
The other team. So we just ruled out Denver. We got to worry a little bit about the Colts. Who else is there in our way?
The team that's got the same wins as us.
Cincinnati.
You know where you're wrong at already,
Let's
Culler?
look
What
at-
I'm
shut
already
up,
hearing
Pete.
you're wrong?
Shut up,
All right.
Pete.
Let him go.
All right.
Cincinnati's schedule remaining. And then you all can have the floor. The Chargers, the Steelers, the Cowboys, the Titans, the Browns, the Broncos, the Steelers.
That's 4 at
Now y'all
least.
can, now y'all
That's
can
4
talk
wins at
over each
least.
other. Joe says, Culler, bring up the playoff predictor. It's easier to visualize it all. Thank you so much for your $5 donation, Joe Riss. Appreciate
Well, that's
that
what we
very
was
much.
doing from week 1 all the way to week 17, wasn't we?
Now
Hey,
we all have the correct information as to who's playing who the rest of the way. Y'all can argue up all you want.
I'm not arguing any of that. I'm gonna just say this to say this,
You got to
Culler.
throw the 2-win teams in there too.
Bottom line is, none of that matters if we don't take care of our own business. So it really don't matter.
And are we going to take? And realistically, are we going 7-1 down the stretch?
That's
Realistically,
the question. That's the question.
are we
That's the
beating
poll
San?
question
Are we beating
today,
San
Mr.
Fran?
Negative. Hold on. That's the
Mike,
poll
check 3 of
question
those
of
teams is
today.
against sub 50-degree weather, sub 40
Everybody,
degrees.
3 of those games are going to be below 40 degrees. Two of them are going to be in the
I've
20s.
ever met, man. Jesus Christ, bro.
Everybody got to know.
Please, everybody, hit the like button before you hit the poll, because the poll question today, with 101 people voting already, Mr. Negative, do you believe 7-1 is possible after beating the Rams?
No, I do
44%
That's not
have
an
said
indicator.
yes. My God, dude. 44% have said yes. 48% said no. And 9% have said, I'm still not a Dallas fan.
Okay. All right. Again, everyone's entitled to their opinion.
I suspect, Mr. Negative, that you might vote the third option, that you're still not a Dallas fan.
Well, no, Culler, I'll never be a Dallas fan. I mean, that's the most.
I meant the virtue of being a Dallas fan.
That's the most overrated.
We're 3-6, and we're going to win the Super Bowl, everybody.
No,
I'm so happy I'm on the panel with you guys right now. Be honest, some of my favorite right now up on this panel.
Yeah, Dallas still think they're
I'm with
winning
your
the division.
sentiment. I'm with your sentiment, Mr. Negative. I'm just trying to point out that plausibly, we're not done yet. You know what I mean?
Culler, we are done, bro. We are done.
I don't think so.
Tua
I don't
is a
think so.
ticking time bomb back there, and he and let me get this. Let me get this off my chest, fellas, please.
Yes, sir.
Because I cannot believe we have fans with hope talking about playoffs. Let me explain. Look, with what I saw Tua yesterday, there was a few plays. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I said, you know what?
What's that? Playoffs? Don't talk about
breakdown, because when I'm sitting here and I saw Tua last night, the man is holding on to the ball. Isn't that what y'all saw?
Pete, that's what he does.
No, this is different, Mr. Negative. This is Tua trying to process
What do you mean,
the
Pete?
second and third. This is magnificent. This is I'm in
Tell him,
such
Pete.
I'm in so
right, bitches?
shocked, like you guys wouldn't even believe. I am shocked that I see progress. I see growth in little old Lefty. I see a little want in little old Lefty. The man looks like he's trying, whether he gets it or
Consider
not.
the source.
Yeah, whether he does it or he excels at it, where I don't care what it is. Culler and everybody up here, if Tua plays like this and he finds a way to get better, how can we sit here and say we can't win the remaining games on the schedule?
I mean, that's the question I've been asking, Pete.
And I'm only going by a few small instances, Culler, when I see Tua holding on to the ball at the correct time.
Let me ask you this way, Pete.
Time.
Let me ask you this way, Pete, because I know, Crypto, you sit this one out, bro, because you're on a different level, okay? And I agree with a lot of what you say. So just sit this one out for a second. So, okay.
Thank you, Culler. Let
Pete,
that guy sit there.
and I'm not trying, I'm not trying to insult you, Crypto. I just already know your position, and that's a different discussion, okay? Pete, given the performance last night as a team, do you already consider us 4-6?
No. And here's why. I heard you talking about the playoff predictor, and the percentages. If the Raiders lose this game, they are completely eliminated. 0% chance. There's no more conversation of the Raiders. And that's the only thing that scares me. There's two things. The
They
easy
have a lot to
team,
play for.
this is the thing. The easy teams don't look so easy anymore. And the reason why I say
Okay,
that,
but didn't the Rams have a lot at stake last night too, given their position in their division?
oh yeah, they had a
And
lot.
didn't
Not
they have a
necessarily. They had a lot to
Yeah.
lose
and did-
because
Oh, yeah.
everybody's got the same
and
record.
didn't they have
we
didn't
had
they
more.
have hold on, didn't they also have a Super Bowl champion quarterback and a top fantasy performer at wide receiver?
That's another thing,
True.
Culler. You were spot on, bro. You were
True.
spot on. The Rams didn't even
Actually,
take chances.
two top performers in fantasy.
They did. The Rams was
didn't.
checked out of that game. You should have saw the demeanor the whole game. They wasn't even trying to freaking execute plays at all. You want to talk about execution? They wasn't executing nothing at all on their behalf.
Nah,
I
you
saw them
gotta-
bubbling.
So why would the Raiders all of a sudden have way more heart than the Rams?
Because they two different teams.
Yes, and two different. Look, Culler, we beat the
Two different
Rams
head coaches,
because
two
if we
different
would have lost, we
mentalities.
probably would have been completely eliminated. The Raiders
Everybody
are gonna,
don't play the
and here's
same.
another thing, Culler. I know I said what I said about Tua because I saw him holding on to the ball, and I wanted to give him some credit on where I see growth in our quarterback right now. But in our reality, you know why I think we can't beat the Raiders? Is because Tua almost did everything in his power to lose us the game yesterday.
The
Fumbles,
Raiders linebacker
dropped
may not drop that pick
interceptions.
six.
I mean, it was horrendous. I could not believe like we were even like in the game, in the lead the whole time. I just, you know what?
That's why we can't keep. That's why we can't afford to play the same way. That will be converted easily into a loss. Those pick sixes get caught.
Yeah, that's
They
a
don't get a
loss
penalty. They
yesterday.
don't get a
Tua lost
penalty
us
after
that
getting an
game
interception.
yesterday. Tua lost us that game yesterday, throwing some boneheaded passes.
Yeah, we cannot play
I just was
exactly the
like
same.
shocked.
We can't
Yo,
use the same blueprint.
But how do you guys feel about Tua actually holding on to the ball and trying to read his second read on a few instances? Did
Well,
that not look at least a little bit like,
to me,
damn, I liked it.
Pete, call me a little homer-ish, but to me, towards the end of the game, especially on that last drive, it looked to me like the game was slowing down
that
for him,
last
dude.
drive. Yes, Culler, that last drive. We milked the clock perfectly,
And
bro.
it looked like the game was slowing down for him, dude. Dare I say that?
You know what, Culler? You might be onto something because that's probably exactly what's going on. But you know what I initially felt it was, Culler? I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think
It was a
anything
key third
about the
down
game
conversion
slowing
that
down.
iced the game.
I just think
They didn't milk the clock.
Tua's playing with no fear. He's
Wait,
not
hold
scared
on,
of the
though, hold on.
outside noise if he's
Hold on,
throwing
hold on, Crypto.
interceptions.
Hold on,
That's what
Crypto.
I think it is now. He
Hold
doesn't
on.
have the happy feet.
I beg to differ with that in one respect, Crypto. We might not have been successful at burning more time than we needed to, but the approach of our play calling was from the perspective of trying to burn time. We weren't throwing stuff to the flat and going out of bounds. We weren't, you know what I mean? I think we did once, but we were running the ball and saying, you know what? Even though we got -2 yards, we're still milking 40 seconds off this clock. You know what I mean? And then we come back, we run again, pick up 5 yards to put it on the manageable side of the third down, a 3rd and 6 or whatever it was. And then that's when you're forced. You have to put the ball in your quarterback's hands. Fuck the time. That's when you have to do that. But now you're talking about a 3rd and 6 instead of a 3rd and 12.
That's what the Panthers and
Yeah,
Giants.
we
Y'all saw the
converted on a
Panthers and
key
Giants
third and
game in
12
Germany.
anyway.
So my point is that
Culler,
keeps
what
your
you
play.
just said, Bryce
So hold
Young
on,
did
hold
that
on, hold on.
Sunday.
It was
That
third down
3rd and-
conversions that won that game.
Damn. That 3rd and 6 now opens up your playbook to more of the middle of the field. Tua, to his credit, takes the team on his shoulders, gets the hell out of the pocket almost immediately, and just finds a guy in open space for 7 yards. That's the game right there. Because guess what? It's in the field of play. Now you got a 1st down, and the clock is continuing to run, or they're burning a timeout.
No, the key play was earlier in the 4th quarter on a 3rd down and 19, and he scrambled on the left
ready to
side and
check
threw
out.
it to Waddle.
Culler,
And
this
that was
guy's
the play
mic
that
is
did
dead,
it.
bro.
Crypto.
Your mic sounds terrible, dude.
Crypto, hold on, I'll help. Crypto, you're spot on. I hadn't even got to that play yet. That happened beforehand. Absolutely, bro. That's
How
what I'm
come Cole's the
talking
only
about.
one that can hear me?
We're talking about a
I can
clean
barely
pocket.
understand Color.
Hold on, though. What
Crypto.
Crypto's talking about is in a clean pocket, he squirted out of it, opened up the whole field to himself, and guess what? Oh my God! Now we can see Waddle standing there by himself.
And that's automatic third read, right, Color?
That was the
Because he had
only
to
play that
scramble out.
clinched the game
That's
in my mind.
automatically the third read.
We've
Don't
been
you
waiting
think,
for
Color?
that for 3 freaking years, bro.
Color, isn't that the third read guaranteed? The
Two
guy
is
rolls
trash,
out.
bro. Cut it out.
No matter
Two
what
is
it
trash.
is, that could have been a
Trash.
comeback drill, Pete.
It don't have to be
He's
the third
trash.
read. He extended the play
And when I
when it
say
was a
comeback
sack.
drill, when I say comeback drill, shout out to Doc. You all know Doc. He corrected me on this, but I'm using comeback drill colloquially. Some receivers are told, given a certain situation, you either come back or you shoot to the end zone. It's either way, but it's called a comeback drill. And Waddle was like, "Hey, I'm standing
No.
here all by myself. My
Color.
quarterback's out of the pocket.
No,
Hello."
no.
Color, that play you're talking about, Tua should have threw a touchdown to Waddle. Let's just be honest
right
here.
before.
Let's
right,
just be
you're right.
real.
Yes, Pete. He missed the read while in the pocket, which would have been a touchdown.
Easy.
Okay. But for whatever reason, he felt enough pressure to make himself move out of that pocket to a wide open. He looked like Josh Allen. He was right before the line of scrimmage, and he's surveying the whole field, and there's Waddle all by himself. Fuck if he missed it the first time. He ended up finding it.
That's
In a
fine.
Tua was
But that was the key. That was early in the fourth quarter. That
Crypto,
kept the
what's up
score
with
in
critical
Mike?
play of the
distance.
whole game. Crypto's right.
Hey, Pete.
The most critical
Hey,
play of
Pete.
the whole game, dude.
Man, what's up
Pete.
with Crypto's mic? I can't even hear him, guys.
Why
Hey,
you can't
Pete.
hear me?
Hey,
Color's responding to everything I say.
You
Pete.
sounds terrible, Crypto, like you're low
Hey,
and bad.
Pete. Hey,
Go ahead.
Pete.
I hear you loud
Hey,
and clear.
Pete.
What's up, Fred?
Hey, man, this quarterback was a tackle away from ending his career.
That's how he's playing, though, Fred. That's how he's playing now. You seen that?
Okay,
The
just
guy's
keep
ready.
that in mind,
Yeah,
bro.
he's
Because
he's checked out.
if
Tua
that
is gonna get
knee
beat
is
up the
2
rest
inches
of the way.
shorter, if
Now
that
you're just
knee
being a
is 2
worrywart.
inches, 2
Now
more
you're just
inches in
being a
front, that's the
worrywart.
end of his career, bro.
Now you're just being
Because
a
of a
worrywart.
because
What's
of
up,
a
Nene?
because of a trash throw that a trash linebacker was able to
You're
read
just
of
a
him, bro.
worrywart. You're just a worrywart.
Well,
The man
oh,
is
you
A
talking
fine.
about
trash
the drop
linebacker
pick,
The
right?
man
was
is
it?
fine.
A trash linebacker was able to read this man. Please.
Here's
The
the
man
thing,
is fine.
but here's the thing, though, Fred. Right? Check this out. The Raiders, they have Christian Wilkins. That guy knows everything about Tua and his little scheme, right? Antonio Pierce. The Raiders coming off the bye week. This is not a gimme game. I know what I'm telling y'all. What I saw yesterday, I was like, wow, Tua's actually trying. I'm proud of this guy. But I just know what I'm telling y'all, bro. I know what I'm telling
You
you.
know,
Tua is playing with no care. He doesn't care if the ball gets intercepted. He doesn't care if he takes a
Well,
blindside
I
hit
would
and he
I would
gets intercepted.
wow,
disagree. I would
yeah,
say
he's just
Because
I would,
playing reckless because
that's what he's waiting
yeah.
for.
I would
He's
I
waiting
would
to get cleaned
disagree.
out of here.
Pete. I would
That's how I feel.
disagree. I would
That's fine.
disagree.
You're not changing my mind. That guy's playing like a dummy on the
No,
field right now.
Hold on, Pete. I would disagree. I think earlier in the game, he wasn't just letting it go. That's why we saw them crazy sacks like that, dude. But then he finally just got off it and was like, "Yo, you know what? whether I'm getting sacked for 20 yards or whether
Color,
I'm throwing an
there was
interception,
nowhere he could
it
let
ain't
it
no
go.
different. So I'm just gonna start throwing the damn ball."
Color, they forced him to hold on to the ball. They took everything quick away. I can't do the film today. I wanted to, but now I got an emergency call.
Yeah, well,
So
you're
I got
gonna
to go help out.
absolutely,
But the
you're gonna
film is up tomorrow.
absolutely.
You know why?
The film is up
Pete, you know
tomorrow.
why he took them
Oh,
sacks,
hold on.
bro? You know
I
why
know
he took
why.
them sacks? Because he don't have the strength to get it out of bounds,
Oh,
bro,
Jesus.
or get it, or when he's that deep, to even get it back to the line of scrimmage, bro. That's why he took the sacks.
Yeah, so you know what he
That's
did?
why.
He got out of the
We're
pocket.
going to find out tomorrow.
So right, Fred. So later in the game, in the fourth, he decided, I'm not going to keep dropping back. I'm going to go side to side, and I'm going to get out of the pocket. And it worked for him. It happens, bro.
Common sense shit, and common sense shit from a quarterback.
Common sense
The
ain't always
Raiders are
common.
at 1% probability
ain't
to the
always
playoffs.
common.
And
Fred, common sense ain't always common, bro.
for not having
Man, he
fucking
don't
common
even
sense,
miss a
you give him
beat.
$200 million.
You
And
don't
I
even
just
miss
want to
him.
say, Color, salute to you with this all-star panel right now. It's exactly what I need right now to get me through the remainder of my workday. I just want to say, guys, listen.
What's up,
We
Cap?
know Pete, salute, buddy. Long time. I don't think we ever get to get on panels as much as we used to, buddy. So it's good to be up here with you. Mr. Negative on the freaking panel right now. Look at that. Like again,
Come I haven't heard Mr. Negative's voice. Go ahead, Captain.
all-star panel, right? Real quick, couple of things, right? We've seen bonehead plays, right, by Tua, but we also seen him make those plays back with big plays. Problem is, right? We're still at the problem. I think we're all around, right? Is how sustainable can it be with Tua playing fast and loose like that? Like we can't have him take
It's
these
not gonna.
hits.
I say 2 more quarters versus the Raiders. He's done.
The Raiders are going to be the ones.
Yeah, I think the Raiders are taking him
Remember
out
that old
at
Two
the Hard
Live
Rock.
Crew album?
Yeah.
Real quick.
As sustainable as I
Telling
want
you
it to
right
be.
now.
That's right. As sustainable as I want it to be.
I don't know how that guy.
Pete,
I don't know how that guy survived the Rams. But go ahead.
If you would have seen the start of the game call, the game cast play-by-play last night that me and Culler and Ali were doing, I said I was talking about it early on before the game. I was like, I can't remember prime time Monday Night Football. Tua makes it in and out of a game with the only game on and everybody in the world watching, right? And in that, when I was thinking that and saying it, they're showing the Dolphins players and they show Skylar Thompson. I started getting like a little queasy there, right? And it made me think, I'm like, oh my God, is Skylar Thompson going to play in this game like he does a lot? But it didn't happen. Though,
They're
right?
ready. They're ready for him. They're ready for him.
Or do you think Skylar is ready? Because I don't know, man.
Yeah, no, Skylar Thompson is 100% ready to go. He's ready to play. He's QB2. The thing is,
ready to go and ready to play, but can he do it?
Skylar Thompson's being traded to the. He's being traded to the
I'm telling you right
Jets.
now, I still like Skylar better than Tua. I'm telling you right now, Skylar is still better than Tua. Yeah, Skylar does not miss Waddle's touchdown yesterday, bro. That was an easy.
He's going to the Jets. Stop it.
Oh my God!
That was an easy pitch and catch, man. Waddle should have scored that touchdown. And you
He's
know
getting
what's the
traded to
crazy
the
part
Jets.
about it? This whole new Tua, because this is what it is. To me, this is a new Tua. This just happened overnight. Since when have we seen Tua try to hold on to the ball? We could consider it a schematic.
Wait a second, hold on. That's not new for Tua, Pete. That was the ilk coming out on him out of college. They were saying he holds on to the ball too long, trying to make plays.
We're talking about here.
Yeah, he's been doing that
Mike
since
McDaniel.
Alabama.
The last 3 years, he has the quickest time to throw. Color, weren't we just going over that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
So that's
I don't
been
know
the
if
scheme.
I'd say
Every channel you turn on.
Pete. Hold on, though, Pete. I would bet you that time to throw went up last night.
Oh yeah, and that's what we need, though, right?
Yeah, he's not giving it.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be explosive for real. That's what that now.
All of a sudden, his time to throw goes up, and we win. Holy shit! What a novel idea.
Well,
got a
again,
beat up over it, but hey, take
everything doesn't happen in a vacuum.
Pete, I'll agree with you that this is new on Tua because he's not getting more time in the pocket or hanging in the pocket more. That has caused the numbers to go up. But what we thought he was working on this offseason with the QB IQ school or whatever the hell it was on the West Coast, all that stuff that he was doing to allow himself to manipulate and move the pocket and in and around the pocket to buy time, and I think we've seen that a couple of times.
Well, Cap. Here's
you know what?
Cap, hold on, Pete.
No, I'm gonna tell you the key.
No. Hold on, just a sec. I'll give you the floor, just a sec, Pete. But the key here is the pocket time is just simply the amount of time that the quarterback is in the pocket, or how long it takes to collapse. Okay, so he could actually maintain a 2.1 second pocket time by either throwing or getting out like he did on that last 7-yard first down.
Yeah, but he's sloppy. He's a little sloppy.
But the time to throw still should be increased a little bit.
What do you mean by sloppy? What do you mean by sloppy?
Hold on.
There was one that he had a clean pocket and he slid to the sack.
Let me land. The time to throw going up is the good thing because that means more stuff in the secondary is able to develop for him.
Exactly, Culler. That's the key of our offense.
Let me tell you something, man.
Utilizing Waddle and Tyreek.
I say the more I say the more time in the pocket he has, the more erratic he looks.
But that's not what
If
we
you
saw
ask me,
yesterday.
Again, Fred, you're putting too much
the
weight on
more
pocket
erratic,
time.
the
We
more
seen
erratic
that
he
the
looks with the
last
You're
more
putting
time in
too
the
25
much
game.
weeks,
weight on
but not
pocket
yesterday
time.
night, Fred. Did you see him erratic and panicky? Or did
You're
he look
He's
putting
more
too
erratic
much
the
calm?
more
weight on
time he
No,
pocket
he
gets.
did
time,
not.
bro.
Oh, I can't wait for the film because I'm gonna give Tua some light because that's what that was bright. The man didn't have happy feet, and he stood in the pocket trying to progress to his second, his third, allowing his offensive
He's the
lineman to
opposite. He
block.
got out of the pocket on 3 key third
What
downs.
I'm trying to tell them, Crypto, the
Okay, but
pockets
you're
you're
talking
He's
putting
the
about 3
opposite of.
plays out of
If he
60,
would have stayed
crypto.
happy feet in the pocket, he would have got another fumble and then pick
Fred,
six.
again, Fred, you're putting too
Exactly.
much weight on pocket time. His pocket time because he got out of the
That was
pocket, like
crypto.
Crypto
I
is
don't
saying.
care if it's pocket
I
time or
know.
just it could be
Damn,
outside the
man,
Yeah.
pocket.
stop, Pete. Damn. I know it was Crypto that just said that. Crypto is right. To Fred is putting too much weight on pocket time. What Crypto is trying to say is his pocket time is still likely 2.1 seconds because instead of getting happy feet in the pocket, he got the hell out of it and he increased his time to throw,
And you know what? You know what the
which are
key
two
is?
different
Exactly.
numbers.
I think we're all
Exactly.
in
So
agreement
that's
on
what I'm
that,
saying.
Color. I think
How
we're in
many times?
agreement on
How
that.
many times have we? How many times have we seen him look like that and increase
That
his time to throw?
Well,
I'm
well,
gonna
You
that's
say
see,
his
it.
Oh,
thing,
we've
Fred.
seen it.
I'm
We've
gonna
seen
just
it
say
That's
since
his
Allen
thing,
yesterday.
Not
Fred.
since,
Iverson.
I'm gonna
not
say
since the
yesterday.
Earhart Perkins and Brian Flores.
a handful of times, that maybe he got out of
Again,
there and
Fred.
bought a
That's why
little
we're. But
handful of
Fred,
time.
Yeah,
but
but
Fred,
no, yeah,
that's why
but
we're
Fred,
Come on,
we've
man.
pointing it
seen it a
out.
handful of
That's
times
why we're
Come on,
pointing
in
it
man.
like
out because
an
it happened.
instant on one drive. You see what I'm saying? That was the pass.
No,
It
it
wasn't
And
like
wasn't one
versus the
and
drive.
Browns.
again,
He did it all game pretty
to
much.
Cap's point, Fred, that's why we're pointing it out because it happened. And second of all, it hasn't happened. It did. It hasn't happened since the Earhart Perkins and Brian Flores.
Color, is this a change of offense? Kind of. Can we sit here and say
I don't know if it's a
there
change of offense, but if we can expect this out of Tua, it's a change
No,
in
what
what
Tua
type
is
of offense we're
figuring
gonna
out,
have.
what Tua is realizing is this offense is designed for him to do exactly what he did last night. I'm talking in the fourth quarter. I'm not talking about the whole night. I'm talking about fourth quarter when he was starting to light it up. That's what this offense is designed for him to do. It's very, very similar to the Earhart Perkins, in which he has already shown that. Now that he's starting to figure that out, it's slowing down. He can get himself out of the pocket, and bang, he can hit Waddle wide open for a 30-yard route. Yes, Pete, within the confines of the system, that should
You
have been
guys
a
are so
touchdown.
predictable.
If he would have saw it while he was still in the pocket, in the confines of the system, that should have been a touchdown. But once the confines of the system broke down, he was still able to get out of the pocket and find him anyway for something, a critical third down, bro. Just saying. He was
This
carving
change
You
of
up
got to be
offense.
good.
This
defense.
You
change
got to
of
be good.
offense is like it hit perfect at the
Bro,
perfect
go
time.
back and
We
look
got
at
the
the
Raiders
highlight reel,
next.
Pete.
We got
Pete,
the
Where they
go
Raiders
back.
change the
next.
offense.
Pete,
We got the
go back.
Patriots next.
Pete, go back and look at the highlight reel that they put out last week before the Cardinals
I'm
game.
not looking at no highlight. I'm looking
Well,
at the all
then you're
22.
not being fair, okay? Then you're not being fair, okay? Bottom line,
What are you
because
talking about? How's it not being fair?
if you
I
Why
thought he
am I
was
not
just
being
You
saying
guys
that
are
we're gonna
so
be good.
gullible.
I'm gonna start putting y'all in back, dude. If you don't keep talking over me, man. If you don't stop talking over me, bro. I just am. I'm not gonna start yelling at people and be a dick and all that. I'm just gonna put you in back. If you go back and look at the highlight reel that they put out on Twitter before the Cardinals game of him carving up the Cardinals defense back when he was with Flores, you will see that Tua can do all of what he did last night in the fourth quarter. It is nothing brand new. He has not been able to do that
Exactly. He just preserved himself.
within the confines of a West Coast system. He has not been able to figure that out. Last night, he did. That's all we're saying, Fred.
He didn't
Wait,
figure
man,
it out last night.
last night.
Last
You
night
talking
he
about last
tried.
night? Last night
Yeah,
he did.
last night he
He did it
tried.
last night in 5 years, bro. Come on, man. Come on,
That's
man.
what I'm exactly,
Come on,
Fred.
man. Come on,
Well,
man.
Man, what? I just told you. Were you not listening to a word I just
Last
said?
night in 5 years, bro. How many years? Okay, let me ask you, Color. How many years are you going to give her? You going to give him to master what's so common
I
of
don't know,
of a
but you
quarterback? Bro?
obviously need 6 years to take the potatoes out of your ears. I don't know because you just missed everything I just told you,
Seen
bro.
something he did last night. I thought we've
Everything
seen
I
every
just told you
quarterback.
was
We've
the
seen
answer to the
everybody.
question.
We've seen every quarterback do something that they
Everything I just told
that
you
they
is
You
an
guys are
answer
so
to the
predictable.
question you just gave me.
That man, this man is trash at quarterback, bro. And y'all need to stop
All
playing with
right,
it.
all right, all right. Next,
Hey, Culler, I
next.
just came up here. I just came up here to
Hey,
the
I'm
ask
gonna
you a
say
Oh, I
this.
want
favor.
to
I'm gonna
give
say
Tim the
this,
floor.
friend.
I
I'm
want to
gonna say
give
this.
Tim.
If
No,
this
y'all said
continues,
enough.
he's gonna get
Y'all have
his
said enough.
bell rung versus the
Y'all said
Raiders,
He's
enough.
better
and
than
I think
Josh
it's gonna be
Allen,
Hold
bro.
on,
Kristen Wilkinson.
hold on. Y'all said enough. The discussion's over.
I can't
Frank
even
needs to do
talk,
his
and you don't like
tag.
people cutting you off, Cutter.
Well, because I'm trying to host the show and give everybody an opportunity, Pete. Tim's been up here, hasn't said a word yet.
Word.
Go
Okay, so
ahead,
I
Tim.
just came
Go
up
ahead,
here.
Tim.
I came up here to ask you a survey. I think we do got a shot at the playoff. Not just the 7th seed we got worried about. The team that's in the 4th seed right now, Houston. Look at Houston to fall off. I think Monday night, Cowboys for the upset. I think Houston gonna start losing a whole bunch of games. That loss that they just had Sunday, that's the
Oh, we
loss
getting
that
delusional.
that loss that Houston had
No, that's real
that right there
delusional. That's
What
teetered
is
not
up.
going on, Tim? I can't hear you.
Every once in a while, we get
I
some
can hear
obviously.
Tim.
Hold on. Every once in a while, we obviously get a noob in chat. Nightshade Jones says only Color is allowed to talk over people. Know your role. Again, first of all,
And shut your mouth.
getting falsely accused of talking over people, but I'll let that slide. What I won't let slide is this. Okay. Nightshade Jones. You see this right here? Look, I'm removing everybody. So I'll even remove myself so you can see. Okay. Just so you're aware, this is the afternoon color commentary show. You see that? I don't see two of these. I don't see Pete. I don't see El Capitan. I don't see none of it. I see afternoon color commentary. And there's a little plane flying by holding a sign that says, "We love color." That's why I get to talk over to people. Even if I was talking over people, which I'm not, that's why I can. So you know your role and either listen or leave.
Woo!
And it's that simple.
Color, pop
Was
off,
I out of
Color.
line, gentlemen? Was I out of
We
line by
love
saying that?
Color.
Color, real
Hey,
quick.
something
I
got pop
think
your shit. Something got pop your
Color,
shit, man.
real
Pop your
I
quick.
thought that was
I
a
think
supportive statement.
it was supportive too, Crypto. I think it was supporting you, bro.
I
Pop
thought that
off,
was a
Color.
supportive
I think it was telling
statement.
us to shut up for you, Color.
Right. That's what I thought.
Nightshade's
That's
been
obviously.
around here for a while. It's
I
just
mean,
not his original channel.
something about the sailboat with my logo on it. I thought might have given him the clue. I don't know.
It was funny though.
Well,
I
but he
was
was saying
laughing
it
anyhow.
for everybody else to be quiet. I thought he was for us to be quiet.
Is Mr. Negative here?
Yeah, he's here.
Mr.
I'm
Negative,
say
let me
like
ask
this,
you.
like,
Hey,
hey,
Mr.
chat.
Negative
Okay,
and
go ahead,
Mr.
Pete, go ahead,
Fred,
Pete.
let me ask you two guys a question. If Tua
Damn, I guess
plays the
I ain't
way,
never gonna get my shit off, boy. I like down for you. Like
Yeah,
this shit
go
is
ahead,
Yeah,
Tim.
yeah. Tim's
like
going
I
solo
guess I
right
gotta
now.
be
Hold
rude
on. I
about my
got you,
shit.
Tim. I got you, Tim. Go ahead, Tim.
Like damn. All right. So back to what I was saying. All right. So the 7th seed Broncos and the 4th seed Houston. Look at Houston to start falling off. I think they're gonna lose against Cowboys. I don't know the next game, but um look at Coast to win that division. And then of course win that division. If we win that head-to-head matchup, we don't got worried about what Coast do
No way.
because hey, hey,
Let
hey.
him cook. Go ahead, buddy.
Don't be surprised if Cowboys beat Houston on Monday night. Cause remember all that ain't nobody gonna pick
this
the
man said
backline.
Cowboys beating Houston.
Yes,
Houston's gonna be so mad from them blowing that Detroit game.
all right,
Dallas ain't gonna
all
stand a
right.
chance.
So check it.
Houston's
That's
gonna
what
put
I'm
about
saying.
50 burger on them,
Check it, check it.
just like the
That's
Eagles
what.
did. Just like the Eagles
Hey,
did.
y'all, let him
Hold
get
up,
his
brother.
shit
Hold up,
off.
man.
Damn, go
Hold up,
ahead,
man.
Tim.
Damn. That loss that they had Sunday, like a team don't get over that loss. They not scoring no points in the second half.
I
That
can't
loss
hear
like
him.
that can divide a locker room. and you got a team that's hungry, like the Lions. I mean, not the Lions, the Cowboys. Now, remember when what team it was like that? It was a team that called out the player and the coach got into it, and I can't remember what team it was. Matter of fact, the Patriots. The Patriots call out the whole team and say that the team's soft. And down, what a boy named Michael Parsons came out and said something about uh their head coach. I would not be surprised. The head man, watch Cowboys for the upset. Their favorite 7.5 points at home. Man, listen, take Cowboys. Houston gonna start falling off. Broncos gonna start falling off too.
I think this is just a lot of wishful thinking. It's so predictable for Dolphin fans to freaking be so delusional the day after they think they have a signature win. So I'm not freaking surprised this is going on. But you know what? You can have what it, you can have it. You can have what it is because the fact of the matter is the way the Texans handled the Buffalo Bills and which we freaking struggled against overall. No, they're gonna go back to form, and there's no way the freaking Colts are gonna win that division.
All I'm saying,
It's not freaking happening. We can wish all we want for the Colts to win that division, so we can have a head-to-head tiebreaker.
You're right. I just came up here to say
it's not happening.
Crypto, you're right.
Man, stop cutting crypto off, man. Stop cutting crypto off, man.
We gotta start being honest with ourselves, man. Start being assess the situation.
Trying to be respectful, y'all motherfucking ass. Quit playing with me, all right?
Oh, man.
No.
Turn the fuck up, Tim. Turn the fuck up. You stand
I'm
on
just
good,
saying.
Tim.
I'm just saying we have to be honest with ourselves. We're so freaking gullible. We just don't deserve anything. This is why the football gods frowned upon us.
Is it gullible?
We have no freaking respect for the opponent whatsoever, and we throw all these freaking things out here of what's going to happen because it's wishful thinking. I mean, we got to crawl before we walk. This is what we need to do. No one's going to look favorable upon us because we don't know what the universe is around us.
Crypto's holding up the whole plane to cap right now.
He's at the airport. He's allowed to go full Karen at the airport, bro.
That's true.
Yeah, I haven't missed no flights.
I was gonna say, don't let him put you on the no-fly list, Crypto. You don't want to turn it up yet, man.
See, Crypto, I am honest, Crypto, with myself, and I'm called a hater when I'm honest. So it is what it is.
Well, Mr. Negative, that's why we have Crypto here, so that your position is on.
No, Mr. Negative, I'm here to bring balance.
Hold on.
And you know what?
Crypto has a lot of energy, Mr. Negative. Crypto has a lot of energy and a loud voice, so that's why he's here to advocate for people like you. You know what I mean?
Awesome. It's great to have hope as well. I get why people have hope because it's a long off season. People don't want to put the season, as being done yet. I get that. And we'll see what happens with the Dolphins. I just see a big tease coming like we always see. They're going to tease us and then let us down.
Who turns it up for the negative? Crypto.
So look, here's the situation, Mr. Negative, is that look, cheer on. And like Culler's been saying, let it organically fail because ultimately my biggest fear is not going to be shortcomings of Tua or shortcomings of McDaniel. And I think, you might have more reservations on that than I do.
I know the one thing I'm worried. Yeah, I know they're running it all back. Ross is going to run this whole thing back.
But again, not if the one thing I fear about the most with Tua comes to fruition and he takes serious injury on the field. And I'm not saying I want to see that, but what I do know is that the Dolphins, I think, have actively tried to avoid that and protect it from happening when we've then just got ourselves another year of putting it off. I think you got to let the kid play fast and free, and I think they are, and I think he plays his best when he's doing it. And I'll tell you what, if the son of a bitch, right? Listen, if Tua just turns out to be a guy that can sustain 3 or 4 concussions a year and still win us football games and make us competitive, and then so fucking be it, right? So fucking be it. The only thing you can do then is keep him, draft his replacement, bring them up through the ranks in the offense. You obviously are making your identity with this West Coast style outside zone scheme, and be prepared for a transition in the years to come. But losing and blowing it up and restarting the plan, I'm over that shit.
Right. It's the same boat that the Bengals are in with Burrow. It's like they're only ever going to go 12-5 because the guy misses 5 games a year because of his hand. But if he's getting them 12 wins, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? And to one other thing I wanted to say, what Cap is saying, real quick, Cap.
No ability to have a sort.
All right. Well, and really quick, because what you're saying is also going to kind of support what I would say to crypto is that crypto, we already played realistic. We've been realistic the whole season. We've been talking about. We know we ain't got no hope. We ain't gonna. We know it's a blow up. You know what I mean? So we have already got.
No. I was talking about the rest of the league.
I understand where you're coming from. All I'm saying is that we've been realistic all season. We've had no choice but to be. So now that we're winning, or now that we've won and things aren't over, it's like, yeah, given that I personally think that I want to let it, or like Cap's saying, I want to organically let it fail. If it doesn't, I'm still going to root for it not to. I'm still going to imagine.
You'll be pleasantly
I'm still going to imagine we're going 7-1 and all these other teams are going to lose. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, I'm being delusional because I've been realistic for 8 games, and I did my part. Now it's time to be delusional. We have nothing left on the season but to be delusional.
But that's been happening since week 2.
I understand I understand that you have a beef with the fans at large on that issue. That's what I'm trying to say. For my part, it's my turn to be. We have nothing left but delusion for this season.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just saying, but
we tried realism. We tried realism, and the team just didn't want to die. They didn't want to lose. So we're going back to delusion.
We are.
So real quick, and I was gonna save this take for tonight's show, but I'm gonna put the take here, right? And I'll revisit it for tonight's show. But listen, the Dolphins, the last 2 seasons, have started hot in the beginning and have petered off in the end. What's the worst thing that could happen if that narrative is flipped this year? Starting off cold and heating up when the time is right. Like, that is still a possibility right now.
Especially given our the opponents remaining on our schedule.
Listen, all I'm saying, Fred, is I'm looking for something different, right? And I'm not tough. I obviously want different results too, but I'm just saying, right? If the Dolphins are a 10-11 win team like they always are, but this year they're an 11 win team, 10 win team because they got hot at the end. If we fall into the playoffs, we're one of those hot teams that got things figured out, and we've seen those teams in the NFL.
That's exactly what we've been
to what we've been, whereas we're a hot team out the gates, and then teams adjust to us, and we've got no counterpunch, and we fall apart. That's what we've known.
Yeah, actually, you know what, Cat? They only fell to like 4 and 4. They ultimately did the same thing.
So actually, we seen that in 2020. We seen that in 2021. We started out 1-7. We finished up 8-1. What did it get us?
So real quick, right? And I knew you were going to say that. Hold on.
I got an answer to that too, Kat.
I knew you were going to say that, Mr. Negative, because I know that's in a recent memory. But let's not act like that team had any realistic shot offensively to make any noise, right? We knew that the defense was scoring touchdowns all year that year. We knew the defense was just lighting it up. And although that was winning us a lot of games and even could win a playoff game, we knew that there was no real
real quick, Mr. Negative. There's actually a numbers answer to your question as well. You said it right off the bat. We started 1-7. How many games were we short of making the playoffs that year? 1. The Tennessee loss, remember?
Right. So we'll have to go on
right. Well, hold on. We've already got that in the bag because we started 2-6, not 1-7.
Okay, so again, we have to go undefeated down the stretch then, pretty much.
I'm just saying, I know I'm being delusional, but all things being equal, we've got that extra game already because we started 2-6, not 1-7.
I get that, and color. Again, I get all that. I'm
yes,
not gonna,
I am being delusional. Yes, I am being delusional. I'm just having fun. You know what I mean?
I hear you, and I'm not going to let. For me, I'm not going to let this team steal my soul any more than it's already stolen it. They got to show me. I'm not. I'm gonna.
Well, what I'm showing them is they don't determine how I have fun. If I want to have fun,
I have fun regardless.
I want to have fun imagining that we're gonna.
I've had a great time today. When they win or lose,
you had brought up the 1-7 season. You had brought up the 1-7 season,
right?
So you opened the door for fun talk, is what I'm saying.
I get that. See, right now for me, and I don't know where everyone else is as a fan. Whether they win or lose, I don't even care after it. I don't even care. I go back to my normal life. I've had my 3 hours of entertainment.
I mean, to be honest with you, we're way beyond that 1-7 anyway, because we're like. We're
Mr. Negative, hold up right there.
Hold
on
our
a
last
second, Color. Hold on a second, Color. Mr. Negative, I'm not going to let you say you don't care. It's only those 3 hours. I feel like I know you well enough to know that you do care immensely. And not in a bad, negative way.
Humans don't spend energy on shit they don't care about, bro.
No, what you're trying to do is not have.
I've always said, I've always said, right? The Dolphins. I love the Dolphins. The Dolphins don't love me. That's first thing. Okay, that's fact. They don't love me. I love them. They don't love me. It's not a symbiotic relationship. Here's the other thing: is that I care when I talk to you guys. See, I spend times in these spaces and on YouTube because I love talking football with you guys. Dolphins aside, this is my entertainment because we go back and forth, whichever side you're on. To me, it's entertainment. It passes the day. You know, it's good. It's good times because I like all you guys, and it's good chatting, and you guys are awesome. But that aside, I've seen this book written before. The Stephen Ross Hopium, but the Stephen Ross Hopium book is a rewrite every year.
We all have. It's like Lewis always says. It's the same It's the Fast and the Furious franchise.
Stephen Ross is loving it. He's like, oh, the hopium is flowing through South Florida. I love this, Chris Greer. You got the hopium flowing, baby. I love it. And Stephen Ross.
Listen, as somebody who has fought at the edge of that blade for years now, for what you're saying about the organization, the owner, the GM, and what's been perpetrated on us.
Right.
Still can't. It's just like when you love a woman you're not supposed to, bro. You know what I'm saying? For reasons we don't have to go into. I'm just saying, right? Like heart wants what the heart wants, and we're just gonna take this abuse like everything else.
If it's one thing I know about the human species, whether it's negative energy or positive energy, a human does not spend energy on shit they don't care about. Period.
It's actually funny that the Dolphins, I don't even deal with any of them, but like I guess they saw me on like in spaces or whatnot. I don't even know. They like literally reps from the team are asking me to do season tickets next year. I guess they're trying to pounce while the iron is hot from that win.
Well, yeah, because they got me over here on the retention team, Mr. Negative, about the cancel.
I told the guy, I said, listen, when Ross sells the team, we'll talk about season tickets. And I hung up.
Negative, my agent just called right here on the show like an hour ago, bro.
He's trying to pounce, Culler. He's trying to pounce.
I talked to him yesterday and told him I wanted to cancel, and he told me to wait till last night's game.
Right, yeah. Good stuff.
I told him, I said, look, man, if we lose, it's going to be because we couldn't salt away 4 minutes at the end.
Right.
Okay, what happened? We salted away 6.
Well, he says, I bet you we do tonight. I'll call you tomorrow and see what you think. I'm like, all right, call me. I want you to call me back after what? Because I told him, I said, that's the number one problem on our team that we have to fix. If we fix that, we can win tonight. He's like, I'll call you tomorrow. I'm like, all right. And sure enough, man, we freaking iced the game, dude. I'm like, wow, I can't believe it.
I will say the Dolphins do a marvelous job of keeping people engaged. They do a marvelous job. The hopium, do a marvelous job of marketing that. Like
Well,
10.
they do it for other fan bases, seems too,
Yeah,
because I
true.
bet the Rams fans thought they were in it all night last night. You know what I
Wait
mean?
a second. There are Ram fans out there? I didn't know there was Ram fans.
Well, if there are, they thought they were in it the whole night.
Hey, Cap, you said tonight. You said tonight, man.
I mean,
Your
they
topic was
were at
going
some
was
points in
going
the
to be
game. They
about.
were.
You said your topic was going to be tonight about when the Dolphins start 1-7, and who's to say they can't turn the season around and go 7-1, bro? Is that what your topic was going to be about tonight?
Well, it's the topic right now. It's the
What'd
poll
you say?
question. Thank you, Fred. Hold on a second, Crypto. I'll let you get your plug off. Just 1 second. We got 52 people hit the like button, and 120 have voted in the poll that asked the very question Fred just did. Do you believe 7-1 is possible after beating the Rams? 44% have said yes, 48% have said no, and 8% have said no matter what you say, Color, I'm not like a Dallas fan.
Well, you know what? That seems really, really, really fair.
Pretty even. I mean,
stuff. And look,
still not a Dallas fan
CB83.
counts as no. So the no's are leading
Just want to
56
point
to
out.
44.
Listen, real quick, Color. I'm sorry. I can't. I gotta get out in front of this now while it's fresh in my memory. Just so everybody knows, and everyone's been here watching and everything like that. CB83 is mining my content that I said about the team, about them turning up at the end of the season rather than turning up at the beginning.
I think that's why Cap for Life blocked him the other day. He was in here mining content.
I think so, because he's in here mining content. And, that's
Cap for
what's
Life.
happening
Cap for
right
Life
now.
can pick that stuff out, man. That's probably why Cap for Life blocked you.
Look, S. Harris, freaking CB's. I don't even want to get into all the names. I can call you S. Harris the way you cape for CB. I'm just going to leave it at that. But he watches your channel. Watches what channel? When's the last time that guy even did a video? 6 months ago?
Well, let's look.
What I'm talking about.
We can find out. That's easy information to find out. Let's see. Let's see how consistent CB83 has been lately. Where's he at? CB83.
Damn, not Color. That's nasty work.
I'm not going to share it on the screen. That would be really nasty work. Let's see.
Yeah.
Last video done was Tua finally hires a QB coach. Will he trash the NFL?
Some real content, CB says.
Oh wait, that
I gotta
wasn't
give S. Harris this. No matter how much I go at him, he gets it.
10 days ago.
He hangs in the puck.
10 days ago.
Yeah.
Will the Dolphins get off the bus Sunday? Show up for once. And this was the Bills Dolphins preview.
Yep.
How'd
See,
that one
10
work
days
out
ago,
for
he
you,
ain't said a
CB83?
damn thing. Ain't even nobody
How's that
watching
work
that
out?
shit.
How'd that one work out for you, CB83?
Did they get off the bus, CB? Question still not answered.
Hey, I'll share his channel. I'll do him the favor.
Yeah.
Here you all go.
Sure, why not?
Here's CB83's link on YouTube.
Just so you can either A, smash a frying pan against your head,
for him.
or B, lose brain cells this way.
Right. If you want to burn some brain cells, there you go. Yeah, I suggest going and watching his latest video on how we were going to beat the Bills. Don't ever say I didn't do nothing.
Hit the like button, everybody, because I'm pretty sure YouTube has rules against this right here.
You within 2 days span of time. I unblocked you and I shared your channel in our chat. And he'll still be like, Color's a hater.
All I know is CB83, I was like 10, 15 minutes from his house, and I was there for like 6.5 hours, and he never pulled up. That's what I do know.
Wow, I heard about that. Well, he's got the link. He's got the link. He came up earlier trying to help me tell Fred that why it was, he didn't have no hope left.
Fred don't have hope?
Apparently not.
I mean, listen, I'm not going at Fred. I'm not going at he. I'm not coming at Mr. Negative, right?
Like even Mr.
Because
Negative's
on,
got hope.
on any given post game day, you can find me in full agreement with everything they're saying,
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah, of course. But here's the
So
thing: even Mr. Negative, see, Mr. Negative understands semantics, so Mr. Negative probably still has hope. You know what I mean?
so
Like you
real
ain't gonna
quick,
watch something that you don't have hope in. Like
Well,
that's
real
just
quick,
dumb. You
real
well,
know?
quick.
Or again, I have hope that they're going to win the odd game here and there. Do I have hope of the overall picture? No, because I don't believe in the front office.
Well, what I mean is
Well,
you're
hold
probably
on. How
more,
about this?
probably actually worse than that. You're probably more down to hope that the organization ever fixes its problems. That's probably where you're
Yeah,
at.
that's from my. Hey, that's very accurate.
But my,
I hope.
my point remains that the hope is still there.
Well, yeah,
Somewhere.
there's always going to be. Listen, there's always going to be hope. I hope that Jerry Reinsdorf sells the White Sox. I'm hoping that Stephen
Right,
Ross
because hope,
sells the Dolphins. Like this is
as
my
I
hope,
keep
right?
trying to, as I keep trying to educate people, hope does not require faith. If it did, there wouldn't be two words.
Right? Yeah, I get it. Listen,
So real quick,
this fan base will always live on hope. That's what it's what ifs and hope. That's what the name of the game
absolutely,
is.
Mr. Negative. I'm not asking you for hope. First of all, I'm not asking you for any, but to me, right, like a hope right now that will be postseason Miami Dolphins, that's out of my mind, right? What I'm hoping to see is what you ultimately want to see. Something that resembles an organization doing it right and being able to execute it. And if there's still time, even with losses from now until the end of the season, that I might get that hope answered. That I think, oh, I mean, right now, I would say I feel amazing about my defensive coordinator for the first time in 3 years, right? That hope is well and alive, and come the end of the season, at least that's something gained. I'm hoping to see a lot of changes, adjustments, and growth in Mike McDaniel. I'm already starting to see some of that, right? Which is something I'm hoping can be something I can, yeah, be critical because everybody has problems, but at least measurable growth that I don't have to hope is around. I can count on next time, right? And then as far as Tua goes, the one thing I hope that wouldn't happen has already, and that's him get injured again. So I've taken that out, like out of my calculus. I'm just accepting in the fact that Tua's going to get concussed at some point. The wonder is this organization is this organization gonna A, can they overcome it, and B, are they smart enough to address it and do something as a contingency plan? Can't be done at this moment, right? But long gone are the days bringing up a backup quarterback that might push Tua for starting time. That shit's over, right? And if they continue, then I'll be pissed about those things. But until then, I'm hoping these final lessons are learned, this final growth is made, and at the minimum, right? Like I need an identity with this football team. That's all I need right now. I get it. I've changed all of what I want, and I just need to know what this football team is and if it's worthy keeping for years to come. And offensively, schematic, as far as my head coach, as far as my DC, I'm liking those odds right now. That's where I sit. I don't believe in the quarterback long term, and I don't think I'll ever believe in him long term. Whether they can prove me wrong in that by dealing with his issues of getting injured in any way they want, I don't give a fuck. I don't have the answer, neither do they, because if they did, it wouldn't still be the fucking problem, would it? So my point is, I'm just hoping to find some form of stability because already, right, the good organizations, they can lose an offensive coordinator and not take a step back on their offensive production. If Frank Smith goes and becomes a head coach somewhere next year, which could happen still, depending on how the season happens, the Dolphins are that type of organization that is now creating a coaching tree off of the offense that Mike McDaniel has put together and is manipulating and adjusting to. And that's something that I have a lot of I put a lot of value in, right? And if we have a defensive coordinator that brings stability and an identity on defense, I don't have to hope if things are going to get worked out minus the quarterback, because to me, those things have worked themselves out. And that's what I'm looking for now.
Yeah, those are all fair points, Cap, and I totally understand what you're saying. We'll see. I guess time will tell. And I mean, I will. This is what I will hope for, is that, you know, this
That's all,
organization
buddy.
finally realizes that doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is not working. And that's what they like. I mean, the whole thing about the backup quarterback, right? Like, I mean, they shouldn't worry about Tua's feelings. And I think that's what they're too worried about, is his confidence, right? If Tua doesn't have the confidence by now, he never will. They paid him. They've assured him. They've taken him aside. They've gotten trash quarterbacks behind him to prop him up. Because everyone always says, well, if we had Tua there, we would have won. I heard today we would have been 6-3 if Tua never went down. Well, the problem is, Tua, you are your own worst enemy because you cause what you do, right? Last night, he's lucky he didn't get concussed last night. What's he doing? Right? Getting in harm's way, taking a knee to the head. And again, it is what it is. But
He'll be
the
all right.
organization has to worry about the Miami Dolphins, not the Tua Tagovailoas. It's not called the Miami Tuas. It's the Miami Dolphins. And they need to start worrying about the organization and not one man's feelings.
He'll be all right.
No,
He
I
took
agree
it.
with you there. And that, listen, when you get on that subject on how I feel like there was malpractice by the organization all the way around, with them just selling out for Tua and forcing it to work at times, I understand that. But Culler and I had a conversation earlier today, right? And I'm going to go back to what I was saying about needing an identity. It's painfully obvious that this organization, Chris Greer being very integral in this part, from drafting the guys to now being in charge of every guy that goes, right? Like from scouting the guys to putting together the draft to now being the general manager in charge of it. Since Ross has gotten here, they have wanted this West Coast style, but they wanted more than that. They wanted that with the window dressing. And they tried it since firing Sperano, when obviously that wasn't what they were going to get. Every move after offensively was always about making that happen. And at least from what I can see, I not only have a coach that can design and execute it on paper and get it on the field, but also he seems to be, in this third year, able to now figure out how to do a counterpunch. And I want to see if there's growth in that, right? Because that's what they want. Now, if they fire him, it's going to only matter time before they try to get back to this plan, whether Chris Greer is here or not, or whether or not his daughter's running the team and Stephen Ross is long and dead. I need that fucking hamster wheel to stop turning so I can have that. And then defensively, I need that identity too. So right now, I'm loving Weaver. Weaver does great the rest of the year, comes out next year and does it again. My immediate thing I'm worried about is, wow, we got Weaver, but it's only a matter of time before someone makes him a head coach. I sure hope someone's learning underneath him, right? And hopefully we get an identity with the defense long term with whatever Weaver's got schematically. So these are the things that I believe are going to help us ultimately one day get it right. Whether Tua's here or gone or whatever, I need stability, bro. This changing of GMs every 5 to 7 years, this changing of coaches every 3 years, it's fucking getting us nowhere. We're never going to catch lightning in a bottle and inside 3 years win a Super Bowl. No one is. It's stupid to think that we can. We kept thinking that we can do that. We can't. Okay? We
Well,
just
Cap,
can't.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that, and you make some great points there. See, the problem I have had is that this franchise, the owner, has never fired both the GM and coach at the same time. He doesn't bring in both to be on the same page, right? So
You
how
know
much?
why?
Well,
Why?
I just need to make this one last point. Is that like so to expect stability when you have two different people, right? Like if you leave one in place and the other comes in, well, you didn't allow that GM to hire the coach or that coach, to like be in line with the new GM. See, and that's the problem I think with the Dolphins is I don't know why Stephen Ross. I think he's hearing it from too many voices in the background, most notably Tom Garfinkel, who has no clue about, I don't even know if the man knows what football is. I know he knows that he's a tech guy and he's a marketing guy.
Oh, my shit. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second, Mr. Negative. Sorry to interrupt. I got to make a special introduction here because I'm not sure has this ever even happened? CCRR coming up on the panel.
Well, welcome up, CCRR.
Yes, he's got. Is that Skylar Thompson? It is.
Oh yeah, that's Skylar.
And I am looking for passenger B and passenger attendant. Also like to welcome.
I thought that was CCRR bitching up a storm like that. I was like, holy shit. No, it was Crypto with the fucking thing. I was like, damn. You know what? Again, right? I think plain and simple, the reason why they keep hiring and firing one at a time rather than doing it the way we're doing it now, if we want to be real, is because the ideology that our owner wants is the team we're now fielding, right? And the only hope is that at least now we have a GM, and that is the GM, been the GM, and has hired the exact coach he wants with the quarterback he drafted, and installation of the system the owner expects to see. That's
yeah.
Again,
you and HB have outdone yourselves, bro. I'm just not gonna lie, man.
Oh, you love that?
No, this shit right here. Later on tonight, Cap's doing a show, 9:15. Make sure you hit the like button and hit the notification bell so you'll be ready for it. And this is the thumbnail for the show tonight.
He definitely is Buzz Lightyear.
I noticed that John on Twitter there posted one where two is in an astronaut costume.
Yeah. Yeah. So
that is priceless, dude.
What's funny is I sent a picture to him with Tua, and I said I want him in an astronaut thing, and I wanted to say to infinity and beyond, and then he came up with Tua infinity and beyond, and I was like, damn, I don't know how I missed that. And he caught it in the nick of time. Shit's beautiful. It's fucking great. I love it.
Well, look, he's got a purple finger.
I know.
You guys should market this. I'm serious. You guys should market it.
You know
There's
what?
some
You're right.
there.
You know what? I'm texting him right now. I do want to hear from CCRR. Thanks for coming up, buddy. What's good?
Not sure his mic's working. All right, he's going to attempt to come back in, I guess. Yeah, that's priceless, dude. That is great.
That is good. That is good. I gotta admit. Good.
Now, if he would have made it one word, like to affinity and beyond, like because now everybody has an affinity for him now. You know what I mean?
Nah, that's too deep, Color. These idiots wouldn't pick it up.
Right. I know. Crypto and Mr. Negative would have got it, but that's about it.
That's pretty much it, bro. It might slip me, dude. Like I gotta dial in for you guys if you're always thinking in layered content. And I'm a guy that likes to be undialed because I'm dialed in all the time. I hate it. I try to dial it back, dog. I already texted HB in the back. I said we need this on a t-shirt stat. So it's coming. Don't worry. We're gonna get that figured out.
Oh man, wearing that around the stadium is gonna be priceless.
Oh, I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you.
Matter of fact, one of them stadium people might steal our idea.
Again, Mr. Negative, and I've kind of said this. I think I've asked you this question. Like, at this point, with everything I've seen in the last 20 years with this organization, the different thing to do would be to let this ride out than 2 more years.
Yep.
That would be the different thing to do. Offensively, defensively, Tua, everything can. If they come out next year and they double down on Tua again,
It's the
like
Alamo angle. You know,
it's
ain't no
literally
cavalry
like
coming, dude. You know what I mean?
We're looking
problem
at
is
Tannehill.
everybody died at the Alamo, Color. I
So
hate
we're
that
looking at
bucket.
the
But
Tannehills.
hey, but you know what? They're honored for all time, dude.
So are you meaning like from a quarterback standpoint? We did that with Tannehill. We stuck with him for 7 years. So stick with Tua for 7 years.
So
No, not
well,
necessarily.
but again, I want to see in that time. First of all, yes, but no. They've got to make the decisions differently than that caught him, that made him fold last time. Has Chris Greer learned from his predecessors? He needs to draft a quarterback that can run this system from the second round and beyond, that is handpicked by Mike McDaniel to be brought up behind Tua. And while doing that, they better go get someone who can operate it day one, like a Garoppolo or something like that. They have to make competitive adjustments. They
Okay,
have to.
I don't
Now,
disagree with
if he doesn't do these things and they lean back in and it blows up in their face, then the ultimate end will come. They'll get what they deserve. It sucks for us. It sucks for us because we might have been able to see around the corner, but I mean that's really the hope of it being done
Do we
right
have
this
you now,
time.
Mitch? Do we have you now, CC?
Yeah, go ahead, CC.
I'm showing you on mute.
Yes, I see him on mute as well. I was just about to say, so McDaniel did handpick Skyler over Brock Purdy. That happened.
Yeah, but let's not act like that
He
draft
did.
isn't one of the worst quarterback drafts in the world, right? Every single quarterback is not on the team that they were on, minus Skyler Thompson and Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy, the last quarterback taken, it's the best quarterback in the draft. So again, right, if that's the draft we're saying, hey, have your pick of the draft, Mike McDaniel. We gave him the worst draft to pick from. So I would rather in a more healthier form and one in which he has the range from first pick or from second pick and beyond, and potentially the first pick if we draft back and pick up more capital. I'm willing for them to take a shot. I want to see something different when it comes to the handling of that situation, right? That's it. Now, if they say, hey, look, we're going to take this fifth rounder, but we're also going to get Jimmy Garoppolo, I feel like that's a real step in a different direction from what's different from what this organization has continued to do and put themselves behind the sticks with bad decisions and personnel for the hope or the righteous thing to do. It's real fucking, it's annoying at this point, and they need to learn. And right now, I'm seeing Mike McDaniel learn. Right now, I'm seeing Tua learn, at least as far as him playing the quarterback and taking the next step in the offense. And I'm also seeing Chris Greer learn because look at his coaching hire this year. And look at his picks. We were all shitting on the Chop Robinson pick. Right now, it looks like to be a fucking solid pick. One we desperately need on this team right now, too. So again, there's gotta be a route in which our minds can be changed. And it doesn't have to ultimately come to what we want to happen, but what can happen that allows us to not understand, right? But to again, I know it sucks, Mr. Native. It's just more hope for us to hang on a little longer.
I don't. Hold on, real quick, guys. Real quick, I just got to address CCRR. He's saying in private chat, Cap, there's a question in there. I don't see that you're blocked, but if somebody's timing you out, look, we got to say again, guys, you can't be timing people out for opinions. I mean, bro, like if the guy is telling you he's
signed out and still not be allowed to be on the panel.
Listen, I want everyone
the guy
to
is
know.
making violent threats or something, or I mean, like,
listen, everyone is allowed to shit all over this team to the worst degrees. Now, if there's slurs used or violence, I mean, fuck, I don't even mind some violence, but if it's like a back and forth of violent, I'm timing you both out, right? If there's violent talk, both people get timed out. That's how it goes with me. But other than that, slurs are the only thing that gets you in trouble around here. Do not time people out because they're talking shit about your team, about your quarterback, about nothing. Now, if they're spamming the chat and they've got 20 freaking comments, 2-word comments in a row, just being a dick, that person deserves to be timed out too. That ain't cool either. So again, I think we have an understanding with the rules around here. So please do not
Yeah,
time
and
out CCRR. He is allowed to shit all over this team as he sees fit. He plays
And
the game.
I'm not seeing him on the block list, but I don't see him in chat either. So try to chat something, CCRR. See if I can see you come up in the YouTube chat.
Well, if you scroll up on the StreamYard, you can see if he's timed out. It'll be grayed out color.
Right,
You scroll
right.
up on the StreamYard.
If he's timed out, if he's just timed out, it shouldn't be much longer, and then I'll rectify that because I'll just give him a rinse.
If you timed out, you won't be able to come on the panel.
You can come up on the
Oh
panel.
no,
if
you
you're
can come up
timed
on the
out.
panel. No, I think his mic just ain't working.
Oh,
But if he's timed out, it should be over in like 300 seconds. In which case, as soon as he could chat something, I can just give him a wrench and be done with that.
See, now I really want to hear CCR.
Oh, I see. There he is, right there, way back at 3:00. About damn, that was 34 minutes ago. Was the last time I see him chat.
And did he speak in there?
3:04 trade for Fields. The last thing I see him say was trade for Justin Fields. That was like 30 some minutes ago.
right.
But I don't see him on the block list either in the studio.
Well, we might have a wrench cleaning here directly. So it might be time to re-clean the wrenches up and down, and then we'll reissue wrenches again. You know, I mean, look, Cap for Life has lost and gotten his wrench back like 5 times in the last 3 years. So I remember when Cap for Life first got it, he started timing everybody out.
Jermaine's saying something about I don't think that's CC. Like as if he was thinking there was somebody. There's 336 to his trash. That's he just posted that. So let me go ahead and give him a wrench, just to quickly take care of the problem until we can deal with it later.
All right, sounds like it's an easy way that's the easy way for us to cure it. The people who get timed out for doing what we don't think is a problem, they end up with a wrench. So for those that have a wrench and want to try to get at somebody, going at them and abusing the wrench only ends up giving them a wrench. That seems to be how we figure it out around here. So a lot of real trolls have wrenches, but you know what? Y'all are making that happen. We don't listen. That's called equity, crypto. God damn it. That's how that shit's done. You take it, we giveth, motherfuckers. They take it, we giveth. They take it, we giveth, man. We're like Robin Hood up in this bitch.
I'm ready for Capelite to make another bet for 8 weeks.
I don't know, but Lou in his chat says, I just want people to keep the same energy for everyone and other teams, but unfortunately, everyone can't do that. Is he talking about himself here, Culler?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think so.
I think he's talking about himself, and Lou's saying he's going to block everybody. He's about to lose his wrench.
Oh, I see. He's saying that whoever's blocking who for their opinion, he wishes it would be even. Well, that's why we don't want anybody blocking anybody for their opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we don't like that shit, blocking opinions.
Because it causes exactly that. You know what I mean? People are like, well, what about this guy's opinion? And that guy, that's why.
Look, Jose, I'm on sub and he's a mod now.
Oh, because we took Jose's wrench away last week or something, man. Remember?
Jose lost his wrench? Oh, yeah, I remember you, Jose.
Yeah, because he was doing the same thing Jermaine was.
I mean, look,
Jermaine's saying he didn't do it. Jermaine's saying he didn't do it.
Gatekeepers. I don't know who it could have been.
Y'all better watch out. I'll give Michael K a wrench. Then you'll all be hating life.
Michael K is not allowed to have a wrench. Jose never got a wrench.
I thought Jose had a wrench.
I think Jose had a wrench a long time ago, back when he was a member, because we were giving a couple of the members wrenches too.
Oh, that's what it was. He was a member. He was green, and yet he canceled. Yeah. Sorry about that, Jose. For whatever caused you to cancel it. You know,
yeah. No, listen.
Of course, we don't take the insult if you just don't want to do it no more. Oh, Aqua's saying Shake did it by accident.
Look, CCRR is completely convinced it was Jermaine.
Well, now
I mean, he's
StreamYard should tell us who did it. You're right about that. I think StreamYard should say it, but mine don't go.
maybe. I
And
don't
see,
think
it
it
doesn't tell me it was timed out anywhere, though.
Jermaine sticking to his story. I didn't do shit.
I think YouTube might have timed him out.
It wasn't Jermaine. Aqua, is that an admission by you? No way, Aqua. Aqua ain't doing that. It was Shake. Everybody's saying it was Shake.
I don't even see in chat
listen,
where it says
first
he
of
was
all,
timed out.
If Aqua says it was Shake, then I'm taking Aqua at his word.
Yeah,
Aqua is
Aqua's
not a
usually
liar.
pretty fair. Yeah. Of course, Aqua's one of our original Reason refugees. Yeah.
I remember refugees. I like that. That was good color. God, dude, people don't fucking get the brilliance of the fucking program sometimes. I mean, all in all, right? We're just talking a lot of shit, but there's
ready or not, here we come. You can't hide.
There's some things that happen during the show that are absolutely brilliant. Brilliant.
It's like you shaking my head. Now I gotta go join Reason's tribe. Good luck, man. They like to paint themselves blue and go into battle naked and shit.
What?
That's what I heard.
I'm fighting the wrong way, dog. That seems like a really good tactic. Seems like a really good tactic.
That's what the Picts used to do. That.
Yeah, I know.
You know, the old tribes in Britain that were fighting the Romans.
Mm-hmm. They would hide in the mud and shit, and they would walk in and they'd jump up out of the ground like a bunch of psychopaths.
Yeah. Well, they also used the blue dye of the woad plant. That's why they were also called woads. And they would paint pictures all over their body. But they went into battle naked, figuring that the Romans would be like, holy shit, these dudes don't even need clothes. You know what I mean? Like, they must be fierce warriors. You know what I mean?
Well, remember, the Romans thought the lands were cursed by demons for a long time. There was parts of the continent they wouldn't even go. They were demons out there. Yeah, they're like, no.
Remember, back then, blue was the color of hell, not red, because blue symbolizes ice cold heart. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Blue
was bad. No color. You're wrong. That's Dante's Inferno.
Right. But I'm saying even in artwork from back then, blue was always the color they'd use to depict, demons and Satan and all that.
Well, because cold was the meanest, fucking most volatile thing, and fire.
And it was also associated with the cold of winter and death.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's up, Lou?
Can I ask? What's good, boys? Can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
All right. Assuming everybody on this panel, right, thinks that Miami is going home the next 2 weeks. Oh, the Raiders and the Patriots. Assuming everybody up on this panel believes those are 2 victories, we will be 5-6 going into another primetime matchup, 8:30 Eastern, I believe, Thanksgiving night. So, what is everybody's thoughts of Miami going into Green Bay?
Wait, won't they be 6-6?
No, they'll be 5-6 because they're 3-6 now.
Right, be 5-6. Right.
My fault.
So 5-6 going into Green Bay Thanksgiving night, where everybody will be full and probably half already drunk by the time the game starts. What is everybody's opinion going in there with Miami? Again, going in there now on a 3-game winning streak.
Well, I'll give you an early prediction, right? I'll give you an early prediction. The Miami Dolphins.
No ball stands for hands. Speaking of hell.
The Miami Dolphins offense, I believe, could beat the Green Bay defense. To me, it's gonna come down to what Jordan Love shows up that day. And if that Jordan Love that we don't want to show up shows up, can the defense stop that? And if they can't, can the offense overcome it?
Well, fortunately over the last 8 games, part of the reason why we have been so lackluster on offense is because Mike McDaniel, as I alluded to for the last 5 weeks, has been coaching. And we are getting our running game to the point where that 33-degree icy weather may not affect us the way it has in the past. but it's going to be cold and it's going to be miserable. And so, Lewis, I almost want to think that that's the one of the 7-1.
I hear
It's going
you.
to have to
Absolutely.
be. It's going to have to
To
be.
Absolutely. I hear
me,
you.
to
I hear you.
me, that game again, like I said, it's going to come down to what Jordan Love shows up, and if the one we don't want to show up is in the stadium, can the defense stop it, or can the offense overcome? And if one of those two things happen, I think we win that game. And if we do win that game, that could be the marquee game that is the the tall flag in the battleground that pushes the Dolphins with momentum
Yeah.
into the potential
Absolutely.
postseason.
Absolutely. Listen, if I'm going to be, and again, I keep it down the middle. I won't be talking about the defense going into Green Bay, because I'll be talking about that offense, because that's a game when I look at it. No, Tua and this offense has to match up score for score against Green Bay, and if the defense is getting their job done, Tua Tagovailoa in this offense still has to go into Green Bay and put on a good showing. Because the fact of the matter is, it's a big time game. It's a big time moment, this is where I always agree with Cap and Culler and a lot of other people. The fact of the point is, the Dolphins are an offensive-minded football team. This is an offensive-minded league, right? So I'll be fair. In a game like that, no, I think Tua and this offense has to go out there and be dynamic, or at least make the plays that need to be made.
On the same token, and I'm not saying that who's better or worse at playing in those conditions, but on the same token, the Green Bay Packers have to overcome those conditions as well. So what I'm basically saying is the horrendous mistakes and stupid shit we do like we did last night on offense that you would think that a team like the Packers would make us pay for. The cold and that icy shit may equalize that to the point where we might be able to get away with a couple mistakes.
Yeah,
but
listen,
not really. You know what I mean? Like,
we
not
got
really, because our offense can't overcome those conditions either. So
we gotta start making just plays on both sides of the ball and things of that. Again, this is where it's the victory laps that I just don't try to understand. Right? Let me go back and find it. Where's it at? Cap for Life, my homie, right? Cap for Life writes in the chat. Lou, how did that defense look last night, bro? And they looked amazing. They looked absolutely outstanding yesterday. That still doesn't change my opinion that the week prior they looked like dog shit. Like I don't understand. Like again, two things can be true. That offense yesterday didn't look like what it looked like in Buffalo, but that offense in Buffalo looked dynamic. So I'll ask you, Cap for Life, the same question. How did that offense look 2 weeks ago? You see, like these victory laps where we try to pick and choose, and I'm on this side of the fence, and I'm on it. Bro, can we stop? Again, what do we always talk about? Bro, listen, I'm going to be 1,000% objective here. Yes, did Tua play his best game yesterday? No, he did not. Did the offense struggle for the majority of the game? Absolutely, it did. But what I did notice yesterday on a lot of big third downs, especially, and I heard Culler say it all day, in the fourth quarter, Tua was making the plays that we all needed to win the game. Right now, was the offense the reason that we did? No. But how many times in recent years have we seen in those same situations on a key third down to keep the chains moving, to keep the clock moving, to keep that where Tua in this offense failed? Well, yesterday, even playing a bad game, right? When we needed him the most, he performed. What's the problem?
And to that point, Lewis, I firmly believe had he not, then exactly what I told you all before the game would have happened. And our defense would not have been able to stop Matt Stafford from winning that game last night.
1,000%. So again, do we need Tua to come out and throw for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns every game? Or do we need Tua when the moments are there for, we can either seal this game or we need to put points on this drive? If he can execute there, what is really the problem? Because
I would say in that game, right? Defense has got to do their job. I don't think they need to play like lights out like they did against the Rams. Offense needs to remain balanced. Don't make mistakes. And Tua's got to make 1 to 3 plays like he did in this game. And we'll come out against any opponent.
Right. And so
Any opponent.
Right. And to that point, Cap, I'll ask you now the same question, Lou, that I've asked everybody that's come up, man. Crypto, you might want to sit this one out again because I already know your position, Crypto. Lewis, given an equal team performance as last night, do you already consider us 4-6? Like, in other words, if God came down here and told you that we are going to execute at the level we did last night against the Raiders, do you think we're 4? Do you consider us 4-6 already?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say yes. How about this, Color?
Miami's going to be 4-7 heading into Green Bay, and we're going to lose that game too. 4-8 after Green Bay.
Flip side of that question.
So who do you
hold on,
think we're losing?
Flip side of that question. Could the Dolphins
Houston and Green Bay?
Am I on mute? No. Flip side of that question. If the Dolphins put on that performance they did yesterday versus the Bills, do we beat the Bills?
No.
No.
That's why I have a problem. Yeah.
And there's what needs to
we're
get
all
cleaned
at the
up.
same level there.
Now hold up. Now hold up.
Except for Crypto
The
on the
Patriots and Raiders have beaten.
Hold up. Now hold up, everybody, because I got a third part to the problem. If Tua and the offense, Tua in particularly, doesn't make any of those mistakes he did, and we can devise what more offensive points we put on because of those
yesterday
mistakes.
or against Buffalo?
Yesterday.
Okay.
Who do we lose to in the NFL if we play a game like that? Nobody. That's fucking right. So then I want to point out that the defense playing the way it did and the offense minus the mistakes is the team we've been looking for all year.
No, okay,
Will we see it?
Crypto,
And if
here we
we
go
do,
again.
can we see it consistently?
Can we lose to somebody? Yes, Crypto, of course. But you'd like to believe that if we had 99% less mistakes on offense that we did last night, then you'd like to believe that nobody can beat us. Can we lose a game? Yeah,
we didn't only have one penalty on offense.
There's the
Why
Chiefs.
Why are we talking like we beat a Rams team?
Jesus
that is
Christ!
bad?
We only made one mistake on offense.
4-4, bro.
Penalties.
4-4.
Shit, bro. We left all kinds of shit on the field, man.
Come on, man.
The fact of the matter is, true Fin fan, you can say what you want, but the Rams have won 3 games in a row, and the Rams just came off beating the Seattle Seahawks and the Minnesota Vikings in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, they put 30 points on the Vikings, bro.
I understand that, but to me, and I may be wrong, you guys may be right. I'm not arguing this, but to me, I feel like this is a team that is overperforming. That team was overperforming to get to 4-4. That's what I feel.
Well, I don't know if they're overperforming or not. The fact of the matter is,
I can see where he's coming from. I can see where he's coming from with that take.
Again,
can we walk? Can we crawl before we walk?
No. We can't crawl before we walk. Because the fact of the matter is, this stream would look a lot different if the Miami Dolphins would have lost to the Rams. People would have been on this panel saying, "Oh, you see, Miami cannot beat a good team."
Exactly.
But now all of a sudden, Miami beats the Rams, and now the Rams are trash.
Exactly. Matt Stafford don't have a ring anymore.
Yeah, I'm not trying to hear none of that. Miami beat a good team on the road last night. That's what happened.
Fair enough.
Hey, Lewis.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they beat a 4-5 team. Congratulations.
If a heavyweight fighter lost his first 4 fights, and won the next 3 fights, you think a motherfucker gonna be lining up to go fight him?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, stop. Let's not do that where the Rams are trash. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. The Rams are not trash. I didn't hear not one person going into the game that was saying the Rams are trash. But now all of a sudden we beat them, and now they're trash.
Yeah, you were, Lewis. Yeah, everybody predicting the 40-point win.
Exactly.
Not only that, how many people picked them, like Crypto said, for the Dolphins to win at all, much less, in the fashion.
No, everybody's picking the Dolphins.
I didn't pick the Dolphins to win. I thought it was going to be a 23-16 loss.
Okay,
that's what I thought.
And it was flip side
I'm
of that.
Keeping it real. I don't flip flop, man. I say what I feel.
I got you, but it was 15
right.
to 23.
But then when that score is flipped, you want to say all of a sudden you didn't have reasons why the Rams were going to beat us?
Exactly.
Yeah, I did. No, see, now what you're doing is putting words in my mouth. What my reason for saying that we were going to lose is because none of us saw this defensive performance. None of us. So that's an
Man,
outlier.
Some of us.
So don't
Excuse
come
me.
up here now
Excuse
telling
me.
me that we
Oh
won
no,
that
I've
game.
been caping
We were
for the
Excuse
supposed
defense
to.
me.
for 4 weeks.
Excuse me, Lewis. Can you correct that for him?
Oh my
no, well,
God.
let
A
me.
tag team now?
Yeah.
A tag team now?
I've
No,
been
no,
Come on,
no. I'm
arguing
man.
with.
talking about.
I've been
I'm talking about
arguing with.
people. I'm talking
Talk
about
to
Been
me. You
arguing.
ask me. Hey, Culler,
his
don't ask for
statement.
nobody's help. Talk to me, man to man. I'll
Y'all
talk to
got it.
Lewis
No,
when I want to talk to Lewis.
Hey,
don't do this to me, bro. You're
hey,
just gonna
Color.
get put in
Hey,
back.
listen. Hey,
Hold
listen.
on. Hold
People
on a
can
second,
play.
I've
Big
been
Nick. Hold
arguing
on a
with
second, Big Nick.
Color and Cap. I've been arguing with Color and Cap this whole past week about offense and defense.
Thank you.
So
And who said that? Who said that they believed that this defense could do something like this?
that would be you, Color.
Thank you. There's your answer, True Finn.
Hey,
So I
but
have been
the
It's
answer has
called
been in
answering
9
your
games.
question. It's called answering your question with the proof. I don't need Lewis to answer for me. I was answering your question with the very proof itself.
I think what True Fin fan was trying to get at was that the majority of this fan base didn't think the defense
Oh,
would come
fuck
up
about
with
the majority of this fan base. The
No,
majority of this fan base is dumb.
Hey,
No,
Color, let me ask you a
but
question.
again, that's
Color.
what he's kind of pointing to, right? No one, the majority didn't see that performance coming, especially after the last 2 weeks.
But
with Arizona and
that's
Buffalo.
because you
That's what I'm
guys.
saying. I
That's
mean, you
because
can predict all you want, but that don't mean nothing.
look.
That doesn't
Check
mean
this out.
nothing.
Check this out. Color. Has any team in the 6 losses that we have any team put up record numbers on our defense?
Not numbers,
Has
points
any
maybe, but not
team
numbers. No.
has any team had 400 yards yet against our defense?
I don't believe so. No.
Has any individual player
Arizona
had a
did.
career game against
Arizona
us?
had 3. He's talking about passing, I think. Are you talking about passing or total, Big Nick?
Total.
That Arizona's
Arizona.
the only. Arizona's the one they had.
Okay,
400.
Arizona is 1 out of 6. 1 out of 6, right? 1 out of 6. Has any individual player had any record-breaking days against us?
No, not that I can think
So
of.
this
No.
defense,
The Bills
even though
kicker, the Bills
it
kicker set a
has
record.
splintered some,
Hold on,
even
Big
though
Nick.
this
The
defense
Bills
hasn't
kicker.
stopped people in key moments, has anybody ever doubted that this was a good defense?
The Bills
Yes, some
kicker.
have.
I never doubt.
The
I
That's
Bills
always thought
kicker
the
crazy.
just set a
defense was really
Some
franchise
good.
still
record.
do. Some
That's
still do.
crazy.
Well,
That's crazy.
I'm just trying again. I'm just trying to a good defense, great defense. Like, what are we talking about here?
It's an average
Because
defense.
well,
I
again,
thought
hold
this
on.
team had the chance to have a
Just
really
let
good
me.
defense with this
Well,
coordinator.
We do got a
and
really
again,
good defense.
and again,
We
that's
get beat
fine.
23-20. We get beat 16-14.
Okay,
What are you
Lewis, I'll
talking
try to
about?
answer your question, Lewis.
Absolutely.
I think we have an above average defense that played one game last night at a championship level.
So I would say we have
1,000%.
a good defense being coached greatly. That's what I would say.
And I would agree. I think we have
Yeah.
a good defense. Now yesterday what you seen was an elite defense. All I'm trying to do, and again, I keep saying it. People want to say, Lewis, you're a flip flopper. Lewis, you're this, you're that. I'm going by what this team shows me, and I'm even going to y'all's logic. The people I talk to on a day-to-day basis, y'all move the goalpost so much. I try to go with the logic. All I'm saying is when I heard, and this is the argument I had with Culler the whole time, and it's not the only reason I even win at Culler like that is because Culler is the one that puts in the work and throws out the numbers.
And I'm also the one to have the conversation with you, even if I don't
Hey, Lewis, I know
necessarily
you
agree.
hate this.
Well, hold on.
I know
Even
you
if
hate
I
this
don't
kind of
agree with
talk, Lewis.
even if I don't agree with everything I say, I'm going to have that discussion with you because you want to have
Lewis,
it.
I know you hate this kind of talk right here, but we have elite players. We have elite players who are not on this good defense right now.
Again, you're missing. You're even making my point even stronger. This is what I'm saying. The reason I go so hard, right? And again, the only reason I was bringing up what Culler was saying, because Culler, again, puts in the work. He throws out the numbers. So when people see me and Culler arguing, it's, forget all that. That's my man, 100 grand. All I'm saying is, right, when I hear number one against third down, number one against stopping the pass, again, cool. But when I highlight Mason Rudolph, when I highlight AR-15, when I highlight Jacoby Brissett, right, it's a good defense. All I'm saying is, Nick and everybody else, when the offense puts up 35, 45, 70, what is the narrative?
It's a Super
That
Bowl
it's a, that
defense.
it's a fluke. That it's a fluke.
That it's a fluke and it's against trash teams and it's okay, cool. So by y'all's logic, that great defense that everybody's saying, again, it's against Mason Rudolph, it's against AR-15, it's against Jacoby Brissett. That's all I'm saying. It's not that the defense
So
is
real
trash.
quick, if I may,
And it's against Josh Allen twice. And
hold on,
against Josh Allen
if I
twice.
may,
Don't let the
if
score.
I may, hold on
Don't
a
let the
second.
score of the first game fool you. Don't let the score of the first game fool you. And against Josh Allen
He had
twice.
100 rating.
Okay,
He had
if
100
I
rating
may,
though.
Lou,
He had 100
if
rating
I
in both
may,
games.
if I may, Lewis, I would say with full confidence that the game that the defense played yesterday, I do not expect that is my defense every
That's
week
what I'm
or this
saying.
season.
I
And
agree with
because
you.
of that,
Agreed. If it
I
was,
agree with you there
if
100%,
it
Cap.
was, we would still be number one in those rankings I told Lewis about.
And Lou, I agree. In the same way that the Dolphins put up 70 on, well, it's not equal because the 70 points on
any NFL team
worth of
on
production.
the Broncos isn't really the defense holding 15 points on the road to ex-championship, quarterback and coach combo and all that shit.
Right.
But there is similarities in your point in that, yes, as much of a fluke as it was for when I say it's the offense, I would say that was a fluke with the defense because I'm not hanging my hat on that. But I do have data from this year that minus the last 2 weeks, the defense has played lights out all year. That's the difference.
1,000%.
Real quick, to drive
they
that
played
point
very
home.
well. To me, very well.
Hold on.
They
To
played very
drive
well.
that point home, we put up 70 on Denver, right? But we didn't have to. So other bad teams, we put up 35 on, or 40 or whatever. My point is, we didn't need championship level last night to win that game had our
Agreed.
offense not had some debacles. The point is, yeah, even if we don't get that level of performance going forward, even a little less than that should be enough for our offense to win.
1,000%.
The game in which
this is where I stand. This is just where I stand, right?
Not against Green Bay.
The fact of the matter is, right? I was in the game in Arizona, and this is where I've been arguing with two good friends of mine all week, Cap and Culler. All week we've been going at each other, right? When I was in that building with Crypto, Shake Money, Culler, Cat, all of us in the same building watching the Arizona game, when I left that game, fellas, I didn't believe the defense let us down at all. I believe Kyler Murray was just making plays. Our defense was in position. But again, better offense is always going to beat great defense.
That's
right?
100.
That's all I'm saying. So I could.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. 100.
When I look
Right,
at
and that's why I think you're fair, because despite I think your opinion being still wrong about the defense being their fault last week,
right?
I do respect your opinion because I know you understand the nuance of the point I'm trying to make. Is that last night we didn't leave it in our defense's hands to get cooked by Matt Stafford.
But what Lewis saying
on offense.
But what Lewis, I think what Lewis saying that the way we played against Arizona, 85% of the other 85% of other quarterbacks in the NFL, we have 5 sacks that game.
What I'm trying to say is,
Kyler Murray played his ass off.
He did play his ass off. That's 100% right.
It's very simple what I'm trying to say, right? Because I think two things can be true. And this is where Mr. Negatives of the world and a lot of other people are correct. We got to stop having the conversations that this team cannot do things. Because last week, when the quarterback has 3 incompletions in Buffalo in a hostile environment, that was a great performance, right? The offense played well. The defense for it's suspect, right? Now in the next game, offense really don't show up, makes the plays when it needs, but really doesn't play efficient. But the defense is elite. What I'm saying is, God damn it, what's frustrating about this team is because I know the offense can do it. I know the defense can do it.
Yep.
But on any given week, I don't know which fucking unit is showing up. And all
now you know why. Now you know why I can't let go.
Right.
Now you know why I can't let go of the delusion, Lewis.
Hold on. I just want to finish real quick. What's frustrating to me is because if that offense shows up what it did in Buffalo, right? They could be more points or whatever, but if the way they played, that team shows up. And that defense from last night shows up. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you, that's a Super Bowl team.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
know.
For
I
sure.
know.
With
For
Mike
sure.
McDaniel, with Mike McDaniel still as the head coach, with Chris Greer still being the general manager, with everything that we hate on every goddamn day, if both units show up, there's not a team in the league that can beat the Miami Dolphins.
And don't forget the fourth unit. Don't
spoken like a reasonable man right now.
Hey, Lewis, what if I told you?
Right there.
What if I told you that the player of the game? Wait. What if I told you that the player of the game last night was a player who didn't get his name called once?
All right. Can I take
back the wait, Color? The player of the game, in my opinion,
you guys are leaving out
of the game was a player who didn't get his name called once, and his name was Jordan Poyer.
Right,
Thank God he didn't fuck up the game,
bro. Okay, whatever,
you guys
bro.
are leaving out one unit. The unit that cost us the week 8 last week.
Jordan Poyer.
My God.
What about the
Thank
special
God he
teams?
didn't fuck up the game for us. That made him MVP. He didn't cost us the game.
None of you guys are saying anything about what Lewis just said. You're spinning it all off to start blaming individuals.
No. Lewis said what Lewis said right now was 100. Was perfect.
Yeah.
Lewis, can you repeat what
So
you just said,
give
please?
everybody an opportunity to address what he said before we start spinning off on individual blame for last week. Because we already been through this.
I was just joking about Jordan Poyer, but he been playing bad.
All right, I got you.
I already said what I had to say. Lewis was 100.
Hey, Lewis, can you? I just joined. Can you repeat what you just said, please?
H Christ, man. Y'all just had it. Y'all
Don't
just
do
had
that.
it, man.
No, we're not repeating it, bro. We're not repeating it.
Oh my God, man.
Repeat it again. That was funny. Look,
so did you guys see? They kept trying to say,
Lewis, you just made my point that I've been trying to make for 3 fucking seasons. You just made my point, okay? Because if we know the defense can do it, and we know the offense can do it, and we know the coach can call the right plays on a 4-minute offense, then what the fuck are we missing when we lose?
The special teams.
Execution.
Thank you.
No, it is
Coach Mack. Simple,
Coach Mack has shown the unwillingness to adjust.
Coach
McDaniel has shown the unwillingness to adjust. Last night we saw something, and they kept mentioning it on the broadcast. The Miami Dolphins normally don't play with a 3 wide receiver set, and we did a lot of that last night.
Right. So that's still the coach executing what
that's the coach making an adjustment.
He's finally making an adjustment.
Executing the adjustment. Yeah, but it's still he has to execute that adjustment for it to work, bro.
Absolutely.
We know we have. What Color's point is, we have the players, we have the coaches, we've got it. And in some days we make a great defense, and other days we make a great offense. This shit just needs to be a great offense and defense.
You got to execute the adjustments, but the head coach has got to adjust. Don't act like Mike McDaniel has been adjusting his whole 3 years.
You're missing my point, Big Nick. I'm not talking about the players when I talk about coaches' execution. I'm talking about making the adjustment itself. Is coach executing his job?
Is it safe to say in last night's game that Mike McDaniel outcoached Sean McVay? Is that
absolutely, dude? It's safe to say that Mike McDaniel fixed every problem that I've been telling you all he has.
Wait a minute.
Did Mike McDaniel
in the second half of that game, he did.
They're still getting.
Wait a minute. Did Mike McDaniel outcoach Sean McVay, or did Anthony Weaver?
Can I answer that?
They're still getting plays in late. The same thing. Timeouts.
Everybody's just talking. It's hard to understand everybody when everybody's talking.
I'm gonna say it like this.
Let me know when I could answer your question, Lewis.
Did coach outcoach him, or did Anthony Weaver outcoach him?
Anthony Weaver.
Anthony
Weaver. Okay, fine. Okay, well, you guys are being too technical. What he's saying is, if you judge the coaching performance of Mike McDaniel and the coaching performance of Sean McVay and what they each have responsible for, who had the better night?
Yeah, exactly. That's it. It's not about
talking about who beat who heads up.
Sean McVay did.
Can you tell me
why? Anyhow, I'm not going to argue that. Listen, just let him have it.
We know about what Culler just said, what they're responsible for. whatever. So I guess he's assuming. I'm assuming he's talking about the offense. And for the Rams had a better offense, but two only had 179 yards passing. We only had like 37 yards rushing. So he's using
Yeah,
that
by the
aspect.
numbers, you're right. Big Nick is right. The Rams did better on
202 yards
offense than the
passing.
Dolphins. Anyhow, I will say this. The thing I've been waiting to see
That yardage
the
take away
last
from
3
passing
weeks,
yardage,
the
Color.
thing I've been waiting to see this year that I thought we were going to get, and the one thing I had hoped that Mike McDaniel would get better at is the execution, but most importantly, in that final drive, coming away with points and making the opposing team burn timeouts while bleeding the shit out of the clock is something the Dolphins offense has been unable to do for years. And he did it in a game on the road in an environment that it could have fumbled up. And if he would have fumbled it up and the defense would have won it, I would have a different feeling. But he didn't, and they didn't, and they did it right.
And because of his
we sort of played bully ball last night too.
Hold on, Big Nick. Because of Mike McDaniel's choice of plays on that drive, he gave Tua a better chance to do what Tua does best. And Tua came through. Tua put the damn team on his shoulders and got the damn first downs.
Tua met Mike McDaniel in the middle on that drive for sure.
You know what I think was great about the last 2 nights? And again, shout out to the boys of TFTG, Culler, and Cap that called both games, right? I know Ali was up there last night as well. But I was watching the stream on Sunday for the Houston Texans Detroit Lion game. And Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions. And I kept hearing tonight where Culler was like, man, that's crazy, 5 interceptions. Cap was highlighting it, right? But then in the fourth quarter, Jared Goff kind of settled in, right? And made enough plays to get the victory.
He stopped being scared.
Right? So cool. That happened Sunday night. So the same 2 gentlemen that called that game is calling the game last night.
Yep.
And I hear Culler say, hey, Tua, wipe that fumble off, wipe the interception off, play your game. And again, to Tua's credit, a little bit of growth, right?
Yeah.
When it needed it the most in the fourth quarter, right? And the plays needed to either be extended or completions needed to be made. Guess what? Even with the fumble, even getting the bad plays and the sacks and the interception,
and the horrendous lack of production.
Right.
And the second half adjustments after they were fucking dog shit in the second quarter.
That is all growth from not only the quarterback, but the team, the coach, everybody. That is
absolutely
growth.
Why wouldn't it be?
1,000%.
Hey, Culler, you're gonna love this question. Hey, Culler, you're gonna love this question. That really, really awful sack that Tua took, was that Brian Flores Tua?
No, well, I don't know, bro. But you know what happened? Tua finally said, F this. I'm going to look at the indicators that's happening, and I'm going to get myself away from that damn pocket. And he did it twice.
Yeah, but he was outside the pocket. He was outside the pocket. It was wide open over there on the field side. Throw the fucking ball away.
I know.
Throw the ball away.
That's what I'm. No, but bro, when the 30-yard strike to Waddle for that critical first down, bro. Okay, the man squirted out of a clean pocket, opened up the whole field for himself. You know what? You can see the line of scrimmage marker. I almost thought I was watching Allen, and he's like, "Okay, I've got all this space around me now. I've got the entire secondary in my view." Holy shit, there's Waddle standing there all by himself.
Real quick, it looked like Tua was like, holy fuck. He looked surprised to see Waddle just sitting out there with no one around him. It freaked him out a little bit. I'm surprised he got the pass off.
Now, Pete came around real quick, Lou. Pete came around this morning, today, and said, oh, but he missed. That should have been Waddle for a touchdown. And what I was trying to tell Pete was,
oh my God.
Well, what up? Well, listen to me real quick.
Y'all give me a
what I tried to tell Pete was, within the confines of the system, yeah, he missed that, but he made up for it by squirting out and finding still something big. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Hey, shout out to Waddle. Shout out to Waddle for coming back to the ball.
Boom.
Hey,
boom,
hold on.
boom.
Did Pete not notice? Because I noticed. I noticed. Did Pete not notice Lester Cotton getting pushed all the way back to our fucking end zone all night? Did he? I noticed that. I noticed. Did Pete not notice that?
Well, I tell you who did. I'll tell you who did. Tua. Because the motherfucker's like, I ain't going to stand here and take this anymore.
Again, right? I take a lot of pride in watching what the team offensively did when they had when I've seen in years prior them never get it right. And Mike McDaniel start throwing shit against the wall to stick. And Tua not making the plays, but making more mistakes and getting caught in the quicksand. I talked about this the night before, and I made a reference about it. The fucking movie The Replacements, right? It's stupid that it's from that movie. But you find yourself in a game where you're trying to do more than you usually do to make up for what you've lost. And you'll always lose that way, right? But the Dolphins with Mike McDaniel and Tua, they leveled their heads and they dug themselves out and they took control to find themselves in the final possession of an ability to ice the game, and they didn't fuck that up. I gotta be happy about that. I am happy about it.
Yeah. Hey, and I've been so decompressed from the Dolphins for the last few weeks. I didn't know that Alec Ingo was out, right? But when I found out after the game that he didn't play, I said that shit makes sense.
Listen, Alec Ingle was out, but you know what? Raheem Mostert had 0 carries that game.
Yep.
But the ugliness, the shit that we used to, the way we were playing, they should have been clicking, and Alex Ingo wasn't there.
Hey, what do you guys think about Chop coming along? What do you guys see?
Chop has played well the last 2 weeks. Chop has played well the last 2 weeks. The Miami scored on the opening drive of the third quarter, correct?
Well, their opening drive. We didn't get the ball to start the half,
right.
but we did on our opening drive, yeah.
And that listen, there's moments.
And guess who had a goose egg in the third quarter, Lou?
The
loser.
Rams.
The loser,
absolutely.
right.
And listen, again, usually the last team, your last possession of the game is a big moment. But there's 2 times in the game. It's whenever you touch the ball early in the third quarter, your first possession of the third quarter, and the opening of the game. And what you've seen, because those are scripted, right? Like the first 15 plays of the game is going to be scripted. You're going to go into halftime. You're going to give your quarterback, your receivers, your offensive line a script of what the first drive of the opening of the third quarter. And all I know, the last 2 weeks now, we've seen it, right? Buffalo, and now last night.
Yep.
Opening, getting the ball, they go down and score. Opening of the third quarter, first possession, they go down and score. That is a winning formula. Culler has been saying that as well. You gotta score in the third quarter and stuff. And again, to come out and score 7, right? We're good with 3, but now if you're consistently one of these teams on your opening drive and the opening drive of the second half, coming down and putting 7 points on the board, that's a winning formula. I'm just saying, bro. There's growth. What you're seeing in this football team is it
because that at that moment that puts you up.
Yo,
by
Lewis,
11.
you're gonna make me rethink my prediction about 4-8 going into Green Bay.
Well, really quick. Something so simple is so critical because when we scored that touchdown, that put us up by 11 deep into the third quarter.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now our defense is like, I've only got like 4 plays to guess that they're going to run. Okay. It makes it so much easier for your defense to diagnose what the offense is about to do because, first of all, you don't have to respect the run. Now, they did end up running like once or twice, and they gashed us for like 4 yards here because we're in total dime defense at this point. Okay. Saying, hey, they have to pass the ball. So, yeah, they might get a run here and there, but we're basically trying to stop the run on the way to the quarterback now.
Yeah.
Hey, that 37-yard field goal.
Real quick. It's something that Anthony Weaver pointed out the first press conference I ever heard him give, and it was the most brilliant thing I've heard him say. The defense, actually, it was a philosophy, but it was told to us by the defensive line coach or the linebackers coach, and he said, these guys have to earn the right to rush the quarterback. Well, when your team is up by 2 scores, by 2 possessions,
you can rush the quarterback.
Deep in the third quarter,
that's
what you get to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well, watch the
I
quarterback.
know I wasn't the only one. I wasn't the only Dolph fan that when that 37-yard field goal came up, I wasn't the only one that's saying, I know one thing, this motherfucker better not miss.
Oh, I said it. I said it out loud. Yep.
I know I
Y'all are
wasn't the only
I
terrible.
one.
said, "Oh shit, he better
Y'all
not
are
miss this
terrible.
motherfucker now."
Man
I,
misses a couple field goals and he's the worst thing you ever seen. Now you're worried about it for life.
I,
The
I,
guy
I'm
is
I'm not
still
worried
the
about
best
Jason
kicker the
Sanders.
Dolphins have ever had. Go ahead, Luke.
I don't be worried with Jason Sanders. I just wanted to point out real quick another growth that I'm starting to see from Mike McDaniel, right? Is when they were calling for the man's job and they were saying he's too friendly, he doesn't run a tight ship. You know why? Okay, cool. And I heard Cap say it right before Cap fell off. Raheem Mostert, not one carry yesterday. After 2 games of fumbling, right? And Raheem and Mike McDaniel are supposedly that's his guy, best friends, right? No carries yesterday, but a benching in sorts, right? Okay,
Yep.
cool. Now he got in the game and stuff, but he wasn't rewarded with carries. I'll give you another one. Moving Anthony Walker Jr., the linebacker, into the starting lineup for David Long Jr. Now,
Yep.
mind you,
That's a benching.
go look at David Long Jr.'s uniform. You're gonna notice a C on the top right-hand corner of that jersey. He's a captain
He
on
is
this
a captain.
football team.
Yes, sir.
And now he has been regulated to the bench. And again, throwing the film, Anthony Walker Jr. has been a plus sighting for this defense the last 2 weeks. It has been a bonus because he started in Buffalo. He started again yesterday. Is that not growth from the head coach? Is that not holding people
Sure.
accountable and
You know
making
where?
changes?
You know what else is growth? Something Joe just pointed out. Minimal ain't even the word, Joe. 1 penalty the entire night. And I think it was a personal foul on the defense, if I remember
No,
correctly.
it was unsportsmanlike conduct, not coming back in bounds fast enough.
Okay, fair enough.
But Jordan Brooks, low key been balling.
Oh, speaking of Big Nick, I'm glad you brought up Jordan Brooks. Balling ain't the word. Okay. Last night I had him on my parlay, and I would suggest anybody out there, if you can get him with plus or minus 8 tackles plus assists, do it. Because I had him at 7.5 last night. Okay. And I was
Hey, he
like,
ain't doing. He ain't doing.
hold on, Big Nick. I was like, 7.5. Is he gonna make that? That's close. Let me tell you, last night the guy had 11 total tackles, 6 solo, and 1 tackle for loss. Yeah, put him on your parlay. If you see him with 8 tackles plus assists, put that shit on your parlay.
Hey, he ain't giving you them Elandon Roberts types of jolts, right? But that motherfucker hitting you, and you know you've been hit, and he's solid with his hit, and he wrapping you up.
Smash through
Like,
that 7.5 over under, Big Nick. Smash through
Hey,
it,
where
man.
are we playing
And
Oakland
could this
here?
team? Yes, the next 2 games
Okay.
are Oakland or the Raiders and Patriots at home. That's why before you go to Green Bay, you should be 5 and 6.
Oh man, I thought it was Houston, bro.
Now again, this is why I asked the
Why
question.
did I think it was Houston, bro?
This is why I asked the question with the framing that I did. Given an equal or better performance than last night, are we already 4 and 6?
1,000%.
Yeah, I think so, man. I was wrong. I thought it was Houston. My bad.
I think the next 2 games are win. And I'm gonna be honest with you. This right here, again, the season hasn't been what we wanted. But, and I'm gonna pose the question, right? Let's say after we wake up next Monday, let's say assuming the Dolphins beat the Raiders, and now you're 4 and 6. I believe Bradley Chubb's window to come and start practicing for the team would be opened on Monday. Right?
I hope so. Shit, I hope so.
I'm starting to hear. Hold on, real quick. I'm starting to hear Anthony Wynn is not Anthony Wynn. Isaiah Wynn, our left guard, is really, really close to being put on that window of what's it called. I'm just saying for the sake of argument, right? Here in recent years, this team has started off really, really fast, and throughout the year has got injuries, right? And it's kind of derailed the season. Could it be now with look at the schedule coming up, right? And guys looking like we're getting healthy, right? Zyler coming back yesterday. Holland came back yesterday. Let's say Isaiah Wynn comes back. Let's say Bradley
Cater came back yesterday.
Yep.
Because Cater Kohu, right? Could
Got
it be
hurt
down the
and
stretch?
came back in the game, so he's durable.
Could it be down the stretch that this team, while they're trying to make their run, is getting healthy at the right time as well?
It
Well,
feels
Lewis,
like it. Yeah, it feels like it,
what
Lewis.
you're doing
It
is
feels like it. Yeah.
you are logically and soundly relieving the delusion. Is what you're doing. You're making a plausible case as to why we're not being delusional.
Because I believe that if we win against the Raiders, that Monday morning, you're going to get a report that Bradley Chubb is starting his 21-day window.
You can book that win against the Raiders, goddammit. The Raiders are not going to let the Miami Dolphins fuck up their number one draft pick to get Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, the other thing is, if we make it to 5 and 6, I guarantee you there is going to be. I know there's not. I'm being hyperbolic, but there is going to be 500 teams in the AFC that are 5 and 6 right along with us.
Yeah. This season is shaping out that way.
And I believe that if you are 5 and 6, like I said, I believe both windows would be opened up. And I will believe that if you come out of the Patriot game at home 5 and 6, that Thanksgiving night when you're in Green Bay, I believe you see Isaiah Wynn on the field. I believe you see Bradley Chubb on the field. Right? And again, don't let
the other thing
get
is
healthy at the right time.
And the other thing is, one other thing, Big Nick, we put AJ on the IR before last night, so he's already got a game in the books. We only have him down for 3 games.
So Denver's like a half game. Denver's like a half game in front of us right now, right? They got to play Kansas City again. They still got to play San Diego again, right? And the Chargers again.
They got to play the Niners.
They got to play. Now we've already played Buffalo twice, right? Yep. And the Jets are playing for a fucking quarterback. I don't care what nobody say. The Jets, the way they played yesterday, they see the writing on the wall.
They got to.
And they going to get one of them young quarterbacks.
No, I think the last hope that they were resting on was what happened last night with us, because now that we won, they're cooked at 3 and 7.
The Jets were better with Zach Wilson last year than they are with Aaron Rodgers.
They going to get them. I'm telling you, they're going to get that quarterback. It better not be Cam Ward.
Even if they had Cam Ward. What I'm saying is, even if they had a Cowboys fan shred of hope, we eliminated that last night in their heads.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I was never worried about the Jets, and I was never worried about the Jets anyway. Really, if you're going to start, and again, Miami is already in the playoffs, basically. All these games have to be on the mindset of playoff games.
Right.
Right? So the playoffs have already started. When you look at it realistically, right? Houston's probably going to win that division. KC's probably going to win that division. Buffalo's probably going to win our division. And take your pick. Steelers or Ravens are going to win that division.
Right.
There's 4 playoff teams there. Whoever don't win the North out of Pittsburgh and Baltimore, that's going to be a wild card. There's 5. You look at the Chargers now, they're 6 and 3, I believe. That's probably going to be 6.
Right.
Right? Realistically, the 3 teams that we're looking at are the Miami Dolphins, the Denver Broncos, and the Cincinnati Bengals.
Right.
The Broncos don't scare me at all. I think the Broncos are going to fall down to the pack. It's what Cincinnati's going to do, because I truly believe in that Cincinnati offense, but that defense is terrible over there. So, again, in my opinion, it just looks like the final playoff spot in the AFC, and I could just be my homer hat, but it's a 2-team race between me and Cincinnati, and I will be
Miami and Cincinnati.
I will be watching in Thule of the Cincinnati Bengals.
I agree with that. Now, Lewis, real quick. What type of mentality should we be going in? Now, I know everybody's going to call me a total delusional right now, right? Okay, but this is not, I'm saying this not because I believe this is what's going to happen, but because I believe this is the mindset that you need to be in order to guarantee what Lewis is talking about. And that mindset is, look at Buffalo's next 4 games. Okay? Let's just say it is completely plausible, highly unlikely, but plausible that they go 0-4. Okay. Now, if we got to make a 7-1 run to be respectful at 10-7 and kind of guarantee ourselves that last spot Lewis is talking about, we might be able to get away with 2 losses. Doubtful. Depends on what Cincinnati does, right? But let's say if we're talking about a 7-1 run,
it's going to be a 10-win team.
But hold on. if we're talking about a 7-1 run, what we need to be in the mentality of is an 8-0 run. Because if Buffalo falters and goes 0-4, now we're talking about we're tied.
A tie, and they win the tiebreaker.
And they have to make sure that they beat 3 divisional teams to finish the year. One of which might be wanting to play spoiler.
So if we had Kendall Fuller, who's going to go into concussion protocol, I wouldn't trip over Green Bay. My only concern is right now on our schedule is San Francisco, because they're mirroring the exact shit we're going through.
Well, my point was only to say
they got hurt early. You know what I'm saying? And now they starting to get their people back, and they on the schedule.
My point was only to say this. Last year, the Buffalo Bills started off slow. They didn't start off 2-6, but they started off like 4-4. We were laughing at their ass because we had like a 2-game lead on them.
They were 6-6 at one point.
Okay. Now they did exactly what Lewis is suggesting that we potentially can do. They got healthy, they settled down, they got back into their own game, and they rattled off a bunch of wins while we collapsed and they took the division. So it's not like we're talking about stuff that's like, oh, totally implausible. You know what I mean? Like the Buffalo Bills literally did that themselves last year. Now, if you're talking about reversing the 2 roles this year, I can offer you this. The Buffalo Bills have beaten the Cardinals, the Dolphins, the Jaguars, the Jets, the Titans, the Seahawks, the Dolphins again, and the Colts. They have lost to the Ravens
to the
and
contenders.
the Texans.
To the contenders, correct.
Okay. Their next 4 games is Kansas City,
Yep.
San Francisco, Rams,
and
Detroit.
Absolutely.
You're telling me it's implausible that they could go 0-4?
It is. No, you're right. You could do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Given what we've seen their flaws to be.
It can be done.
Given that we believe if we clean up some of our flaws, we beat them the other week. The last time we played them.
Basically, what Culler is telling everybody, the 2024 version of the Buffalo Bills is what the 2023 Dolphins were. They beat up on a bunch of teams. They beat up on a bunch of teams that were trash, and every time they faced top-tier talent, they lost.
And they lost to a bunch of teams early because they were injured all over the place.
Absolutely. Yeah. 1,000%.
I didn't even know that's who they beat.
I don't think there's a team in the league that wants to play the Miami Dolphins if, again, at the end of the year, Miami is close to full strength and 100% health.
For y'all that believe if Tua's playing the whole year that we get a couple more dubs than we got, then why are we still different all of a sudden than we were? Because we'd only be 2 games behind Buffalo or 1 game behind Buffalo. We'd be beating all the teams they beat this year.
Yep.
The Seahawks, who else did we lose to? The Titans.
The Colts.
The Colts.
Yeah. 1,000%.
Yeah, it sounds like a mirror. It sounds like a mirror from us last year.
All we've done is eliminate our margin of error. That's all we've done.
Now this is
we have no margin for error.
This is where I'll agree with because I understand what Culler's saying, and I'm with it. I hope it happens.
Me too.
For me, where I'm looking at right now, where we stand, is just that 7th seed. Now, if we get a chance, and later down the line, I can look to what Culler is saying, because I agree that I think this 4-game stretch is going to say a lot about Buffalo. The only team I'm looking at though is Cincinnati, and I would advise fans.
And I'm glad you point that out, because I do want to double emphasize that I was only saying what mentality we need to be. We need to be thinking 8-0 so that we can strike if that does happen to Buffalo.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
If we're in that mentality, then we're going to guarantee ourselves 7-1.
And that's a great point, Culler, because I think yesterday
it's called shooting for A's to guarantee yourselves B's. That's what you do. You don't shoot for C's.
What I think yesterday won us the game more than anything was the mentality.
Yeah.
of the football team. That's what won
Confidence.
us the game yesterday.
1,000 fucking
Confidence.
percent, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
And
think it
Chubb
was our
coming back,
mentality that
Isaiah coming
lost
back.
Buffalo last
Woo.
week.
I would agree. I would agree.
Going into the game,
When
knowing
Isaiah and AJ
going
come
into
back,
the
then
game,
maybe we can get
knowing
rid of some of this
but
goddamn
going into
cover
that
two.
game, knowing that you could not leave it in your defense's hands, that Buffalo was gonna score 30 points. That's not having that mentality going into last week's game lost us the game. And if you want to put that on the defense not having the mentality too, then I agree. Because they needed to hold Buffalo to less than 30. You know what I mean?
Didn't Buffalo almost lose to Arizona week 1?
They did hold Buffalo to less than 30.
Yeah.
Well, technically, yeah. I mean,
listen,
I
the
don't know
fact
how
of the
you
matter
think
is,
I hope you guys are right, man.
the
Shit.
fact of the matter is, this team is whether we like them or not, whether we want to move off of them or not, whatever. This team does perform better with Tua Tagovailoa. It just is what it is, bro.
You know what we are right now?
It
You
gives
know
us
what
a
we
better
are
chance
right
to
now?
Yeah, I'm with you, Lewis.
Bro, you know what we are right now? We're alive and we're live. In other words, when you're sitting at in a poker tournament and your stack's dwindling down, okay, and everybody's like, yeah, that guy's almost done. But you're sitting there with cards. And those cards are strong. They call those live cards. It don't matter where you're at in the tournament, blah, blah, blah. As long as you got live cards, you got a chance to win the whole shebang.
Well, I just want to point out for the record, when people want to say that injuries and stuff does not matter to a football team, right? I think that is some of the dumbest shit I think I hear.
Oh man,
because
me too,
the simple fact
How
is,
anybody looks at Zach Sealer last night and still thinks that, I don't know, Lewis.
For real.
well,
or the last
absolutely.
2 years.
Siler being one, I'll give Culler credit. He was calling on Cater, Kohu. Cater played amazing yesterday, right? So shout out to Cater, right? I'm going to give you one on the offensive side of the ball, though. And if you don't believe my words, go look at the All-22. I believe it's out. I'm going to point y'all to the opening drive of the game. I'm going to point you to the touchdown play where it was the reverse to Malik Washington. You know who had the ceiling block on the edge to get Malik Washington?
River Craycraft.
That we have not seen all goddamn season, and he came back. And River Craycraft is one of our best wide receiving, blocking wide receivers, right?
Yeah.
So when people want
to
say
Lewis,
when
delayed handoff to River Craycraft for the game ball, I forgot to add him game ball to River Craycraft.
1,000%. So when people say that, again, the Miami Dolphins have collapsed the last 2 years, and I would agree, bro. There's no denying that. But when people bring up the injury excuse too, there's not a lot of teams in this league with the amount of injuries that the Dolphins have had the last 2 years that are going to make very good, very strong playoff push. The fact of the matter is, bro, if Miami could stay healthy and then get some pieces coming back, this team will be dangerous down the stretch. Now, if we can get there or not, that remains to be seen. But if by the grace of God, the Miami Dolphins get into the playoffs, and you're telling me Bradley Chubb is 100% healthy going in, and Isaiah Wynn is back on that offensive line, and Tua and these boys are healthy, you better watch out for the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, no. That's 100%. Don't nobody want to play us. They do not want to play us.
The biggest hindrance that I see from the Miami Dolphins, you know how you got a damn good player who was with his first team, but he was always hurt, and then he get a fresh start in another team, this motherfucker going to be all world. Well, that don't happen for the Dolphins. We get those players, and them motherfuckers get hurt with us too.
I know. Hey, Big Nick, though. Big Nick, check this out though. You know what? You know what's interesting though? We're having and I think you probably saw the effect of it even last night. We have no reason to play scared anymore. The reason we all have the ability to be delusional right now is because we're being realists the whole year. So we know it's over. So there's no reason, as long as we're still live, that we can't sit here and play the game and say, you know what? As long as they keep winning, what are we supposed to do? Because guess what now? Mm-hmm. If we lose to the Raiders this week, and all of what we're talking about, our whole delusion right now gets smashed in one game against a really bad team, and it's back to the same old shit, How's that different than any other week?
1000%.
I don't see us losing to the Raiders.
So what? Okay, but that's beside the point, Trufin. How's it different than any other? We're right back to where we were last week. The whole thing be blown up, blah, 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 and everybody's pissed. What the hell is the difference if you don't just say, look, the reality is mathematically, if this, that, and the other happens and we're there to strike while the iron's hot, we can still do this. There's nothing wrong with saying that at this point and believing in it.
I hear you. I hear you.
So
what else do you have to do? Talk about the draft? You want to talk about the draft? Let's do it. You know, it's boring.
As a person, so my blood turned orange and aqua in 1982. So I have a right to say what I'm about to say. I was in a position these last few weeks where I was in a position of relief. I didn't have to watch the schedule. I didn't have to watch the standings. All I had to do was show up and watch the Dolphins. That's all. That's why I didn't know who was hurt, who was out. So I can take it both ways. I can take a winning streak, and I can also take not worrying about fucking getting in the playoffs too. I can take that too. So I'm in a win-win situation.
Big Nick, what was a couple weeks ago, title of my show, the Dolphins win by losing. And here we are. Guess what's getting fixed? Because the only way to fix it is to fix it, and that's execution. I've been saying it for weeks. So when we kept losing, it was like, look, we're going to fix this problem, whether everybody likes it or not. We're not blowing this damn thing up.
Yeah, but for those of us that start watching this,
we're either going to fix it. We're either going to fix it. What I said, though, Big Nick, back then was, we're either going to fix it and start playing real football and come what may, or we're going to keep losing and they're going to get the tank they want. So
you have a way.
My point is,
you have a way of messing up. You have a way of messing up a wet dream. I don't care about all
bro.
that.
That's because you don't. That's because you don't listen to what I'm saying, bro.
No, all I'm telling you is the bliss. All I'm telling you is that the bliss I felt.
You don't want to let it happen because you don't want to let color enhance your wet dream. You got
all I'm telling you is the bliss I felt. All I'm telling you is the bliss that I felt when I no longer felt pressure to give a fuck about the standing.
That's my point. So don't you think the player? Don't you think
That's
the
all I
players
care
are in the
about?
same
I
boat?
don't care about getting snapped out of that shit. Let me dwell in that.
Don't you think the players are in the same boat with that feeling, Big Nick?
No, they stressed out. They want to make the playoffs. They watching the standings.
Bullshit.
Shit.
They look like they were having fun last night. That's all I'm saying.
They were.
Yeah.
They were. They looked like they were playing. They looked like the team that was playing like they don't got nothing to lose, but they got something to lose. It was crazy watching them play yesterday.
Well, that like I said, when you know that the outcome is no different than any other day if you lose, why are you playing scared?
As a person who lived and died by this team, I'm talking about literally, I lived and died during the 1-15 season. You know what I'm saying? Like I was deep into this shit. So this is my first time ever having this epiphany. Like, fuck, I'm not reading the news. I'm not listening to Kyle Krabs. I'm not listening to Travis Winfield. I'm not coming to TGFT. I'm not doing none of that shit. I'm just showing up on Sunday, and life was good.
Yeah, because it's gonna be what it's gonna be, Big Nick.
What you're saying, Big Nick, is what I was feeling. I think, which is we were playing so bad, and it all seemed lost, where we had no pressure.
All I gotta do is show up on Sunday and just watch my team.
Because it's gonna be what it's gonna be at that point.
You know what was one of my concerns when Tua was coming back was if he was going to play, because I heard Culler say it a couple times, and I'm going to just touch on it for when I hear the word scared, right? I thought Tua would play a little hesitant in the aspect of, would he be worried about it if he was going to get hit? Would he be worried if he had to take off and run, right? And what we've seen the last 2 weeks, I don't know, again, Fred, you can laugh all you want, but if you really break down to all 22 and you go back and look at the game last week in Buffalo, Tua standing in the pocket about to get annihilated, which he did.
That's exactly right, Lewis. That's exactly right.
Which he did, right? But he stood in there, made the throw that he needed to make, got hit, got taken down, bounced right back up. Look at yesterday. It didn't look perfect at times. It didn't look good at times. But when the plays needed to be extended, run for a first down, escape the pocket to extend the play, make the throw downfield to extend the drive and stuff. Yeah. Since the man has came back, a lot of the conversation, should he ever play or should he do this? The fact of the matter is, bro, give Tua Tagovailoa credit. He has not played scared when he has came back. And that is a fact.
Ever.
A little gun shy last night, but he figured that out, bro.
Yeah, but the word scared, what Lewis is saying is 100% right. He's never, after everything this guy's been through, whether we like him or not, the one thing you can't label to it with is the word scared. He's not scared.
Or quit.
Or quit.
You would be a little nervous too if Julian Hill and Lester Carter was on the field while you was playing.
Well, okay,
You'd be a
but
little
at the
poopy
same
pant
time,
yourself.
I do think that the gun shyness was there in a lot of the, when he's taking them 20-yard sacks, dude. It's like, look, just uncork it, bro. If you freaking throw an interception, I will stand in front of the mob for you, Tua. Don't worry. You know what I mean? And to his credit, you know, come the fourth quarter, he's just like, yo, he put all that shit aside and said, nah, and figured out that's what the problem was. And he got himself away from all that, opened the field up for himself, and found open guys. That's all I ever wanted the guy to do.
Hey, I hear you, Culler. Hey, Fred, when Lewis was talking, you were laughing about what he said when he was scared. Speak what's on your mind.
What I was laughing at was between this hesitant and scared. I mean, man, you know, it's all over the man. How he is in the pocket, man, when he has to hold the ball. The man is just jittery, man. He's jittery because he's waiting because he's thinking about that.
Now you're being okay.
Because he's thinking about that. He's going to take, bro. So miss me with the hesitant, bro. The man is jittery.
Fred. You're being hypercritical, Fred, because go look at Peyton Manning's dropbacks. The dude looks like a ballerina, bro. So
well, I can just tell the difference when the guys got happy feet.
Go look at Peyton Manning's feet. Go look at Peyton Manning's feet throughout his whole career and tell me he don't look like he's dancing. Okay,
that's a good one.
Hey Fred, who you rather have right now?
I know the difference. I know the difference. I know the difference between having happy feet and being hesitant.
Everybody are Fred.
Right now, Fred.
All day, big Nick.
Get rid of that.
Fred, I used to make fun of Peyton Manning, like banter, like poking fun at him for looking scared with his tippy toes in the pocket, dude. I used to laugh at him for that. So you're wrong. Peyton Manning had the same look.
He's factually incorrect. Yeah, he's incorrect.
So you're going to so are you going to put Tua Tagovailoa up to Peyton Manning, bro? Up to Peyton Manning, bro?
No, I'm saying that I was poking fun at Peyton Manning and you're poking fun at Tua. That's all I'm saying.
No, the fact of the matter is no one's comparing Tua to Peyton Manning. The comparison.
Well, why bring him up? Well, why bring Peyton Manning into it then?
Well, I'm trying to help you out.
Because I ain't never seen Peyton Manning tackle
You're not helping me out, bro. You're not helping me out, bro. Because I know what I'm seeing. I know what I'm seeing with this man in the pocket, bro. And if this man's not playing fair, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm the one that brought him up.
I never saw Peyton Manning tackle a linebacker either, Fred.
Brought him up, so I'm going to answer Fred's question as to why I brought him up. I brought him up to tell you that a guy dancing around with happy feet ain't necessarily scared. That's all.
And this is the point, Fred, right here.
That's a great point, Culler. Great point.
Again, quarterbacks do not like being rushed in the pocket. Peyton Manning has said it. Tom Brady, was he flinching? Was he scared? Tom Brady, a 7-time Super Bowl winner, was he scared?
Tom Brady is fearless, bro. Come on, don't even bring Brady up, bro. This is what I'm talking about. When you bring up other quarterbacks to this quarterback, it's crazy to me, man.
Man that's fearless.
And you're talking about greats. Then you're bringing him up to greats, man. That's that, man.
Can I finish my point? Because this is what's frustrating talking to people. You don't listen. I'm not comparing Tua Tagovailoa's game, how they play the game, to Tom Brady. I'm comparing what you said, Fred, about being scared in the pocket to happy feet in the pocket. And again, Peyton Manning is better than Tua Tagovailoa. But that same problem that you say you see with Tua, Peyton Manning was scared in the pocket. To use your words, he got happy feet in the pocket.
Yeah, the man's
Tom
heels
Brady,
never touched the ground, man.
Never.
Eli Manning used to see people coming and go down. He used to go
That's
down
right.
in the pocket.
That's
But
right.
he's a two-time Super Bowl winner. Eli Manning wasn't scared, and all we're saying is, when from that aspect, you can say what you want, but you're factually incorrect because Tua's not scared.
Nah,
Do you
man.
guys know what the number one?
Why?
You guys know the number
Did he
one
tell you
reason
he
why
wasn't scared
quarterbacks
in the
don't like
pocket,
a.
though? Did he sit there and tell you that he wasn't scared in the pocket?
Mute your goddamn voice.
Did he tell you that he
Tell me where you know that's a fact that he's not scared in the pocket.
was?
Tell me where that's a fact,
Hey,
bro.
but Fred, I could flip that. When did he show you that he was scared? When did he tell you what he was scared?
Did he tell you
Let
he
me
was
ask this.
scared?
Did he tell
Let
you
me
he was
ask
scared,
this. Let
Fred?
me ask you
Did
this.
he tell
Who
you?
was the game he came back? Who was the game he came back against after his injury, though? After his injury,
Did he
Arizona.
he came back.
He came back against the Card. Did he come back
Lewis
against the
talk,
Cardinals?
bro? Can you let Lewis talk, Fred, please?
The problem is, I just want Fred to know that I want to ask the question before you answer all this dumb shit of when he came back or not. Did Tua tell you that he was scared in the pocket? Did
He
tell
ain't
you
telling me
that?
no. He's showing me. He ain't telling me no, but he's damn sure showing me.
Again, you haven't seen no other quarterback, and I'm going to end the conversation with that. No other quarterback in the league shows you that but Tua. Is that what you're saying, Fred?
Bro, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something like this, bro. I've been watching enough football, bro, when to tell when quarterbacks are when they're rattled in the pocket and when they're just fucking scared of taking a hit or they're going to get hit. I know how to judge that. Yes, I do.
Right. Okay. So what did it show you when he put on all his whole uniform for 5 years and goes out onto a football field where he knows he can die? What's that tell you about his courage level?
What's that tell me about whose courage level? Tua's? Oh, he
Or
told
when
me.
he said he's prepared to die and come back. It's what he loves to do.
Yeah, look. Of course he's gonna say some shit like I'm prepared to die, bro.
Hey,
And you know what?
I just
talk,
want to
man.
understand.
Let me talk.
I want to understand
Let me
this, Fred.
Let me talk.
We've heard
Let
you,
me talk,
Fred.
bro.
We've heard
Just
you,
shut up.
Fred.
Shut up.
Listen.
Just shut up.
We've
Just
heard
shut
you.
up. Just shut up. Just shut
How
up.
can a
The game
man?
he came
How can a
back.
man
The game he
sprain his
came back.
ankles in
Just be
college?
quiet, bro. Be
How
quiet, bro.
can a
Before you
man
try to.
sprain his ankles
Before
in
you try
I
to go
college?
didn't
with the
mean to start
bullshit.
no shit with that question.
Who
Hey,
did Tua
Color, can
come
you
back
please let
against?
me speak, Color?
Who did he come back against? Who did he come back against?
Okay.
The Cardinals.
Arizona.
Fred, can you let
Okay,
Big
when
Nick
you
talk?
seen that game when him come back against Arizona, how'd he look to you, bro? Did he
good
look
to me.
cool, calm, and collected, or did
Explain
he
this
look
to
like he
me.
was in that pocket, scared of
All
taking
right.
that next fucking
Let
hit
Big Nick
that would get
answer
him
now.
out of
Let
here?
Big Nick answer now.
Explain this to me.
You ain't gonna answer.
How
Oh
can
my gosh.
the number one recruit? How can the number one recruit in America be recruited to the number one school in America, sprain his ankles, elect to have surgery on his ankle, miss
Both.
one game, come back play, do the same thing on the next ankle, come back and play, dislocate
I'm gonna
his
tell you like
hip,
this, look. I'm
come
gonna tell
back
you
and
like this.
play,
I'm gonna tell
break
you
his
like this, bro. If
ribs,
you can't see,
come back and
if you
play,
can't see,
have
you can't
3
see fear in it.
concussions, come
Four.
back
Man, you
and
know what,
play
man? You know
and be
what? You
scared.
know what?
And be
Man,
scared.
I'm gonna tell you,
He ain't
man, you
scared,
full of
bro.
shit. You full of shit if you don't see the quarterback back there antsy
You
and
got him,
scared
Big
as
Nick.
shit in the
You
fucking
got him, Big
pocket,
Nick.
bro.
Here come the ad-homs, bro. You got him, man.
Hey, nigga ain't got me shit. This man is terrified in the
Yo,
fucking
you're
pocket
cooked,
of
man.
that next hit.
You're starting to
Of the
throw out
next
the
hit.
insults. You're cooked, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, all right.
Everybody tells me when I start insulting people,
Y'all
I've
lie,
lost the argument.
y'all lie to yourself and think this man
Am I right, Big Nick?
is all of a
Am I
sudden
right, Big
just
Nick?
brave heart.
Am I right?
Lionheart.
When I
Okay.
start
Not only
insulting
was he
people,
not
don't
only was
everybody
he the
tell me I
number one
lost the
recruit,
argument?
not only was he the number one recruit going to the number one school, but he came in as a true freshman in a national championship fucking game and
Oh
won it.
Lord, you done. Oh, I said that, and Fred went off on me, dog. Be prepared now.
Let me tell you
How
something.
can he be
Okay.
scared?
Hold
How can
on.
he be
Listen to me.
scared?
Listen to me. When did Tua ever finish a whole season? Last year. Anything, college or pro. When
How
did he
can
play
he
a
be
whole
scared
fucking
last
season?
year?
When did
Last
he play
year.
a whole fucking season, bro?
Last year,
What's the man want? He coming to a national college game, throws a fucking pass, and now he's the world. Man, get the fuck out of here. This man is scared as shit on the goddamn football field.
Because we said he ain't scared, that means we're saying he's the world. Go ahead, Lewis.
Right.
He's scared as shit on the field. He's scared as shit on the field.
Fred, I just want to know what's your opinions of how Jordan Love has played this season?
Up and down. That's what I say.
Okay,
he's up and down.
Is he a good quarterback or not?
To me, yeah, he's a good quarterback.
Okay,
he's good.
Okay, and that's fine. I just want to point out, I want to give you a couple numbers because this is the narrative. And again, I'm going to use people's logic.
You can give me all the numbers you want, bro.
Fred, let him
all the numbers you want, bro.
Fred, I'm gonna have to silence you while Lewis talks, bro. If you don't let him talk, man.
Hey, come on, man. One at a time. Go on, Lewis.
See, now the man got a phone call, bro. You ruined it, Fred. Because, yelling at people and talking over them right when they're about to get half their words out, bro, that's a form of censorship. Y'all realize.
Yeah, like they do it over me, man. And as soon as I get right talk, here come Big Nick with some bullshit.
I understand. Okay, so that's when it's time to call them out for it. Silence yourself, let them finish, and then call them out for it when it's your turn.
I ain't never heard you say, hold up, be quiet, let Fred go on. Never heard you say it.
I have plenty of time to let you have the floor. I have even put you on solo floor.
And see, the number one problem with having a conversation with intellectuals, Fred, is that we don't continue the conversation when your first thing out of your mouth is bullshit. We got to stay right there on topic with that bullshit before we can progress the conversation. It's not our fault. It's your fault.
It's reality, bro. It's reality. It's reality, bro. And then you talk about this man possibly going 7-1.
I'm not going to have a conversation.
Hey, tell you the truth.
I am not going to have a conversation with you based on falsity.
Tell you the truth, Nick. Tell you the truth,
I ain't going to have a make-believe conversation with you.
Tell you the truth, bro. I thought the man was trying to tank last night when he threw that fucking interception and took them sacks. I said, damn, Tua trying to tank for us.
You can't be realistic and say that now.
Hey, Fred, who's better? Tua or the Rams quarterback? Matt Stafford. Stafford took sacks and interceptions.
Stafford's better.
Stafford's better. I'm sorry.
Hey, let me ask you this, Nick. Who's better between Kyler Murray and Tua, bro?
All right.
Stafford took sacks and
hey, we got Lewis back. Hold on, Fred. We got Lewis back. Now
tell me that, Nick.
Now let him finish what he was about to say earlier.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a phone call, whatever. Because again, I've been telling people now, I'm going to go with what I hear and using other people's logic. Now, you said, Fred, before I got a phone call, that Jordan Love was a good quarterback, and you don't believe that, and you don't believe that Tua Tagovailoa is. So I just want to figure out, when I hear that Tua has to be great because we paid him this all-absorbing amount of money, correct? You know who got a contract like 2 days after Tua Tagovailoa?
Love.
Jordan Love did. Jordan Love. And so what? Okay. So what about the contract?
I'm just trying to figure.
Let him tell you. So what?
I'm just trying to finish my point. Jordan Love has done something that no other quarterback has done this season, Fred. I just want you to know that. In every game that Jordan Love has started this season, he has an interception thrown in that game or multiple interceptions thrown that game. And he is the only quarterback that season that does that. So I just want to know, how do you feel about a quarterback that broke the NFL record and is the highest paid quarterback in the league? Now, this kid has a very strong arm. He has the legs that you want. He has the body that you want. And I just want to know, how do you feel about your good quarterback that is doing things in this league that no other quarterback is doing? How do you feel about
I tell you, like this how I feel like that. This how I feel about that. If he throws this interception or what, this interception and that, he's still a better quarterback than Tua.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So what? So what? So what? So what? So what about the? So what about the little bit of stats? He's still a better quarterback than Tua, bro.
And this is where me and Culler get so frustrated. And again, I don't know why Culler even drops the links, and that's why shows I'm a part of, we rarely drop the links. Because when
now answer my question.
Well, it is rare. It is rare, Lou. And Capicon asked me to today. You know what I mean?
Answer my question.
I'm obliging because you know.
Now answer my question.
Culler, well, hold on. All I'm trying to tell you is, Fred, when I ask you a question, and Culler has heard me say this, and I'm going to say it now again. The fact of the matter is, when I ask that question, and your rebuttal is, I don't care about none of that, he's better than Tua, that's where the conversation's over. We can no longer engage and have dialogue or conversation.
I told you it's your fault, Fred.
Exactly. Then that the answer to you, Fred, at that point is
pure emotion.
So answer my question. So answer my question. You asked me. You asked me about Jordan Love and Tua, bro. Is Kyler Murray better? Is Kyler Murray better than Tua?
I would say no. In my opinion, I would say no.
I say okay. You say no. Okay.
Okay, cool, and that's fine.
Well, Fred. The only way we can gauge it is matchups, right? So they're 1-1 against each other, right? So then you go to the numbers, right? I guarantee you the Dolphins have a better overall record and Tua's tenure than the Cardinals do with his tenure. I guarantee you Tua has more. I guarantee you Tua has more passing touchdowns.
Whatever, bro.
I guarantee you Tua has more passing touchdowns. Tua has more wins. He has more passing yards. I bet he has a better QBR.
Look up those stats. I'd like to see those stats, Culler.
Whatever, bro.
I guarantee the only thing Kyler Murray is beat Tua is rushing yards and rushing touchdowns. I guarantee you that.
The fact of the matter is, I could care less about none of that. Because all we're doing, that's his opinion. Fred thinks he's better. I think he's not better. That's all opinion based. The fact of the matter is, what me and Fred should be coming to the table is that Tua Tagovailoa and Kyler Murray are both the same. Because none of them have division titles, none of them have playoff wins, and they virtually have numbers and stats that no one on this panel, at least, gives a fuck about. So no, Fred, I'm not going to say Kyler is better, and I'm not going to say Tua better. I'm going to say at this point of their NFL career, they are both the same. Now, if you think Kyler is a good quarterback, then obviously you must be putting Tua in that good category as well. Because they're virtually the same guy.
No, they're not.
I'd agree.
No, they're not.
Okay.
No, they're not. You gonna say they're the same guy because one has
Fred.
they're the same guy because neither one has a Super Bowl. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
So let's put the ultimate number on it, since there is.
I'm gonna see what your ultimate number is, Culler.
Hold on.
I want to hear this.
6 years. Kyler's been in for 6 years. Tua's been in for 5. So the sample size is comparable. Before I announce these numbers, I want to thank Tua Tuesday for being a member for 14 months, using their chat for the month to say, Fred, why do you hate Tua so much?
Fred don't know football.
Can I answer the question? Can I answer the question?
No, but I want to hear Culler. This is a good one.
No, Fred, it was a rhetorical question. We all know why you hate Tua so much.
Okay,
Hey,
I just
Culler,
want to.
Let me interrupt you real quick. Culler, you're gonna get the actual.
Let me get to the numbers.
Culler, let me interrupt you real quick, Culler. Let me interrupt you really quickly. You're going to give the actual factual numbers. I know what you do. But I'm going to tell you before you go, just from my outside looking in, my favorite stat from last night that I noticed that they put up was these numbers: 25-15 and 2-7. Those are my favorite stats.
Right, with McDaniel and without.
Fine.
No, with Tua. Yeah, with Tua.
I mean, with Tua or without. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man. Can I have my show back, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. Tua's played 5 years, well, almost 5. Kyler's played almost 6. Okay, the sample size is roughly the same. Okay. 2 numbers on this list that stand out to me, are probably the most over macro and can speak to both of these guys overall, is their passer rating and their success rate for their career. Kyler Murray's passer rating is 93.1 for his whole career. His success rate is 47.2%.
That ain't gonna cut it.
Okay. Tua's passer rating for his career is 96.9, and his success rate is 49.8%. Fred, who do you think is the better quarterback if we didn't put no names on that?
Man, let me. You know what? Because you upsetting me with these stats shit. When in clutch time, bro, who's likely more to come in clutch time than out of each quarterback? Out of both of these quarterbacks.
That's a great question.
Tell me that, bro. That's where I'm going with, bro. That's where I'm going with.
That's a great question. That's a great question. And I can tell you
probably be the guy with the better overall record.
Can I please answer the question?
Probably the better quarterback.
Can I please answer the question? Kyler Murray, when he had a chance, the only one he's had in a playoff game, a wild card game against the Rams, got absolutely destroyed and embarrassed.
Okay. So
that's the answer to your question, bro. I don't know what you want me to say after that.
If I'm not mistaken, the Rams were a powerhouse team, bro. If I'm not mistaken,
the Rams won the Super Bowl that year.
Okay, then so what? He lost to the Super Bowl team, probably the best team in the NFL at that time.
Guess what?
So what?
And the 49ers outscored that Rams team in the regular season 59-36. What's your point?
My point is, I need a better quarterback for my team than what we got. That's my whole point.
Hey, can I give my take in here for a second?
If you think I hate Tua for any other reason than that, then I don't know what to tell you. You lost your mind.
We're just saying you should hate Kyler Murray more. That's all we're saying.
Oh, for what? He's not. I'm not worried about Kyler Murray. He's not a Dolphin, bro. He's not a Dolphin.
Hey, can I?
He's not a Dolphin, bro.
Hey, true fan. You can talk right after this, but we got him. We got him. The man just said, when Culler read those stats, the man just said, oh, well, Kyler Murray in the playoffs, when he played the Rams, Culler said they won the Super Bowl. Fred said, well, they lost to the Super Bowl winner. What do you expect? And that is valid. Now, when we lost the playoffs last year to the eventual Super Bowl winner, Fred came out on every panel and said Tua was the reason we lost and Tua was trash. But Tua, he never said
wasn't he?
Lost.
Was he not? Was he not trash?
Was Kyler Murray not trash against
Was
the Rams?
he not trash?
Was Kyler Murray not trash against the Rams?
Was he not trash, bro? I'm talking about my quarterback. Get off to the comparison. You brought it up. Was he not trash? Was he not trash?
And I'm answering.
I gotta put him in the back for that one, Lewis. He's the one that directly asked you if Kyler Murray was a better quarterback.
Bring that up.
That's a fact.
And then he turned around and said, I don't care about Kyler Murray.
Y'all. It's no hope for y'all, man. It's no hope for y'all, man.
Hey, that's okay, Fred. We sell pumice rocks to scrape off that char, bro. Don't worry.
I'm just trying to point out the hypocrisy. Is all I'm pointing out.
Ain't no hypocrisy, bro. Stop trying to put this quarterback. Stop trying to put Tua over quarter. Stop trying to put Tua over quarterbacks, bro.
And that's fine.
Stop trying to put Tua over quarterbacks, bro.
And that is fine. I'm going to answer your question. Tua Tagovailoa was trash against Kansas City in the playoffs. 1,000%. He was trash. I answered the question. Now, I want you to answer a question because when it was posed to you how Kyler Murray played against the Rams, your answer was
I don't even remember how he played against the Rams, bro. How many years ago was that? I don't even remember that, bro.
Trust me, you don't want to know, bro.
And again, Fred, you don't have to remember. What I'm telling you is when that question was posed to you, your response was he lost to the eventual Super Bowl champions. So I just asking you, why is it, even though Tua did play like trash, he did. I'm agreeing with you. I want you to listen to what I'm asking you, though. Why, when we ask you that same question, your opinion doesn't come out and say, well, Tua lost to the eventual Super Bowl champions like you did for Kyler Murray? Why don't you say
I don't know.
that?
Why you speaking logic? He don't understand logic, man.
Because simple and fact, bro, I'm keeping it Tua and Tua and Murray. Kyler Murray's a better quarterback than Tua. Why do you gotta go back 5-6 fucking years
Hey,
to
when you ask
recognize
them,
that, bro?
when you
Why
give
you gotta
somebody
do
logic, when you
why you
give
gotta do
when you
that?
give somebody
Can I
logic,
speak right quick, Culler?
listen.
Hold
When
on.
somebody
Damn.
try to explain the difference
What is so
between logic,
hard, bro? What is so
Showtime.
hard?
Showtime. Show note. I got to do this to
the
you,
man
Fred.
just gave you logic, and you said
I
because.
really got to do this to you, Fred, because you asked, okay? In that performance against the Los Angeles Rams in the wild card game, okay? First of all, they lost 34-11. Secondly,
How was the weather?
Kyler Murray was 19 completions on 34 attempts for 137 yards, 0 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions in a 40.9 passer rating.
So what? And he's still better. And he's still better than Tua. So what's the problem?
Should I pull up
And he's
to his
still
stat?
better than Tua.
Should I pull up to his stat line from
And
the
he's
Kansas
still
City game?
better than Tua. And he's still better than
Not
Tua.
Fred. No, he's not. You're wrong, Fred.
Those numbers
Man,
that
you know
Culler
what?
just read off
Hey,
sounded
guys,
right to
it's
me.
becoming circular. It's becoming circular, guys. Come on, man. Let's move on, Fred. It's becoming
we can go.
circular.
We can go sooner than that. We can go sooner than that. What was the numbers? What was the numbers 2 games ago, 3 games ago, or whenever they played them? What was the numbers
I
then?
don't know.
Give
But
me
we
that.
held him. We held
Yeah, I
him.
bet you don't know. I bet you don't know. All you got to do is tell me.
Actually, I do know. Actually, I do know,
Who
Fred.
got the W?
Actually, I do know.
Who got the
Actually,
W?
I do know, Fred. Actually, I do know. We held him to 19 yards rushing.
Okay. Who got the W?
Soul killer. Soul killer.
Who got the W? It got quiet. It got
But
quiet. It's quiet as a motherfucker now. Who got the W?
Their team got the
Who
W.
got the W?
Their team got the dub.
All right. So what the fuck is the problem?
Did he throw a game-winning touchdown?
I don't know. It looked like he came through clutch to me in that game.
Did he throw a
Came up
game-winning
big.
touchdown?
Came up big. Came up big. No matter whether he got the winning touchdown or the winning drive, bro. Came up big.
Should we go back to the last time Tua played?
No, don't go back. No, don't go back to. No, don't go back to nothing else.
No, you
go
don't
back
want
to
do
this
that.
year.
You don't
Go
want to
back
do
to
that.
this year. What we doing?
You don't want to do
Go
that.
go back
because
to
you
this
don't
year.
want to
Stay
admit it.
where we at. What we
You don't
doing,
want
bro?
to do
Stay
that
where we at.
because
What we doing
you don't
this
want to.
year?
No, you don't
Stay-
tell me where
stay-
to go, bro. Hold on. You're gonna get it because you don't tell me where to go. Okay.
Yeah.
And I've had enough of you just rambling on and talking over. Okay. The fact of it is, Tua